Lin Shu traverses to the perfect world's great wilderness stone village, awakening the most formidable investment system. He begins by investing in the Willow deity. Ding! You have invested in the Willow deity's 3 luminaries divine water, healing her injuries, and you have acquired an extraordinary physical form. Ding! You have invested in the Willow deity's Immortal King's essence, restoring her cultivation to its peak, and you have attained the complete unification of the 10 heavens. Ding! You have invested in the Willow deity's Immortal Emperor law, enabling her to comprehend the path ahead, condensing the radiance of a quasi-immortal emperor, and stepping into the quasi-immortal emperor realm. You have achieved perfection as a seed. From that moment forward, Lin Shu, under the protection of the invincible Willow deity, rampages alongside his yet-to-mature younger brother, Shi Hao. Lin Shu's slaughtering blade sweeps through the wilderness, the 3,000 states, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the immortal realm, the otherworld, and even the boundless cosmic sea, growing stronger until he becomes an immortal emperor. From henceforth, no one dares to lay claim to supremacy. Chapter 199. A turn of events. The immortal king Ao Shang strikes. At this moment, Shi Hao becomes serious, discarding his previous levity. Until now, he had not exerted his full strength against any opponent, often reserving at most a fraction of his power. Now, an overwhelming aura surges from Shi Hao, as if a miniature universe has been unleashed within him. As this microcosm awakens, his being resonates with this universe, seemingly striving to match its grandeur, even to surpass it, amidst the echoes of myriad thundering sounds. That is the power of embodying the seed. Upon embodying the seed, one becomes a microcosm, cultivating oneself to transcend all. Even the universe pales in comparison to one's own inner realm. Observing this scene, many prodigies are taken aback, their eyes reflecting deep astonishment. The strength Shi Hao displays at this moment is utterly terrifying. Merely the aura that seems to overshadow the myriad paths of the universe suffices to suppress numerous prodigies. So it turns out, Shi Hao has never been serious all along. No wonder every battle has been so arduous for him, with victories hanging by a thread. It was all deliberate. How despicable. He resorts to such tactics for a mere handful of immortal essence. The name of the invincible wilderness may indeed find validation at this moment. Those prodigies defeated by Shi Hao feel both anger and amusement. They are incensed that Shi Hao, despite his formidable strength, would go to such lengths for a few drops of immortal essence, feigning weakness as if playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. They chuckle at the thought that they had engaged in dozens, if not hundreds, of exchanges with Shi Hao, while his battle with Ao Qian may not have taken nearly as long. Come and fight. The chaotic arena reverberates with an overwhelming voice as the rolling resonance of the Tao presses down upon Ao Qian. At this moment, Ao Qian's countenance shifts slightly. He realizes he may have underestimated Shi Hao. This Shi Hao, whose origins are shrouded in mystery, possesses such strength that even the mere release of his aura suggests a parity with the cosmos, as if he could suppress myriad paths. A universe, how vast and powerful it is. Only by ascending to the supreme realm can one coexist with the universe. Shi Hao, at this moment merely at the initial stage of transcendence, already wields such might. Should he ascend to the supreme realm, would he not become invincible within the realm of humanity? He is the strongest opponent he has ever faced. Even the descendants of immortal kings have never pressed him so severely. Shi Hao finally takes action. As he does, the chaotic arena erupts in a tumult. In an instant, the entire arena is enveloped in a tempest of thunder, transforming into countless stars, illustrating the cosmic river. Most fearsome of all is the presence of a Kunpeng soaring amidst this thunderous cosmos, alongside a colossal willow tree taking root at the universe's core, jointly manifesting supreme laws. Witnessing this scene, even the most exalted beings in the deepest recesses of this chaotic universe perceive frequent anomalies. An immortal king observes the chaotic arena, expressing keen interest. Oh, it appears to be the legacy of the Thunder Emperor, the supreme law of the Kunpeng, and the divine abilities of the ancestral sacrificial spirits. Immortal kings, having lived through the ages, have come to understand nearly everything the world has to offer. Yet, some mysterious forbidden zones and the cosmic sea remain inscrutable to them. Other secrets are merely remnants of their countless lifetimes. It is evident that the Thunder Emperor and Kunpeng, being among the 10 great beings lost to time, were once witnessed and even discussed by them. As Shi Hao makes his move, they instantly grasp the implications. The Thunder Emperor and Kunpeng seem to have originated from that realm, and the ancestral sacrificial spirit is likewise from there. No wonder this youth has never been seen in the immortal realm. He hails from that realm. At this moment, All immortal kings turn their gaze towards Ao Shang and his fellow kings. Certain matters are evidently understood by the immortal kings present. In the previous epoch, that realm was invaded by darkness. Many powerful beings from the immortal realm ventured to quell it and expel the dark forces. However, Ao Shang and others severed the path back to the immortal realm, resulting in those who went to eliminate the darkness being unable to return. Particularly concerning is that ancestral sacrificial spirit. An unparalleled giant, once a terror in the other world, suffered grievous injuries. Yet, after being ambushed by Ao Shang and his peers, it vanished, leaving its fate uncertain. Numerous immortal kings are aware that this Shi Hao before them is likely a prodigy nurtured by that ancestral sacrificial spirit. After all, he has even received the spirit's own techniques, making it hard to believe he is not a successor. In an instant, one immortal king gazes at Ao Shang. It seems the ancestral sacrificial spirit has returned. Ao Shang, too, feels a strange sensation within. He did not expect that the willow tree, once grievously wounded, could still nurture such a prodigy, carving out a path that is uniquely his own. As an immortal king, he naturally discerns that Shi Hao's cultivation path is that of embodying the seed. This path, once established, would render any of the immortal realm's top prodigies incapable of rivaling Shi Hao. Ao Shang recognizes that while his own descendant possesses some talent and is being groomed as a seed of the immortal king, he still pales in comparison to Shi Hao. The reality is precisely as Ao Shang has deduced. On the chaotic arena, the two clash. The moment Shi Hao unleashes the laws of the Thunder Emperor, Kunpeng, and the Willow Deity, Ao Qian bellows a command, his raised hand transforming unpredictably, radiating chaotic light, overwhelming and instantly engulfing the entire chaotic arena. Shi Hao lets out a light shout, forming a fist seal to meet him head-on. In that fleeting moment, the chaotic arena trembles, as chaotic light and immortal energy envelop the two, their powers surging violently, tearing apart the fabric of space, a sight too terrifying for the numerous young prodigies outside the arena to comprehend. Even within the first realm of evasion, the mere aura emanating from the chaotic arena instills a sense of trepidation within them. That terrifying presence seems to shake the very essence of their souls, evoking an irresistible urge to submit. With a resounding thud, the chaotic arena trembles as the two, having briefly clashed in a round of combat, now stand apart, the chaotic light and celestial energy dispersing to reveal their true forms. Who emerged victorious? All the prodigies gaze expectantly at the chaotic arena, eager to discern who triumphed or who holds the upper hand. Fixing their gaze upon the chaotic arena, they observe both individuals standing there seemingly unscathed. However, keen-eyed observers soon notice. Look, there's a trace of crimson at the corner of Ao Qian's mouth. That is blood. Ao Qian has just spat blood. Unexpectedly, it is Huang who has gained the upper hand, landing a blow that caused Ao Qian to bleed. All the prodigies are momentarily awestruck. Ao Qian, this pinnacle genius of the celestial realm, has indeed spat blood after a single exchange. Though no clear victor has emerged, it is evident that Ao Qian is at a disadvantage. Just as Shi Hao contemplates making another move, a pair of enormous hands suddenly plunges into the chaotic arena. In an instant, Shi Hao and Ao Qian find themselves amidst the starry sea of the chaotic paradise's microcosm. Concurrently, a voice reverberates, declaring, "This battle ends in a draw." Some prodigies, dissatisfied, contemplate voicing their grievances, for it is clear to all that Shi Hao holds the advantage, and continuing the fight could very well lead to his victory over Ao Qian. Yet, upon beholding the figure deep within the cosmos, they instinctively close their mouths. That figure is Ao Shang, the celestial king, an existence standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, the heir of the ancestral, sacrificial spirit. From the depths of the universe, Ao Shang's silhouette emerges across the endless distance, addressing Shi Hao. He appears as though he hails from eons past, his words devoid of any emotion, his presence ancient and shrouded in chaos. Chapter 200. The Convergence of Celestial Sovereigns. The Emergence of the Willow Deity. The Ancestors' Sacrificial Spirit. At this moment, all the prodigies heard the voice of the celestial sovereign Ao Shang. Some prodigies were perplexed by the mention of the Ancestors' Sacrificial Spirit by Ao Shang. Could this ancestor's sacrificial spirit be so formidable that it warranted the attention of a celestial sovereign? Who exactly is this ancestor's sacrificial spirit? Might they also be a celestial sovereign? Ao Shang seemed to regard this matter with great significance. And the foremost powers of the celestial domain should not be unfamiliar to us. Prodigies born from ancient sects, with long-standing legacies that trace back to the last epic's lineage, felt a sudden clarity in their hearts. The ancestors' sacrificial spirit was once an extraordinarily powerful entity, rumored to have invaded foreign realms at its peak, not just once, but a staggering 9 times, instilling terror in the hearts of foreign powers, a titan among celestial sovereigns. They turned their gazes toward Shi Hao. If Shi Hao were indeed the disciple of that figure, it would elucidate much. A disciple of a titan among celestial sovereigns could easily subdue all the prodigies of the celestial domain, even causing Ao Qian to spout blood in a single exchange. At this moment, the ancient ancestor of the Qin celestial clan, on the verge of becoming a celestial sovereign, found himself in the depths of the cosmos. His gaze also fixed upon Shi Hao. Could it be that Shi Hao is truly the disciple of that ancestor's sacrificial spirit? If so, the appearance of that celestial sovereign among the Qin clan would indeed make sense. As a quasi-celestial sovereign, although he was still vastly inferior in strength to his celestial sovereign, he had lived for a long time and experienced the last epic. Naturally, he was privy to certain secrets, whether regarding that ancestor's sacrificial spirit or the celestial sovereign who appeared among the Qin clan 6 months ago, the consort of Ao Sheng. Both were deeply intertwined with Ao Sheng. That female celestial sovereign had ventured into that realm to resist the foreign forces, while Ao Sheng had sealed the portals of the celestial domain, cutting off her path of return. The ancestor's sacrificial spirit had also been ambushed by Ao Sheng, leaving its fate uncertain. Both figures had profound ties to Ao Sheng, and their simultaneous return seemed not only reasonable but inevitable. The enemy of one's enemy is indeed a friend. It appeared that this celestial conflict among the sovereigns was truly unavoidable. The ancient ancestor of the Qin celestial clan was continually pondering. This was an opportunity. Should he surrender Shi Hao and align himself with Ao Sheng? Or should he protect Shi Hao and stand with that female celestial sovereign, the ancestor's sacrificial spirit? As for maintaining neutrality, that was evidently improbable, especially since Shi Hao was within the Qin celestial clan, already entwined with their fate, which could not be easily dismissed. At this moment, he found himself in a quandary. Ao Sheng was an unparalleled existence among celestial sovereigns, possessing terrifying strength. That female celestial sovereign seemed to have recovered, yet in terms of power, she still fell short of Ao Sheng, not to mention that Ao Sheng had old friends among the celestial sovereigns. The ambush on the ancestor's sacrificial spirit was not solely the doing of Ao Sheng. The status of the ancestors' sacrificial spirit was uncertain, if they had indeed recovered. Their strength, combined with that of the female celestial sovereign, could potentially suppress Ao Sheng and his old friend. However, if not restored, the female celestial sovereign alone would be no match for Ao Sheng. As the ancient ancestor of the Qin celestial clan, he understood that his choice would hinge upon the fate of the entire clan. A wrong decision could spell doom for the Qin celestial clan. For this was a conflict among celestial sovereigns. A single misstep by a quasi-celestial sovereign would surely lead to retribution. Suddenly, a thought struck the ancient ancestor of the Qin celestial clan. That female celestial sovereign had mentioned the Tao Master. This Tao Master could not be the ancestor's sacrificial spirit. Did it not imply that there was another individual, one so esteemed that even the female celestial sovereign revered them, surely a figure of great significance? The mind of the ancient ancestor of the Qin celestial clan churned with thoughts. The strength of Ao Sheng's faction was apparent, boasting at least 2 celestial sovereigns. The current power of that female celestial sovereign remained unclear, as did the ancestor's sacrificial spirit and the Tao Master. He glanced at Shi Hao, then at Ao Qian, before directing his gaze to the battle unfolding in the depths of the starry sea between the exiled Immortal and Pan Yi. Shi Hao had wounded Ao Qian with a single strike, and the exiled Immortal was now suppressing Pan Yi. Perhaps I should not limit my vision solely to the celestial sovereigns. If these 2 youngsters continue to grow, they may rival the titans themselves. With this thought, the ancient ancestor of the Qin celestial clan stepped forward, silently appearing beside Shi Hao. Ao Sheng, as a venerable celestial sovereign, why stoop to contend with a mere junior? Ao Sheng regarded the quasi-celestial sovereign of the Qin clan, standing beside Lin Shu with an expression still tinged with indifference. You possess some strength, yet you cannot thwart my intentions. Withdraw now, and I shall overlook your association with the Qin clan. Otherwise, Ao Sheng's voice turned frosty. The threat within his words unmistakable, and in an instant, an ominous phenomenon surged forth. This was the might of a celestial sovereign. Their words alone could invoke boundless anomalies. At this moment, Shi Hao spoke, As a celestial sovereign, to interfere in the conflicts of juniors is beneath your dignity. Shi Hao is unperturbed by Ao Sheng's threats. Celestial sovereigns never feel the need to explain their actions. However, Ao Sheng paid no heed to Shi Hao's seemingly trivial words and continued to inquire. What has become of the ancestors' sacrificial spirit? What concern is it of yours? Shi Hao did not respond. Then you shall perish. Ao Sheng struck without hesitation. As a celestial sovereign, he scorned the idea of bullying the weak, but if a junior consistently defied him, he would show no mercy. In this world, a celestial sovereign must not be insulted, especially not by a mere junior who dared to oppose him repeatedly. Ao Sheng, after all these years, you remain as shameless as ever. A voice resonated. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Shi Hao, a skeletal form clad in pristine white. Upon its emergence, flesh rapidly enveloped the skeletal figure, transforming it into a stunningly beautiful woman in mere moments. The bone female celestial sovereign had intervened, thwarting Ao Sheng's lethal strike aimed at Shi Hao. Ao Sheng gazed at the woman before him with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, seemingly taken aback. The portals between the celestial domain and the lower realms had long been sealed, and he had personally enacted those barriers. The path of return was irrevocably severed. How could this person appear within the celestial domain? Events appeared to be unfolding in a manner he had not anticipated. It is she. In the depths of the chaotic cave, the gathering place of celestial sovereigns within the cosmos, the likes of Wang Pan, Hun Yuan, celestial sovereign, and Shi Wang looked upon the figure with astonishment. They were well aware of the secrets involved, yet the appearance of this female celestial sovereign was undeniably perplexing. They could no longer remain seated, hastily vacating the depths of the cosmos and manifesting beside the bone female celestial sovereign. At this very moment, around the chaos arena, celestial sovereigns were congregating. All prodigies, including the elder generation of powerful beings and even true immortals, gazed upon this scene with expressions of profound shock. Celestial sovereigns had gathered in one place, revealing themselves to the world. Such a spectacle might only be paralleled by the last epoch. A single Shi Hao had indeed drawn forth an assembly of so many celestial sovereigns. It was at this moment that a willow branch extended from an unknown source, seemingly originating from the distant past, yet also appearing to emerge from the boundless future. Accompanied by the manifestation of this willow branch, an immense phenomenon erupted from a celestial mountain in the depths of the cosmos, where 3,000 divine kingdoms materialized, all bowing before a singular figure. Amidst these 3,000 divine kingdoms, an unparalleled silhouette slowly emerged. Today, I shall conclude the cycle of karma. Chapter 201. The Invincible Willow Deity. Suppressing 3 celestial sovereigns with a single hand, an immensely domineering voice resonated, shaking the very fabric of this universe. In the depths of the chaotic cave cosmos, a willow tree soared into the heavens, as if propping up all realms. A tall figure stepped forth from the willow tree, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Gazing down upon all creation with disdain, a sight to behold. The embodiment of the law was astonishing, possessing a flawless form that transcended mere arboreal existence. A figure stood resplendent in pristine white garments, immaculate as the moon itself, surrounded by wisps of ethereal mist. Around her danced throngs of luminous orbs, each representing a distinct realm, rich with ancient civilizations and teeming with countless deities and demons, all bowing in reverence and reciting sacred chants. Across the myriad realms, an endless array of divine beings offered their prayers and homage. The shimmering lights and hazy brilliance rendered this singular silhouette the unparalleled entity within the cosmos, eternal and indelible. No one could discern her form until they drew near, when the swirling chaos revealed her visage. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with a striking grace that belied her attire of a man's garb, presenting a peerless elegance. This was a formidable being of extraordinary talent, whose mere presence rendered the converging celestial kings around her dim and inconsequential. Though not an emperor, she bore the majesty of one, evoking a sense of dread among the celestial monarchs who stood before her. The divine presence of the Willow Goddess had emerged. This marked her first true manifestation before the myriad beings since her rebirth. Previously, she had only been a manifestation of power or a mere branch in motion. The king of the Pans looked upon the Willow Goddess, his heart tightening with familiarity. 6 months prior, while in deep meditation in the far reaches of the cosmos, he had sensed something, and now, witnessing her presence, he comprehended the source of that sensation. It emanated from the ancestral spirit before him. The ancestral spirit was well known to the king of the Pans. During the last epoch, amidst the cataclysmic battles between the alien realms and the lower worlds, the Willow Goddess had repeatedly infiltrated the foreign territories, achieving unparalleled victories, a titan among giants. Even the celestial kings found it difficult to rival her. Yet upon this encounter, this ancestral spirit seemed to transcend the very boundaries of celestial kingship. In her presence, the king of the Pans felt his own celestial power suppressed. It was not only he who sensed this. All present celestial kings experienced a similar unease. Those who had gazed down upon the celestial domains for countless ages, their minds once as tranquil as an ancient well, now revealed profound shock. This being appeared to have stepped beyond the realm of celestial kings. The Willow Goddess paid no heed to the expressions of the celestial kings. Instead, her gaze settled upon the three prominent monarchs, the celestial king Aoshing, the celestial king Taishu, and the celestial king Yuan Shu. In an instant, the three felt as though they were being scrutinized by an unparalleled sovereign, an oppressive weight, making even the most formidable celestial kings feel utterly immobile. At that moment, all the prodigies turned their attention to the figure of unmatched elegance. A prodigy whispered, "Who is this person? Why do the exalted celestial elders appear to regard her with such trepidation?" Unbeknownst to them, the Willow Goddess had once been a spirit of the willow tree, a figure of legend from the last epoch, an ancient immortal, having survived to this day, interjected, "Do not be disrespectful. The ancestral spirit is a titan who has penetrated the foreign realms 9 times, instilling terror in the hearts of the dark entities." Upon hearing this, the uninformed prodigies felt a surge of reverence. In this era, every cosmic metropolis in the celestial domain had true immortals guarding the gates, tasked with preventing infiltration from foreign realms. Against such threats, even the celestial kings found themselves with limited options, resorting to mere defense. Yet, this ancestral spirit had dared to strike 9 times into the alien territories, a truly magnificent feat. The Bone Maiden Celestial King, observing the now subdued Aoshing Celestial King, spoke directly. "Aoshing, the debts of the past must be repaid." Aoshing, gazing at the Bone Maiden, once a cherished companion, now regarded her with cold indifference, as if she were a stranger. "I'm a celestial king. Even the myriad karmic ties of the world cannot ensnare me." The Bone Maiden scoffed. "So many years have passed, and you remain so arrogant. Have you considered that today might be your end?" Aoshing laughed heartily. "It has been years since a being dared speak to me thus. Those who once provoked me lie dead, even celestial kings among them. Are you envious?" At that moment, the Willow Goddess finally spoke. "If that is the case, I shall grant you this opportunity." With that, she lifted the suppression she had placed upon Aoshing, Taishu, and Yuan Shu. In an instant, Aoshing soared into the skies, a wave of murderous intent erupting from him, shaking the very fabric of the universe. It had been years since he had displayed such ferocity. The universe trembled as if on the brink of explosion. Aoshing was enraged, mocked, suppressed, and wounded in his dignity. He was a supreme being, renowned among celestial kings. Few dared to provoke him. With a thunderous roar, the countless stars above him fractured and exploded, a terrifying spectacle wrought by his unleashed fury. Yet, in the next moment, the celestial seas and cosmic dust reassembled, coalescing into complete stars once more. In that instant, creation and destruction wove through his emotional turmoil, causing the true immortals to tremble in awe. "Ancestral spirit, you are but a remnant root fallen to the lower realms, and yet you have risen again. Today, we 3 kings shall slay you once more, and this time, you shall have no chance." He struck out with a palm, stars swirling, the universe shattering, as he sought to obliterate the Willow Goddess, to confine her and refine her into nothingness. However, as he unleashed his furious strike, the Willow Goddess did not even lift a finger. A mere glance from her unleashed a green beam that obliterated eternity, causing Aoshing's colossal hand to disintegrate into dust. His grasp on the universe severed. Aoshing's heart sank. The power of the Willow Goddess exceeded his expectations. Yet he could not believe that this ancestral spirit had truly transcended into the realm of the Emperor. It was implausible, after all. She had been the one to ambush and slay this very spirit, leaving only a remnant tree stump that vanished into the lower realms. How could such a short span of time, less than a complete epoch, yield such a transformation? Aoshing disbelieved and continued his assault, his gaze frigid as he countered with a cosmic suppression. "Taishu, Yuan Shu, join me in subduing her." The 2 celestial kings understood that only through unity could they hope to prevail. The ancestral spirit's state was troubling, exceeding all imagination. Their combined assault, though potentially damaging to their celestial reputation, was a risk they had to take. With a thunderous roar, the three celestial kings, their hair flowing like radiant strands. Their eyes, deep and oceanic, unleashed their supreme seals, directing their might towards the Willow Goddess. What unfolded was a spectacle beyond comprehension, the very essence of creation and destruction. As the universe quaked and the rivers of time boiled, space itself seemed to engulf everything as the three transcendent celestial kings tore open realms anew, as if recreating the cosmos. With a cataclysmic crash, the three celestial kings launched their attack, rending the heavens and earth, causing the universe to collapse. As one realm after another was birthed only to face annihilation, the river of time threatening to be severed. Yet, throughout this tumult, the Willow Goddess remained motionless, merely lifting a hand. In that fleeting moment, the full force of the three celestial kings was quelled. In less than a breath, their combined might was subdued by the Willow Goddess. The difference in power was insurmountable, rendering any comparison utterly moot. At this moment, the three supreme immortal kings were suppressed by the Willow deity on the spot. The Willow deity gazed into the distance and inquired, "Do these three hold any significance for you?" Hearing the Willow deity's words, Lin Shu emerged from beneath the towering willow tree, deep within the star sea, declaring, "These are your enemies, Willow deity, as well as the adversaries of Elderbone. Ultimately, the decisions rest with you and Elderbone." What person? At this juncture, all the immortal kings present were taken aback. The ancestor spirit, a supreme being capable of effortlessly crushing the three unparalleled immortal kings, might have already ascended from king to emperor, yet here it was, seeking the counsel of others. They all turned their gaze towards the figure stepping forth from beneath the towering willow. Was it merely a stage of concealment? Chapter 202. The Death of the Immortal Kings. The primordial coffin nurturing corpses. The Bone Maiden Immortal King, upon seeing Lin Shu's appearance, softly called out, "Doubting Master." What? At the sound of the Bone Maiden Immortal King's address, all present were astounded. Although the Bone Maiden Immortal King was relatively ordinary compared to the likes of the Immortal King Ao Shang, she was still a true Immortal King. A being standing at the pinnacle of the world, overlooking countless epics, a genuine paragon of strength, not counting the ancestor spirit. Indeed, the ancestor spirit was immensely powerful. The three unparalleled immortal kings had no chance to retaliate against it. It was as if they were confronted not by an immortal king, but by an existence that had transcended to emperor. If the Bone Maiden Immortal King revered the ancestor spirits so, none were surprised. Yet, Lin Shu was merely at the stage of concealment. When had immortal kings ever needed to greet someone at such a low stage, especially with such deference? Addressing him as Tao Master, Lin Shu paid no heed to the astonished gazes and approached the Willow deity's side. The Willow deity gestured towards the three suppressed immortal kings, stating, "Are you not in need of powerful allies? Though these three may be somewhat weaker compared to me, they are still immortal kings. Consider whether to employ some means to control them. They could serve as vanguards against the foreign realms." Upon hearing this, the assembly gasped in astonishment. Even the immortal kings took a few cautious steps back. Had anyone else suggested controlling immortal kings, they would have scoffed. For immortal kings stood atop the world, having reached the pinnacle, with almost no means available to slay them, let alone directly control them. Yet the ancestor spirit before them was so formidable that it was conceivable it might possess such capabilities. Should the ancestor spirit deploy its controlling methods upon them, they did not believe they could withstand it. The ease with which the three unparalleled immortal kings were subdued clearly indicated that the ancestor spirit's power had reached an unfathomable level. While it might not yet be at the emperor level, it was surely on that path, not far from it. At this moment, the suppressed immortal kings, Ao Shang, Tai Shi, and Yuan Chu shouted in anger, "You shall not control me. Even if it costs my life, I will never allow you to take control." Such humiliation towards immortal kings will surely lead to dire consequences. Lin Shu then spoke, "Willow deity, while it may be possible to subdue or control other immortal kings, these two have previously ambushed you during your time of weakness, closing the gates of the Immortal Domain to prevent Elderbone's return. Such foes should serve no purpose." He continued, "Even if they perish, I possess other means to harness their potential." With that, Lin Shu directly produced the primordial coffin. In contrast to the Willow deity's intention to control them, Lin Shu believed it was far safer to eliminate them and subsequently nurture their physical forms within the coffin, allowing for the emergence of sentience that he could then command. As the primordial coffin was revealed, all the powerful beings present fell silent. As immortal kings, their vision was remarkably keen, and upon seeing the coffin, They recognized its extraordinary nature. Their own immortal artifacts were utterly incomparable. Some immortal kings even displayed covetous glances. Yet upon beholding the ancestor spirit, those fleeting thoughts vanished entirely. In the presence of such a terrifying entity, any hint of insidious intent would undoubtedly lead to the addition of another immortal king among the subdued. The Willow deity regarded Lin Shu's unveiling of the primordial coffin without surprise. Although her time spent with Lin Shu paled in comparison to her long existence, she understood that he occasionally produced unexpectedly remarkable treasures. The previous time and space hall had been one such item. Having discerned that Lin Shu had no need for the three immortal kings, the Willow deity hesitated no longer and acted decisively. These three immortal kings, now devoid of value and entangled in causal relations with her, were clearly unnecessary to retain. The three unparalleled immortal kings, already subdued, found their souls beginning to erode beneath the terrifying methods of the Willow deity. Finally, an immortal king could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. This immortal king was the Pan-King, the primordial unity immortal king, though they did not share particularly close ties with the three subdued immortal kings. They had once deliberated together. Thus, they stood forth to plead on behalf of the three unparalleled immortal kings. The Pan-King spoke, esteemed ancestor spirit. Might you spare their lives? The primordial unity immortal king echoed. Given the current instability of the world, they as immortal kings could stabilize the immortal domain. If they are to be slain, great calamity may befall the immortal domain. Before the Willow deity could respond, Lin Shu interjected. What were you doing when the Willow deity was ambushed? Did you ever attempt to dissuade anyone? Ao Sheng unilaterally severed the return route for the powerful beings heading to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What did you accomplish? How did Ao Sheng's actions lead to the remnants of the immortals being hunted by the descendants of the 7 kings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing the hero's lineage to be unjustly accused of blood crimes? What have you done? If you insist on interceding, I fear I shall have to invite your corpses into my primordial coffin. Lin Shu opened the coffin lid, revealing a realm suffused with boundless primordial energy, a world that even immortal kings could not fully comprehend in size. Accommodating a few immortal corpses would be more than sufficient. The Pan-King and primordial unity immortal king fell silent, as their previous entreaties under the immense pressure of the ancestor spirit had already exhausted their compassion. Throughout this exchange, the Willow deity maintained her focus solely on the Tai Shi, Ao Sheng, and Yuan Chu immortal kings, erasing their souls. While the soul endures, the immortal king remains unvanquished. The souls of immortal kings can be deemed immortal, yet this is relative, in light of the Willow deity's current might. Unless one were a quasi-immortal emperor or an entity like the Butcher or Burial Master, other immortal kings, even the most formidable, would find it effortless to extinguish their essence. Before long, the souls of the 3 immortal kings were completely obliterated, marking the fall of the 3 unparalleled immortal kings who had once gazed over countless epochs. Lin Shu gathered them into the primordial coffin. A century hence, they would awaken with sentience, thereafter completely under Lin Shu's dominion. The Willow deity then turned her gaze toward the descendants of Ao Sheng, Tai Shi, and Yuan Chu, stating, the causal relations with your ancestors have been resolved. You made a part. Clearly, the Willow deity harbored no intentions of oppressing the lesser. Since she refrained from such actions, Lin Shu could not permit the Bone-Maiden Immortal King to eradicate them all. Nevertheless, Lin Shu still cautioned, remember, do not descend into darkness. Should you do so, your fortunes will not be so favorable. The descendants of Ao Sheng, Tai Shi, and Yuan Chu all expressed their gratitude. No one dared to utter vengeful words at that moment. Only gratitude prevailed. They understood that had the ancestor spirit truly desired it, he could have effortlessly obliterated the 3 immortal king lineages. It was the ancestor spirit who had spared their lives. As for revenge, what a jest. With immortal kings suppressed like mere ants, how could they seek retribution? Their very breakthrough to become immortal kings was uncertain. The members of the 3 great immortal king families departed one after another, leaving only Ao Qian behind. Shi Hao, our battle is far from over. Are you daring enough to complete that unfinished duel? He challenged. You shall fail. Shi Hao stepped forward, charging into the chaotic arena with Ao Qian, eager to resume the confrontation that had been abruptly interrupted by Ao Cheng. Chapter 203, The Hand of Heaven and Reincarnation. Target, the Butcher. Within the chaotic arena, Shi Hao and Ao Qian stood resolutely. At that moment, Numerous powerful beings present cast their intense gazes upon the chaotic stage. Shi Hao, rumored to be a disciple of the ancestral sacrificial spirit, stood against Ao Qian, a descendant of the Immortal King Ao Chung. The identities of these two were unparalleled within the entire realm, making it exceedingly rare to find anyone of their caliber among their peers. Perhaps this battle would determine who among the younger generation would emerge as the foremost champion, the one destined to lead their era. At least, this was the sentiment held by the many formidable beings in the celestial domain. Should Shi Hao triumph, he would be acknowledged as the foremost among the youth. Conversely, if Ao Qian emerged victorious, he would claim the title. As for Lin Shu, despite his enigmatic nature and the apparent favor he received from the ancestral sacrificial spirit, he was not regarded as a contender, especially since he had yet to step onto the chaotic arena. Perhaps his mysterious identity belied a rather ordinary strength. You have already been defeated by me once. Should you dare to challenge me again, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Shi Hao declared calmly as he gazed at Ao Qian, his words imbued with unwavering confidence. That defeat was not one I acknowledge. Ao Qian retorted, refusing to accept the reality of his prior loss. Everyone witnessed it. Your denial is futile. I can only say that I had yet to utilize my trump cards, and you merely seized an opportunity, leading to a momentary disadvantage. Ao Qian insisted. If that is the case, allow me to reveal my true power. Shi Hao, undeterred by Ao Qian's refusal to admit defeat, had cultivated an invincible spirit. In his eyes, Ao Qian was no longer a worthy opponent. Shi Hao's true rivals lay among the prodigies of the primordial Dao field, those who had received unparalleled fortunes, such as Yun Shi, the sorceress, and Lin Xiantong. With that, Shi Hao made his move. This time, he did not hesitate to test the waters or hold back. He unleashed the full extent of his powers, embodying the essence of his being. Simultaneously, he utilized the supreme divine technique he had comprehended but never before manifested, the Hand of Heaven. The Hand of Heaven is an advanced version of the Heavenly Calamity Light. Even in its incomplete form, the Heavenly Calamity Light is renowned as one of the most terrifying tribulations in existence. As Shi Hao invoked the Hand of Heaven, the entire chaotic arena became enveloped in an overwhelming celestial punishment, a cataclysmic force that instilled dread throughout the world. Within this tribulation, a pair of celestial hands grasped the calamity as if a supreme thunder emperor had descended. The instant these celestial hands appeared, they moved with astonishing speed, seemingly transcending the constraints of time and space, reaching Ao Qian in the blink of an eye. Ao Qian's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing this move. Shi Hao's technique surpassed even the celestial powers he commanded, and its terrifying might filled him with an acute sense of peril, as if his very life hung in the balance. Without hesitation, Ao Qian activated the bloodline of his ancestors. He understood that no other technique or treasure would suffice against such an onslaught. Only the ancestral blood might withstand this blow. As Ao Qian's blood surged, a drop of ancestral essence, akin to a vast ocean, resonated with a thunderous roar, enveloping the entirety of the chaotic arena. In that moment, it seemed as if a contest of might was unfolding. And what of this attack? Shi Hao mused, unperturbed that his Hand of Heaven was countered. After all, Ao Qian was a scion of an immortal king, celebrated within the celestial domain. If he were so easily vanquished, it would only reflect the weakness of the celestial realm. Though Shi Hao possessed unshakable confidence, he never underestimated any adversary. Ao Qian was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, deserving of earnest effort. Reincarnation. This was another supreme secret technique mastered by Shi Hao, derived from his own supremacy, and enhanced through multiple transformations into his second supreme bone. Inspired by the great desolation sword technique he had witnessed Lin Shu perform, he had grasped this temporal secret art. Upon invocation, the very fabric of space within the chaotic arena froze, and time itself came to a standstill, no longer flowing. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the river of time had been severed. Faced with the reincarnation technique, Ao Qian realized that hope for victory had evaporated. He could only concede. I am defeated. Upon hearing Ao Qian's admission, Shi Hao simultaneously withdrew his divine powers and secret arts. I shall spare your life, should darkness assail in the future, and if you do not dedicate yourself to resisting it, I will personally claim your life. Ao Qian gazed at Shi Hao, somewhat astonished that Shi Hao would allow him to live. Yet, he remained defiant, asserting, today, you have indeed triumphed. When I ascend to immortality, we shall battle again, and I will surely emerge victorious. Shi Hao regarded Ao Qian for a moment before shaking his head and stepping out of the chaotic world of the arena. As he departed, his voice resonated throughout the chaotic realm, reaching Ao Qian's ears. I once heard a saying, and now I gift it to you. An enemy who has fallen to me shall never be regarded as a worthy opponent. I grant you time to catch up until you become but a distant silhouette. With these words, a stir of astonishment rippled through the ranks of powerful beings in the celestial domain. What audacity to utter such a declaration! Lin Shu, seated upon a celestial mountain, gazed toward the battlefield, struck by a sense of disbelief upon hearing Shi Hao's proclamation. He had once appropriated this very phrase for his own use, and now it had returned, spoken from Shi Hao's lips. Indeed, it could be said that the Shi Hao of today should be referred to as Huang. Huang, having cultivated his essence to the pinnacle and forged an indomitable heart, was poised for a meteoric rise. Nothing in this world would be able to impede his ascent. Thus, it was time for him to pursue the tasks he had set out to accomplish in the celestial realm. Lin Shu had 3 objectives in coming to the celestial domain. The first was, of course, to aid Meng Tianzhong in achieving immortality. Currently, Meng Tianzhong remained in seclusion. Once he emerged, he would be poised to ascend. The second objective was to resolve the karma between the goddess Lu and the Bone Queen. With the demise of Immortal Kings Ao Qian, Tai Shi, and Yuan Chu, that layer of karma had been concluded. Thus, only the final objective remained: to consolidate the forces of the celestial realm to combat the impending dark invasion, or perhaps to confront the even more formidable and insidious threat lurking behind the shadows. The celestial realm harbored numerous true immortals and a fair number of immortal kings. If alliances could be forged, the strength to confront the sinister would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. Particularly, there was one individual Lin Shu was especially concerned about: the Butcher, a powerful figure among the immortal kings, a formidable force of unmatched strength. If he could be swayed, it would be a monumental asset. Chapter 204, Darkness and the Sinister. The choice. With Shi Hao's victory over Ao Qian, this grand event came to a close. The young prodigy's supreme beings and powerful cultivators from the celestial domain were now preparing to depart. This iteration of the Peach Blossom Gathering was undoubtedly the most spectacular in its history. Not only have 2 extraordinary talents from the lower realms been witnessed, possessing unparalleled gifts capable of suppressing the descendants of the celestial kings, but it has also been observed that once exalted beings, who once reigned supreme in the celestial domain, were vanquished like mere insects. It has been countless years since a celestial king has fallen in the celestial domain. In fact, one could assert that since the last invasion by the dark forces from another realm, the celestial domain has not experienced the demise of a celestial king. Yet this time, not only has a celestial king fallen, but 3 have perished in unison. The occurrence of 3 celestial kings falling in a single day is unprecedented in history. The celestial kings, once lofty in stature, have never been recorded to have fallen in such numbers, even while battling the dark invaders from other realms. This event is indeed of remarkable significance. All strong beings turned their gazes toward the direction of the divine Lu, bowing respectfully as they prepare to take their leave. At that moment, Lin Shu interjected, "Esteemed guests, please hold." Lin Shu's voice, though not loud, resonated in each person's ear, causing those who were about to depart to halt in their tracks. Lin Shu, whose origins are shrouded in mystery, commanded a great deal of respect even from the Bone Celestial King, and it seemed that even the divine Lu, an existence capable of slaying celestial kings as if they were mere insects, regarded him as an equal. Although Lin Shu's apparent cultivation level seemed modest, none dared to exhibit any semblance of negligence, halting their departure to direct their attention toward him. Lin Shu continued, "I have retained your presence for a singular purpose. This matter bears significant implications for the entire world, encompassing both the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as the celestial domain." Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, many felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. A supreme powerhouse could not help but inquire what matter could possibly influence the 9 heavens and 10 earths. While there are many affairs that could affect them, to claim it could impact the entire celestial domain is a bold assertion. In the last epoch, the 9 heavens and 10 earths nearly faced annihilation in their battle against the dark forces from another realm, resulting in a severe depletion of celestial Dao experts. Yet the celestial domain remained largely unscathed. Even with another potential invasion from the dark realm, it is unlikely to shake the foundations of the celestial domain. Lin Shu glanced at the supreme being and retorted, "In the last epoch, the battlefield lay within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where the dark forces were obstructed by the celestial kings of that realm. while the celestial domain severed its connection with the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Thus, the celestial domain naturally suffered minimal repercussions. If the Dark Realm were to invade once more, do you believe the 9 heavens and 10 earths, now devoid of celestial kings, could withstand such an onslaught? At that time, do you not think the dark forces would sweep into the celestial domain without resistance? Upon hearing this, the Supreme Being fell silent. The celestial king, seated deep within the world, shrouded in chaotic energy, finally spoke. So, you wish for us to mobilize the celestial domain's forces to protect the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Lin Shu shook his head, directing his gaze toward the venerable celestial king. No, I am retaining you to forge an alliance between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the celestial domain, to stand united against a formidable enemy. Furthermore, I have never stated that the imminent threat is the Dark Realm. To speak frankly, if it were merely the dark forces, with the divine Lu present, one person could hold them off single-handedly. The strongest among the Dark Realm are primarily the celestial kings. Such beings, in the present context, pose no threat to the divine Lu. With determination, the divine Lu could easily suppress them, although the celestial king giants may surpass Ao Cheng in strength. It makes little difference to the divine Lu. What? The celestial king was taken aback at Lin Shu's assertion. If it is not the Dark Realm, then what other adversaries does the celestial domain face? Could it be the Sea of Realms? Are the powers within the Sea of Realms returning? If that is the case, it would indeed spell disaster. The Sea of Realms has accumulated countless epochs of powerful beings, and the number of celestial kings there remains unknown, even to other celestial kings. The Sea of Realms is, for the vast majority of celestial kings, a forbidden ground. Throughout history, innumerable celestial kings have entered the Sea of Realms, only to become lost and never return. Should they return, having been lost for countless ages, their temperaments would surely have transformed beyond recognition, leading to a great calamity for the celestial domain. Do you have evidence? It seems to me that the celestial kings of the Sea of Realms are indeed lost and unable to return. The words of this celestial king reverberated across the space. In an instant, the expressions of many strong beings shifted. Not the Sea of Realms. Lin Shu shook his head once more. As long as it is not the Sea of Realms, it is a relief. Upon hearing Lin Shu's denial, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. If it were not the Sea of Realms, then even the most formidable enemy could ultimately be confronted. If it were the Sea of Realms, however, there would be absolutely no chance of victory. The celestial domain does possess some celestial kings, but compared to the Sea of Realms, they fall woefully short. Yet, they may not be weaker than the Sea of Realms, and might even surpass it in strength. Regarding the Sea of Realms, I must assert that no one in the entire world comprehends it better than I do. Not even the celestial kings or celestial king giants who reside within the Sea of Realms. The Sea of Realms, while formidable, harbors some existences that are even more terrifying. Their origins are far more astonishing. I refer to them as the aberrations. The so-called darkness is merely a branch of the aberrations. Upon hearing this, even the celestial king's expressions shifted slightly. The darkness, how powerful must it be? As celestial kings, they are well aware of its strength. If darkness is merely a branch of the aberrations, then how formidable must the aberrations themselves be? Could it be that behind the aberrations lies a true emperor? If that is the case, then there is no need for battle. Defeat is already assured. Lin Shu continued. Perhaps some have begun to suspect, but I can assertively say that your assumptions do not represent the true might of the aberrations. Their power is absolutely beyond what you can currently conceive. The limitations of this world have led you to envision the most terrifying existence as the Emperor. Only I understand that, within the ranks of the aberration beings, the Emperor is merely a formidable figure, but not the pinnacle of existence. Of course, I also recognize that the true pinnacle will not intervene at this time. However, since I must persuade you, I shall present the worst-case scenario. Without a crisis, this group would never unite. At that moment, someone posed a question. If the aberrations are so powerful, why have we never encountered them? Throughout countless epochs, there have been no records of them. Lin Shu chuckled softly. That is because someone has borne the burden for us, and also because this place was once too weak. Their gaze would never have turned toward us. You, much like overlooking an anthill by the roadside, would you pay it any mind? What? Lin Shu likened the celestial domain to a mere anthill by the roadside? Are the aberrations truly that formidable? Lin Shu chose not to elaborate further. To speak too much invites misfortune, and some truths, if made too explicit, might attract unwanted attention. I shall refrain from saying more. Today, I pose but one question. Are you willing to form an alliance? If so, declare your oath here, and I will enable you to enhance your strength in a short time. If you are unwilling, you may depart directly. But you must swear that today's matters shall remain confidential. Should you leave, and the aberrations descend upon us another day, your demise shall be your own responsibility. At this moment, the divine Lu also stepped forward, her unparalleled grace manifesting as she approached, the oppressive aura that had quelled the three celestial kings now shining through vividly. Esteemed guests, the time has come for you to make your choice. The divine Lu's words, calm yet profoundly penetrating, resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 205, The Opportunity for Ascendance, a matter that moves the celestial kings. As the divine Lu's voice faded, the powerful beings of the celestial domain began to waver in their resolve. Lin Shu's words, though seemingly grandiloquent, left the decision to forge an alliance to the individual discretion of each. However, it is well understood by all that should one forsake the alliance, the formidable prowess of the divine Lu would undoubtedly afford him a multitude of means to subject them to hardship. Moreover, Lin Shu remains an enigma. It is unclear whether only the currently visible divine Lu and the Bone Immortal King are by his side, or if other formidable beings lurk in the shadows. Should such hidden powers exist, what might their strength entail? This remains a mystery to all. Finally, a supreme being stepped forth and inquired, "Might I ask? You mentioned the ability to aid us in rapidly enhancing our power. Could this be true? If so, how is such enhancement to be achieved? Even in the immortal realm, there exists no method to expedite our strength in such a manner, let alone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Lin Shu did not rush to respond. Instead, he immersed his mind within the system. The system interface materialized before his eyes. Ultimate Investment System. Host. Lin Shu age. 34. 889 years. Realm. Slashing Realm Cultivation Technique. Primordial True Solution Physique. Primordial Chaotic Body Divine Arts. Howling Moon and Star Divine Art. Great Desolation Sword Cannon. Primordial Spirit. Primordial Chaos. Primordial Initial Light. True Dragon Divine Art. Qilin Divine Art. Cicada Divine Art. Thunder Emperor Divine Art. Investments made. Lu Shun. Shi Hao. Yun Elf. Lin Xuan Tong. Huo Ling Er. King Qi. Lin King. Xie Yuyu. Qin Su Yue. Feng Wu. Demoness. Dragoness. Gigu. Yixian Sec Master. Taiyin Yada Rabit. Chao Yuxing. Qin Hao. Yu Chan. Zhe Mu Yuan Investment Rewards. All collected lottery draws. Annual draws 0. Monthly draws 0. Possessions 20 Celestial Guardians. 2 Supreme Mounts. True Phoenix and Chaotic Demon Ape. 2 Celestial Mounts. Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Wolf. Time Space Palace. Primordial Tower. Destiny Stones X2. Tai True Water. Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Great Initial Sword. Inner Universe Cultivation Method. 3 flowers gathering at the top with 5 chi returning to Origin Technique. 3 Supreme Beings Thunder Spirit Clan. Divine Cicada Clan. Qilin. Flawless Golden Pills X10. 3 Light Divine Waters X8. True Immortal Flesh X20. Flawless Celestial Fruits X28. Supreme Dao Fruits X29. True Immortal Dao Fruits X2. Immortal King Flesh X4, including 1 from the Poo Demon King. 9 Color Immortal Pills X2. Heaven Sacrifice Pill. Flawless Supreme Dao Fruit. Flawless Immortal King Dao Fruit. Path-ending Level Immortal Emperor Techniques. Primordial Reincarnation Technique. Primordial Magic Devouring Technique. Primordial Burning Technique, etc. 6 Paths Reincarnation Immortal King S. Yuan Spirit. Imperial Light Immortal King S. Blood X1. Flower Pollen Empress's Remnant Soul. 2 portions of Immortal King S. Origin. 3 portions of True Immortal S. Origin. Grass Character Sword Technique. 2 Flower Pollen Seeds Wutong Divine Tree. World Breath Soil. Primordial Coffin. Gazing at the system interface. Lin Shu realized that available means to elevate his strength to the Supreme Realm included True Immortal Dao Fruits, True Immortal Origins, and Flawless Golden Pills. Subsequently, he directly retrieved several treasures. As for the divine treasures capable of swiftly enhancing one's strength at the supreme level, I indeed possess such items. Each of these 3 treasures in my hand is sufficient to enable one to transcend and achieve true immortal status. You may examine them for yourselves. I trust that once you do, you shall comprehend the veracity of my claims. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the numerous powerful beings present, ranging from supremes to even some true immortals and immortal kings, turned their gazes towards the items in Lin Shu's hands. A true immortal, sensing the aura of the treasures, could not help but exclaim, "What extraordinary treasures are these? Why have I never encountered them before?" yet I can distinctly feel the essence of the immortal Tao emanating from them. One can be assured that acquiring them would undoubtedly make achieving the immortal Tao no daunting task. Another supreme echoed, "Indeed, the essence of the immortal Tao is exceedingly rich, and I feel an overwhelming desire to absorb it, as if doing so might grant me the path to immortality." An immortal king, enveloped in chaotic energy, proclaimed, "These treasures seem to encapsulate the essence of a true immortal's entire Tao. Might it be, O Tao Master, that you have slain a Taoist powerhouse to forge these?" Other powerful beings followed suit, expressing their thoughts in unison. There was no doubt that their sentiments aligned. These treasures could indeed enable a supreme to achieve immortality in a short span. Observing the fervent discussions among the crowd, Lin Shu interjected, "The three treasures I hold are the true immortal Tao fruit, the true immortal origin, and the flawless golden pill. The so-called true immortal Tao fruit allows one to swiftly attain true immortal status upon consumption. However, this shortcut in cultivation does come with its drawbacks. Once one breaks through, future opportunities for advancement become exceedingly scarce. The true immortal origin allows for breakthrough to true immortal status as well, but compared to the Tao fruit, the speed of advancement is somewhat slower, albeit devoid of significant drawbacks. With sufficient aptitude, one may indeed have the opportunity to progress further. As for the flawless golden pill, its efficacy surpasses that of the true immortal origin." Hearing Lin Shu's elucidation, the eyes of several supremes ignited with fervor. Were it not for the presence of the divine Lu, it is certain that some would have surged forward to seize the treasures. Even with the divine Lu nearby, the intensity of their longing could not be concealed. Lin Shu was not taken aback by this. After all, these were treasures capable of granting immortality. While the immortal realm boasts a greater number of Taoists compared to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the actual chances of achieving immortality remain scarce. Among the many supremes present, the probability of success for immortality was likely only a fraction of a percent. "Tao Master, are you truly willing to bestow this supreme opportunity upon us to enhance our strength?" They inquired eagerly. Of course, however, the method I mentioned for rapid enhancement is not solely limited to these treasures. You must understand that acquiring them without any cost is impossible. At this moment, they were unconcerned with any price. Having reached this level of cultivation, they were all too aware that opportunities do not simply present themselves. They pressed Lin Shu for clarity. "Tao Master, please be forthright. What must we do?" "It is quite simple. By slaying powerful beings from other realms, you can earn points, which can then be exchanged for the treasures I possess." Lin Shu responded, "I have established a sect in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, known as the Primordial Sect, of which I am the Tao Master. Should you wish to learn more in detail, you may visit the Primordial Tao to observe, and anyone desiring to join the Primordial Tao may do so freely upon passing the assessment, thus gaining access to various resources." As Lin Shu spoke, he paused, and all gazes were intently fixed upon him, eager to hear his next revelation. "In the Primordial Tao, we possess a time-space tower, within which the flow of time is accelerated compared to the outside world. 1 year in the outside world can equate to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 years of cultivation within the tower. What? In an instant, every powerful being's expression transformed to one of astonishment. Even those few immortal kings shrouded in chaotic energy, such as the Hunyuan Immortal King and the Pan Wang, exhibited signs of shock. If that were the case, it would mean that within just 1 year, it would be possible to cultivate a massive army of supremes using the time-space tower. While the immortal realm may have few prodigies with the potential for ascension, there is no shortage of those with supreme potential. Indeed, all present possessed such qualifications. Lin Shu, possessing such extraordinary treasures, should easily be able to cultivate strong individuals. Why then does he still seek the immortal realm alliance? This peculiar predicament reveals a truth more alarming than one might imagine. Otherwise, Lin Shu would not have acted thus. At this moment, Lin Shu turned his gaze toward a distant starry expanse, the direction where Qin Lin resided. "I wonder if your ancestors have arrived. I am grateful for the Qin family's nurturing of Shi Hao and Jixian during this time, and I have a small gift for him." Before Qin Lin could speak, a figure promptly appeared, declaring, "Tao Master, I am here." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Shu wasted no time and immediately produced an item. The instant the object materialized, even the immortal kings could no longer remain composed, hastening to Lin Shu's side. Chapter 206, The Gathering of the Celestial Kings. Meng Tianjing finally emerges from seclusion. At this moment, The Han Yuan Celestial King gazed at the object in Lin Shu's hand with a complex expression, his tone betraying a hint of awkwardness as he inquired. This contains an extraordinarily pure essence, akin to the existence of a celestial king. Could you enlighten me on what it truly is? Beside him, the Pan King, though silent, revealed glimmers of anticipation in his eyes. The other celestial kings shared a similar sentiment, their expressions mirroring that of the Pan King. Being celestial kings themselves, they possessed an acute sensitivity, instantly recognizing the extraordinary nature of the object in Lin Shu's grasp, which evoked a sense of affinity within them, even stirring an inner desire to absorb it. It seemed that this object held paramount significance for them. Lin Shu, observing the restless celestial kings, circled around them, fully aware of the reason behind their demeanor. The celestial king essence was precisely what he held in his hand. This essence had the power to elevate an individual to the realm of a celestial king. Of course, that was merely one of its functions. If absorbed by a celestial king, it could enhance their cultivation to some extent. Their excitement was palpable, indicating that they recognized the celestial king essence as an unparalleled opportunity. The existence of a celestial king naturally attuned them to such fortuitous encounters. Meeting their eager gazes, Lin Shu did not conceal the truth, stating directly, "This object is known as the celestial king essence." He refrained from elaborating further on its effects, for the mere mention of its name was enough for those present to understand its significance, provided they were not foolish. With that, Lin Shu entrusted the celestial king essence to Qin Yuan, the ancient ancestor of the Qin celestial clan, a formidable presence poised on the brink of becoming a celestial king. As he beheld the essence handed to him by Lin Shu, a tremor coursed through his heart. The celestial king essence. He knew without a doubt that possessing this would allow him to transcend to the realm of a celestial king. This was the pinnacle of his aspirations. The distinction between a quasi-celestial king and a celestial king may seem trivial, but only those who have genuinely stood at the threshold of quasi-celestial king status, like Qin Yuan, understood that this thin line represented epochs of difference. In this era, he had lingered for 3 full epochs, having reached the zenith of quasi-celestial king at the end of the previous epoch. Yet, as another epoch passed, he remained stagnant, showing no signs of breakthrough. He had nearly resigned himself to the insurmountable difficulty of advancing from quasi-celestial king to celestial king, a challenge beyond imagination. Now, with the celestial king essence in his grasp, he could finally break through and attain the exalted status of a true celestial king, overlooking the celestial realm and standing at its pinnacle. Qin Yuan turned his gaze toward Lin Shu, and despite his higher realm, he could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Tao Master, are you truly willing to bestow this upon me? What are you hesitant to accept?" Lin Shu regarded Qin Yuan with a smile. "I am indeed willing. Yet this object is far too precious. Accepting it as it stands would leave me feeling unworthy. Perhaps you could propose some conditions, so that I might receive it with greater ease of mind? Since you put it that way, why not join the Taichu Dao? From this day forth, become a titled elder of the Taichu Dao. What do you think?" "Very well, I accept," Qin Yuan replied without hesitation, fully aware that becoming an elder of the Taichu Dao meant he would be under Lin Shu's command, the very individual who established the Taichu Dao. But what of it? A chance to break through to celestial king was worth the sacrifice. Throughout the annals of history, countless powerful beings have fallen into darkness in pursuit of breakthroughs. At least he had not succumbed to such darkness, and moreover, the Taichu Dao housed the supreme existence of the ancestor spirit. In every sense, this was a monumental gain. Watching as Lin Shu presented the celestial king essence to Qin Yuan, the Pan King, Han Yuan celestial king, and the other celestial kings felt their hearts bleed with envy. Had it not been for the preservation of their dignity, some might have openly exclaimed, "Give it to me. I too shall join the Taichu Dao." To give Qin Yuan this, a mere ordinary celestial king, would mean I could undoubtedly advance further, surpassing the average celestial king. Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced, as they were celestial kings who value their pride. Seizing the moment, Lin Shu turned to the Pan King, Han Yuan celestial king, and the others, esteemed celestial kings. "If you are willing to join the Taichu Dao, I have even greater opportunities to offer." Greater opportunities? The moment these words left his lips, the Pan King and Han Yuan celestial king could no longer restrain their curiosity, asking, "Could it be that the Dao Master possesses a chance to break the king and ascend to emperor?" Lin Shu shook his head. Breaking the king and becoming emperor is not so easily attained. As celestial kings, you should be aware of the footprints in the Sea of Realms. Reflect upon your own strength in comparison to the owner of those footprints. The Pan King and Hunyuan Celestial King shook their heads in unison. The footprints in the Sea of Realms were believed to be left by a being who had broken the king and ascended to emperor. They knew full well that they could not compare. What if even that being failed to break the king and ascend to emperor? The implications of Lin Shu's words reverberated in their minds. The footprints were ample evidence of the owner's might. They could scarcely fathom achieving even a single footprint, let alone a trail of them. Those footprints had persisted since the fall of the emperor era, long rumored to belong to one who had broken the king and ascended to emperor. Now, to learn that such a powerful existence had not succeeded left them in awe. The prospect of breaking the king and ascending to emperor seemed almost impossible. Yet if you are willing, I possess certain methods that may allow you to advance further. While reaching the level of the divine Willow may be challenging, becoming a formidable figure is still within reach. Upon hearing this, the Pan King took the lead, declaring, "If that is the case, I am willing to join the Taichu Dao," with the Pan King setting the example. The Hunyuan Celestial King and the other Celestial Kings also voiced their agreement. "Excellent. You shall surely come to cherish the decision made today." Lin Shu rejoiced inwardly as they all consented. This journey into the Celestial Realm had proven immensely fruitful, with several new Celestial Kings joining. The strength of the Taichu Dao had significantly expanded. Thus, the affairs of the Celestial Realm were nearly concluded, awaiting only Meng Tianjing's ascension before their return. As for the matter of alliances, with the addition of the Celestial Kings, it would undoubtedly become simpler, and the forthcoming time promised to unfold smoothly. As Lin Shu had surmised, following the decision of the Celestial Kings to join the Taichu Dao, other powerful beings, including the supreme and true celestial beings, expressed their eagerness to form alliances to combat the darkness and the strange forces. Lin Shu entrusted the task of forging alliances to the Bone Celestial King, Pan King, and Hunyuan Celestial King. As for himself, he resolved to enter seclusion. With some time remaining before Meng Tianjing's ascension, Lin Shu deemed it prudent to seek breakthroughs during this interval. Otherwise, upon returning, he would find his disciples ascending to the supreme realm through the temporal tower while he lagged behind, a situation most unbecoming. Thus, Lin Shu commenced his seclusion in the Pan King city, within the Pan King's cultivation grounds. Time flowed slowly, and the landscape of the celestial realm underwent profound transformations. 3 years later, a thunderous roar echoed through Pan King City. Meng Tianjing had emerged from seclusion. He was finally on the brink of transcending to the realm of the celestial. Chapter 207. No More Regrets. Meng Tianjing transforms into a battle celestial. A startling change swept through Pan King City. In that moment, all the powerful beings within the city were jolted into alertness. Someone was about to ascend to the rank of celestial in the realm of immortals. Where formidable beings abound and true immortals are not a rarity, the ascent to immortality remains a breathtaking event. All eyes were drawn towards a particular direction, that of an inn within the city. Inside the inn, a world of celestial wonders abruptly unfolded, with boundless phenomena and radiant hues emanating from this realm, illuminating the entirety of Panwang City and extending into the infinite depths of the cosmos. Who among them is destined for immortality? Such an aura is certainly not that of an ordinary individual. Does Panwang City harbor such a formidable sovereign? As everyone felt the overwhelming presence, their hearts trembled. The aura of this sovereign was immensely powerful, and even before achieving immortality, it vaguely approached that of a true immortal. The essence radiating from sovereign's realm rivaling that of a true immortal is exceedingly rare in the realm of immortals. Throughout history, few have accomplished such a feat. After all, the sovereign represents the domain of humanity, while the true immortal belongs to the realm of the celestial. The chasm between the two is unfathomable. Clearly, this was an extraordinary figure. Should he succeed today, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of an immortal king in the future. Today, I shall attain immortality, Meng Tianjing declared, and with a mighty step, he conjured a divine light of the great Tao, propelling himself away from Panwang City and vanishing into the cosmic expanse. The tribulation of immortality is a formidable force. Although Panwang City is safeguarded by celestial formations, it is ultimately a city of immortals, bustling with life. Should a single bolt of tribulation lightning strike within, it could obliterate countless souls. The tribulation of immortality is not something every being can withstand. Even those who have attained the status of true immortals do not dare to claim absolute immunity against it, let alone the majority of beings within Panwang City, who dwell beneath the celestial threshold. Naturally, Meng Tianzhong wished to avoid causing the demise of countless lives due to his tribulation. Deep within the cosmic void, silence reigned, devoid of any life, save for ancient stars that had endured the passage of endless eons. As Meng Tianzhong stepped forth, the sovereign's aura erupted, causing the lifeless ancient stars to burst forth in brilliance, illuminating the once desolate region and rendering Meng Tianzhong's figure distinctly visible. At that moment, everyone beheld Meng Tianzhong clearly. Evidently, he was an unfamiliar powerhouse, unknown to all. They exchanged glances, pondering if such an exceptional figure existed in the realm of immortals. If so, surely he would not remain obscure. In an instant, someone speculated, perhaps he hails from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was astonishing that from such a barren land, which had been ravaged by foreign invaders in the previous era, a figure of such caliber could emerge, possessing the potential to become an immortal king. Within the boundless cosmic depths, an explosive sound resonated. At that moment, Meng Tianzhong unleashed his full power, his entire being radiating light as if ablaze, releasing an immortal force. A wave of unparalleled energy surged forth, sweeping across the infinite cosmos. As Meng Tianzhong's long black hair danced wildly, his gaze sharp as lightning, and his aura soared. From his body, streams of immortal light ascended, enveloped by ethereal mists, rendering him supremely divine. It was about to commence. Powerful beings observed the depths of the cosmic void, whispering in anticipation. Not only was Panwang's city witnessing the spectacle, but even several surrounding major cities beheld the terrifying scene unfolding in the boundless cosmic depths. All eyes were fixed upon Meng Tianzhong. At this moment, Meng Tianzhong remained unaware of the multitude of gazes upon him. He stood alone in the depths of the cosmos, surrounded by a dazzling river of stars, with distant celestial bodies illuminated by the flashes of lightning. The tribulation lightning did not merely descend from above, but approached from all directions. In the vastness of the cosmos, there was no distinction between up and down, nor left and right. Meng Tianzhong found himself encircled by the tempest of tribulation lightning. With a calm demeanor, Meng Tianzhong remained unfazed by the encroaching tribulation lightning. His gaze was resolute, and he fully unleashed his sovereign aura, which transcended to the pinnacle of human existence. Stepping into the realm of the ultimate path, a territory rarely traversed even by the greatest of legends. If this domain were to be named, it could be aptly referred to as the Empire. In this moment, Meng Tianzhong embodied an unparalleled emperor, directly charging into the tribulation lightning, dissipating the bolts before him. In that very instant, the power of the tribulation lightning surged tremendously, escalating to unprecedented levels within moments. How could this be? Was this truly the tribulation of immortality? All spectators gazed in awe at this scene. The aura of the lightning had evidently surpassed that of a mere tribulation, seemingly intent on eradicating Meng Tianzhong from the depths of the cosmos. "This is perilous, a battle tribulation," exclaimed onlookers, astonished by the formidable resolve of this comrade, who sought to transform into a battle immortal. The lightning roared like a surging sea, overwhelming Meng Tianzhong. Even amidst such overwhelming force, sustained injuries. With a thunderous roar, Meng Tianzhong's armor resonated like celestial swords, exuding a fierce killing intent that erupted in golden light, countering the destructive might of the endless lightning sea. In the next moment, a divine bow materialized in Meng Tianzhong's hand, from which a figure emerged, strikingly similar to him. The instant this figure appeared, it was immediately engulfed by the tidal wave of lightning, and both of Meng Tianzhong's forms began to bleed. The two bleeding forms rushed towards each other, unleashing an unparalleled aura of the celestial path, their powers vast and boundless. As the two bodies merged, Meng Tianzhong underwent a remarkable transformation, embodying both death and vibrant life, chaos and celestial light, enveloping him entirely. "Using my body as a seed, I shall reforge the path," Meng Tianzhong roared, driven by an indomitable spirit. Meng Tianzhong rejected a life of mediocrity and aspired to become a battle immortal unlike any other. His past regrets and aspirations for this lifetime erupted at this moment, as myriad doors within him swung open, releasing eternal power. The light of immortality cascaded across the infinite cosmos, and Meng Tianzhong's aura intensified as he shouted, "Today, I shall harness the power of the tribulation lightning to mend my past." With a resounding boom, he shattered the tribulation lightning on the path to immortality. Meng Tianzhong bellowed fiercely, his killing intent overwhelming, wielding unmatched might as he charged forth, enveloped in boundless celestial light. crashing into the vast sea of lightning. With clenched fists, Meng Tianzhong propelled himself forward, each punch more ferocious than the last, causing the stars to tremble and the galaxies to sway beneath the force of his strikes. At this moment, immeasurable brilliance erupted. Meng Tianzhong, unmatched in valor, radiated light, akin to a black hole, absorbing the destructive power of the tribulation lightning. Amidst the tumultuous waves of lightning, with resounding echoes of the great Tao, Meng Tianzhong's fist struck with unmatched force, relentlessly attacking. Yet the power of the lightning sea was overwhelmingly formidable. His fists bled, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he pressed on, undaunted by his injuries. Launching a relentless assault. At that moment, a dreadful occurrence unfolded. The heavens erupted with thunder, and celestial light blazed, engulfing the starry sky in a vast, boundless expanse. Where once there had been a space untouched by the lightning sea, it too was now submerged in the celestial thunder. Meng Tianzhong was entirely enveloped by the tribulation lightning, leaving all observers in the dark, uncertain of what would transpire next. After an indeterminate time, deep within the lightning sea, a thunderous sound echoed as the heavens split apart, and a radiant sword light cleaved through the vast firmament. Meng Tianzhong had succeeded. He had finally glimpsed the essence of eternal life. As the radiance of immortality surged through the starry sky, at this moment, his form was being reshaped, and at long last he had accomplished the ultimate leap, transforming from an emperor into a battle immortal, thereby fully entering the realm of the celestial path. Meng Tianzhong had truly become a true immortal. Chapter 208. Preparation for Departure. Schemes of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Had he succeeded? As Meng Tianzhong emerged from the Sea of Thunder, the aura surrounding him unmistakably signified his achievement as a genuine true immortal. The nearby great cities gazed in disbelief toward Meng Tianzhong's direction. He was undoubtedly the most formidable being to have transcended the tribulation of ascension in this entire epoch, witnessed by all beings in the celestial domain. The might of those tribulation lightning bolts was nothing short of astonishing. Even a seasoned expert who had achieved true immortality for ages might struggle to withstand it. Yet he had withstood it with sheer grit. Observing Meng Tianzhong's success, numerous powerful figures from the surrounding cities stepped into the starry expanse, either to congratulate him or to seek his alliance. It was evident to any discerning eye that Meng Tianzhong possessed immense potential, with a bright future ahead of him, surely capable of breaking through to the realm of immortal kings. Such a formidable figure was worth cultivating a close relationship with, and if they could win him over, it would be even better. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You have surpassed the most formidable tribulation of ascension, shaking the very foundations of the celestial domain throughout the ages. A truly earth-shattering feat that leaves me in awe. Congratulations on your ascension, esteemed fellow. You are now an immortal being. I wonder from whence you hail? Would you care to join the celestial clan behind me as a guest elder? My esteemed friend, I hail from the Immortal King family. If you're willing to join us, my ancestor, being an immortal king, will certainly impart teachings to you personally, thereby assisting you in swiftly breaking through to the realm of immortal kings. Esteemed fellow, Meng Tianzhong observed a multitude of celestial powerhouses converging toward him, each face illuminated by hopeful expressions, extending invitations. Witnessing this scene, Meng Tianzhong spoke, "I am deeply grateful for your kind intentions, my dear friends, and I appreciate all your congratulations. However, I must decline your offers. I've already allied myself with another faction, which has treated me favorably. Without their support, I may not have achieved immortality." This statement was not a falsehood. Without the primordial path and Lin Shu, Meng Tianzhong might have ascended in a manner fraught with peril. Yet, today's ascension, while not devoid of difficulty, was significantly more straightforward than the alternative methods that could have been employed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, which would have entailed immense risks. Oh, from where does this esteemed friend hail? I wonder which faction could nurture someone of your extraordinary caliber. At that moment, a voice rang out. Meng Tianzhong, Elder Meng, is an outer elder of our primordial path. Are you all attempting to poach from us? The speaker was Lin Shu. During this time, he had been in seclusion. While in retreat, Lin Shu had consumed the flawless supreme Tao fruit and had now reached the supreme realm. Upon attaining this level, Lin Shu sensed the fluctuations of the tribulation of ascension and understood that Meng Tianzhong was undergoing his tribulation. Thus, he had been quietly observing, ensuring that no nefarious individuals would disrupt Meng Tianzhong's process. Fortunately, no one had interfered, and Meng Tianzhong successfully transcended the tribulation, ultimately achieving immortality. Now that Meng Tianzhong had successfully ascended, Lin Shu no longer needed to remain in the shadows. Upon seeing Lin Shu's arrival, some individuals immediately recoiled in fear. These individuals had previously participated in the Peach Festival and were aware of Lin Shu's remarkable identity, which commanded respect even from many immortal kings within the celestial domain. Others, however, were at a loss. While they had heard of the Peach Festival, they had not personally encountered Lin Shu, thus remaining indifferent to such a supreme figure. After all, they had come before the already ascended Meng Tianzhong, which meant they were also true immortals and thus not intimidated by Lin Shu. However, as many true immortals made way for Lin Shu, one cannot help but ask, who is he? Why do you all seem so fearful of him? Someone explained. Do you not remember the Peach Festival? It is said that during that event, 3 immortal kings perished at once, and a mysterious figure emerged, claiming to be the leader of the primordial path, uniting many powerful beings in the celestial domain, even compelling immortal kings to join the primordial path. Could it be that he is from the primordial path? The one who had just explained nodded. Indeed, this person is the leader of the primordial path. Upon hearing this, the previously indifferent true immortals immediately parted ways. The leader of the primordial path was a figure of immense renown in the celestial domain, one whom even immortal kings dared not provoke. As mere true immortals, they naturally would not take such risks. Lin Shu stepped into the starry cosmos. Gazing at Meng Tianzhong, Elder Meng, congratulations on your breakthrough. From this day forward, you shall be an inner elder of our primordial path. You are too kind, Tao Master. Were it not for your invitation to the esteemed Lu Shun, I would not have arrived in the celestial domain. And without coming here, how could I have attained immortality? I owe my progress to the opportunity you have granted me. There is no need for such modesty, Elder Meng. Your ascent is a testament to your own formidable strength. There are also a few supremes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I would not have brought them along if I had not recognized your strength. Had they been capable of ascending, I would not have hesitated to bring them, but unfortunately, their foundations are insufficient. The only one with adequate preparation is Wang Changsheng. Yet he is not one of us and has since vanished. Wang Changsheng? He is indeed a formidable supreme, but alas, he is of the darkness. Very well. Now that Elder Meng has ascended, matters in the celestial domain are settled. We shall return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where I have many affairs to attend to. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there remain hidden immortal kings that Lin Shu must uncover, including the 2 from the Void God realm, namely Lord Bird and Lord Crystal Wall. They are the second and the Immortal Gold Taoist, respectively. Simultaneously, it is high time to visit the burial domain. Since Lu Shun last emerged to suppress 3 immortal kings, the karmic ties have been resolved, and she has informed Lin Shu that she has sensed the barrier and is on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, after many years of Lin Shu's seclusion, Lu Shun has likely truly stepped into that level. Once she reaches that realm, conquering the burial domain will be a matter of ease. At that point, with the celestial domain and the 9 heavens and 10 earths allied with the burial domain, unless the enigmatic forces dispatch a genuine immortal emperor or a multitude of quasi-immortal emperors, they will possess the strength to contend. In the city of the King of Pans, Lin Shu, the Bone Fairy Immortal King, Qin Yuan, Qin Lin, Shi Hao, the exiled immortal, and Meng Tianzhong gathered together. Lin Shu addressed the King of Pans. I must return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to handle some matters. You must pay careful attention to affairs in the celestial domain on my behalf. Also, find an opportunity to see if you can draw out that one. The Butcher of the Imperial Fall era is a powerful figure. If we can bring him into our fold, it would significantly bolster our strength. The Butcher? Upon hearing this, the King of Pans nodded. He was well aware of the Butcher. The Butcher's ancestors were the founders of the cultivation system in the celestial domain. And as an immortal king, how could he not recognize such a figure? Very well, Tao Master, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Good. When the Butcher appears, you shall bring along the immortal kings from the celestial domain who have joined the primordial path to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and I will facilitate your further advancement. Yes, Tao Master. Upon hearing the prospect of further advancement, the King of Pans felt a thrill of excitement. Chapter 209, Shi Hao's Rival, finally returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Subsequently, Lin Shu turned his gaze toward Shi Hao and the exiled immortal. What do you both intend to do from here? Will you continue to remain in the celestial domain for training, or will you return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Shi Hao promptly declared, I wish to return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Having acquired a wealth of cultivation resources through the Pan Tao Grand Assembly, I find myself lacking in that regard. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I have access to the time and space tower for my cultivation, and there are rivals to challenge me. This immortal realm, though formidable, presents a challenge in finding an adversary worthy of my skills. I had thought that the descendants of the celestial kings were immensely powerful, yet it seems they are not as remarkable as I had presumed. Upon hearing these words, the individuals present, all hailing from the immortal realm, fell into silence. If spoken by anyone else, such claims would lack credibility. Yet, Shi Hao's prowess was undeniable. Awakens, a prominent figure among the descendants of the celestial kings, while not necessarily the strongest, was certainly among the elite. However, this talented individual fell effortlessly to Shi Hao. Even if there were other geniuses who might surpass Awakens, they would still be insufficient to match Shi Hao's strength. Thus, Shi Hao's assertion held no grounds for dispute, rendering any counterarguments utterly futile. Beside him, Qin Lin was equally astonished. Shi Hao appeared to dismiss the talents of the immortal realm entirely, believing instead that formidable opponents resided in the seemingly primitive 9 heavens and 10 earths. This revelation left her taken aback. In the eyes of those from the immortal realm, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were akin to the lower realms, perhaps even barbaric lands, a sentiment somewhat exaggerated, yet following the calamity of the ancient immortal era. It could be argued that the inability to ascend to immortality rendered the 9 heavens and 10 earths scarcely different from such savage territories. In such an environment, how can anyone stand as Shi Hao's equal? Surely not everyone could possess the same caliber as Shi Hao or the exiled immortal, could they? Such a setting could hardly give rise to so many exceptional talents. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Qin Lin inquired, Shi Hao, are there truly numerous geniuses in the 9 heavens and 10 earths capable of contending with you? Shi Hao nodded affirmatively. Before arriving in the immortal realm, there were several individuals I did not have the confidence to defeat. However, now I am confident that I could prevail against them. Nevertheless, none of them could be compared to a descendant of the celestial kings, like Awakens. What? Qin Lin was taken aback by Shi Hao's words. Upon his arrival in the immortal realm, he had already exhibited remarkable combat prowess, easily overcoming the descendants of true immortals. Yet, this same Shi Hao acknowledged that there existed opponents in the 9 heavens and 10 earths whom he could not initially defeat. Just how formidable were those geniuses? This piqued Qin Lin's intrigue, prompting her to turn to Lin Shu. Tao Master, may I accompany you to the 9 heavens and 10 earths? I wish to witness the existence of geniuses who surpass even Awakens. Feel free. If you wish to go, I can certainly take you, Lin Shu replied. But can you make that decision? He glanced at Qin Yuan, who stood beside Qin Lin. She had now absorbed the essence of the celestial king, transitioning from a quasi-celestial king into the realm of true celestial kings. Upon noticing Lin Shu's gaze, Qin Yuan spoke up, Tao Master, I have no objections. She should have the freedom to choose her path. However, Tao Master, I find myself with little to attend to in the immortal realm. With my friend, the King of the Disc, managing matters here, I too wish to explore the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If you don't mind, may I join the Taichu path as an elder, like the other celestial kings? The proposal of a celestial king wishing to join the Taichu path was one Lin Shu had no reason to decline. Although the Taichu path boasted numerous disciples with their own paths, not all had attained enlightenment. And the presence of a celestial king as a teacher would be advantageous for their development. Excellent. You're most welcome. From this day forth, you shall be an elder of the Taichu path. We shall return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths together, Lin Shu declared. By the way, as an elder, you may bring a few disciples to join the Taichu path. Do you wish to bring along any geniuses from your Qin celestial clan? Qin Yuan immediately shook her head. No need. The strongest genius in my Qin celestial clan is this girl, Qin Lin. Since Shi Hao has claimed that there are those in the Taichu path who can challenge him, it stands to reason that there are many exceptional talents there. The younger generation of my Qin celestial clan would merely be overwhelmed. It is best they remain here in the immortal realm to cultivate. Lin Shu waved his hand, accepting Qin Yuan's decision to bring only Qin Lin. I too wish to return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The exiled immortal interjected. I wish to visit the Imperial Pass and see if I can slay more beings from foreign lands. Lin Shu was not surprised by the exiled immortal's choice. In the ruins of the ancient immortal realm, he had proven to be a formidable adversary who had slain countless geniuses. Such a person, appearing as if descended from the heavens, bore a heavy heart for battle, making it difficult for him to focus solely on cultivation. Thus, the selection of those returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths was finalized. Lin Shu, Shi Hao, the exiled immortal, Qin Yuan, Qin Lin, the Bone Maiden Celestial King. Meng Tianzhong, and of course, the Spirit of the Willow. With the roster confirmed, it was time to embark on their journey back to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Without hesitation, Lin Shu immediately reached out to the Spirit of the Willow. Upon receiving Lin Shu's message, the Spirit of the Willow appeared shortly thereafter. She glanced at the group and remarked, "It appears that everyone has made significant progress during this period." Afterward, she turned to Meng Tianzhong, Elder Meng. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to immortality. It is evident that your true immortal strength is exceptional, and your future potential is vast. Perhaps the realm of the celestial kings is not your ultimate limit." Her words startled the king of the disc. He was well aware of Meng Tianzhong's ascent to immortality. Having witnessed it firsthand, with immense talent and boldness, he dared to become a battle immortal. Meng Tianzhong was undoubtedly destined to become a celestial king. However, he had not anticipated that Meng Tianzhong would be regarded so highly by the ancestral spirit, suggesting that exceeding the realm of celestial kings was within reach. Given the ancestral spirit's current strength, her words surely carried weight and were not mere flattery. The king of the disc silently regarded Meng Tianzhong, considering the prospect of fostering a closer relationship with him in the future. Meng Tianzhong, however, displayed little emotion, simply smiling in gratitude for the Spirit of the Willow's praise. "Thank you for your kind words, Senior Willow. Let us depart. It is time to return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths," Lin Shu announced. In the next moment, the Spirit of the Willow led Lin Shu and his companions away from the king of the Disc City, to the place where the immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were interconnected. There was no longer a need to rend the two worlds apart. They merely needed to access the connection point. The seals set by several celestial kings were no challenge for the Spirit of the Willow, who effortlessly dispelled them with a wave of her hand. The group then traversed the connection point, returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. "At last, we have returned." Lin Shu gazed upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Having surpassed the supreme realm, he could now survey the land with ease, barring a few restricted areas. Shortly thereafter, the group made their way directly to the Taichu Path. The news of Lin Shu's return swiftly spread throughout the Taichu Path and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 210. Captured on the spot. The lifesteal of the 3,000 prefectures. Upon learning of Lin Shu's return, many powerful figures from the 9 heavens and 10 earths came to pay their respects. However, Lin Shu politely declined all visits. Those who could not meet Lin Shu turned their attention to Meng Tianzhong instead. Meng Tianzhong, however, did not refuse them. Lin Shu, unconcerned with their reunions, returned to the Taichu Path alongside the Spirit of the Willow. At this time, Qin Lin and Qin Yuan, both from the immortal realm, were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the grandeur of the Taichu Path. Before long, Lin Shu and his entourage returned to the Taichu Path. As they arrived, many disciples of the Taichu Path gathered in the hall to welcome Lin Shu back. After acknowledging their greetings, Lin Shu allowed them to disperse for their respective cultivations. As for Qin Yuan, the honorary elder of the Taichu Path, he was accompanied by the Bone Maiden Celestial King to familiarize himself with the path's workings. Qin Lin requested Shi Hao to guide her in getting acquainted with the Taichu Path. Lin Shu, with little else to attend to, promptly returned to his quarters. Upon returning to their residence, Yunxi, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, Hualinger, Xia Youyu, Qin Zhuiyue, Lin Qing, the Dragon Maiden, and the Dark Sorceress, an illustrious assembly of prodigious disciples who had once been nurtured by Lin Shu, gathered to pay their respects. Naturally, Lin Shu received each of them warmly. It had been nearly 5 years since they departed from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the immortal realm, and now, their return heralded a remarkable transformation. Each disciple present had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Not a single one among them remained beneath the supreme realm. Achieving such heights in a mere 5 years could only be attributed to the influence of the Hall of Time and Space. Now they had all fully matured, standing at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, embodying true peak power and unmatched supremacy. Observing their accomplishments filled Lin Shu with joy. His past investments had finally borne fruit, and they were now capable of upholding everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Excellent. It seems that during my absence, you have all diligently honed your skills. I am genuinely pleased with your achievements. Continue to strive, for the path of cultivation is long, and reaching the supreme realm is not the terminus. Lin Shu praised them, thereafter sharing matters concerning the immortal realm. After a considerable time, they all took their leave. Just as Lin Shu was contemplating his next course of action, Yunxi entered the grand hall. The sight of her presence brought a smile to Lin Shu's heart. Without hesitation, he embraced her. In that moment, their gazes locked, and an unspoken bond intertwined between them, a silence more eloquent than words. Lin Shu leaned in gently, sealing their connection with a kiss. The hall, steeped in silence, bore witness to their intimate moment until Qingyi and Lin Xiantong, unbeknownst to them, quietly entered. Lin Xiantong broke the stillness. Yunxi, you previously hesitated to acknowledge your relationship with the young master. Yet here you are, caught in the act. Qingyi chimed in now. What do you have to say for yourself? Startled, Yunxi immediately separated from Lin Shu, leaving him somewhat vexed. He had hoped to savor this moment with her. Yet it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Regretful at the abrupt interruption of their budding connection, he resigned himself to the present circumstances. You two have arrived at just the right time. Upon returning from the Immortal Realm, I intend to journey to the lower realm. Would you care to join me? Lin Shu proposed. Of course we shall accompany you. We may not venture to the Immortal Realm, but the lower realm is still within our reach. They eagerly replied. Then let us depart at once. Lin Shu declared. Unbeknownst to him, the war in the foreign lands could erupt at any moment, and darkness and intrigue could envelop them. Thus, it was imperative to enhance their current strength. The lower realm held significance, as there were several immortal kings there. If they could be persuaded to ally, it would greatly bolster their combat prowess. Above all, Lin Shu yearned to visit the void divine realm, seek out the second of the world, and perhaps even investigate the dark prison. With that, Lin Shu, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong set forth. As for Lu Shen, she remained at the Hall of Time and Space, focusing on her cultivation. After all, should any matters arise, Lin Shu could summon her with a mere call. He understood that even if Lu Shen was not physically present, communication was possible, negating the need for her constant company. Now, all four had attained the Supreme Realm, navigating the 9 heavens and 10 earths with the greatest of ease. They swiftly arrived at the 3,000 states. The current state of the 3,000 states was no longer a closed-off entity, in contrast to the remaining realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Rather, it had fully integrated into the greater tapestry. This newfound unity heralded a period of vigorous development. Compared to Lin Shu's initial arrival in the 3,000 states, the advancements were staggering. Although many great sects, such as the Immortal Palace, had perished, and numerous supremes and transcenders had fallen at the hands of Lin Shu or his allies, the foundational strength had only grown. In the past, encountering a celestial or a void path practitioner in the 3,000 states was a rare occurrence. Now, one could scarcely walk a street without encountering celestials, and there were numerous void path practitioners as well. While the ranks of those who had reached the transcender and supreme levels remained scarce, the absence of the Immortal Palace's predation upon prodigies suggested they would inevitably ascend to those realms in the future. As for the Supremes, their advancement would hinge upon their talent and fortune. Look, young master, that seems to be you. Suddenly, Yunxi exclaimed, pointing toward a monumental statue that loomed majestically against the sky. This statue was none other than Lin Shu himself, though it towered into the clouds. It was unmistakably him in the eyes of Lin Shu and his companions. Lin Shu gazed upon the statue, realizing that in vanquishing the Immortal Palace and other forces, he had indeed liberated the people, prompting them to erect a statue in his honor. He observed elders leading their young descendants to the statue, the latter being merely 3 or 4 years old. Remember, this is the benefactor of the 3,000 states. Without him, the 3,000 states would still be under the oppressive thumb of those grand sects, and even the most gifted would live in constant fear of assassination. Elder, what is his name? Where is he now? When I grow up, I wish to emulate him, to become a great figure like him and contribute to the 3,000 states. His name is Lin Shu. It is said that he is now the master of the supreme Tao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then I shall become a disciple of the supreme Tao. Becoming a disciple of the supreme Tao is no simple feat over the years. Many from the 3,000 states have sought to join, yet only a few have succeeded. You must strive hard. I will, elder. The child's innocent voice brimmed with determination. Lin Shu moved, gently ruffled the child's hair, saying, I believe in you. With that, Lin Shu, along with Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong, vanished from sight. The elder, observing Lin Shu's departure, felt a profound connection with the revered figure from the past. Salutations to the master of the supreme Tao. At this moment, Lin Shu had already arrived in the desolate domain of the lower realm. Chapter 211. The Change in Stone Village. The Immortal King of the Shieling Realm. Lin Shu, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong swiftly traversed from the 3,000 states to the desolate region of the lower realm. Others might find this impossible, even Supremes, since the desolate area had once been concealed by Lu Shen. However, for Lin Shu, this was not a significant challenge. He had procured the means to access the lower realm from Lin Shu, and with his current supreme stature, he could effortlessly reach the Desolate Domain. Upon arriving in the Desolate Realm, Lin Shu's first destination was Stone Village. If there were any secular places in this world worthy of Lin Shu's attention, it would undoubtedly be Stone Village. His journey in this realm commenced here, where he had first met Lin Shu, leading to his rise until he established a vast doctrine within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Without Lin Shu mused, he would have never achieved such seamless success. After all, the few supremes he had invested in were not enough to grant him the freedom to act without restraint. All 4, now supremes, moved with remarkable swiftness, arriving in the great wilderness. As Lin Shu approached Stone Village, he sensed that it had undergone considerable transformation. The village was now home to numerous formidable experts, not just in comparison to Lin Shu, but relative to the entirety of the lower realm's desolate domain. It is worth noting that the former Stone Village had managed to establish itself in the great wilderness, not due to its inherent strength, but rather due to Lin Shu's presence at the village's heart, which had shielded it from the threats posed by the ferocious beasts of the wilderness. In the village of Stone, it seems that few have embarked on the path of cultivation. However, today, every resident has become a practitioner. Among them, some have attained the formidable status of venerable ones, while many others have reached the realms of array formation, spirit transformation, and cave heaven. Remarkably, even infants as young as 3 or 5 years old have entered the blood-shifting realm. Lin Shu reflects on his last departure from Stone Village and begins to understand. At that time, the deity Lu, the master of the Yin-Yang-crossed Forbidden Zone, the white-robed Immortal King, and the 3 kings of the 5-colored sparrow were discussing Tao within the village. Their profound discourse enveloped the entire village, and it was this celestial resonance that unveiled their latent potential and cultivated their talents. After all, the village still harbors the bloodline of the Stone King. Although countless eras have passed, the presence of the celestial voices, even if merely a whisper, suffices to catalyze their transformation. Thus, in just over a decade since his departure, they have evolved from individuals who had never embarked on the practice of cultivation to their current remarkable achievements. With this realization, Lin Shu's curiosity dissipates as he steps into the village. Lin Shu makes no attempt to conceal his presence. Upon entering the village, he is promptly noticed by the villagers. The village chief, Shi Hao, immediately appears at the village entrance. The current chief shows no trace of the frailty of old age. He has ascended to the venerable realm and can be considered one of the pinnacle powers within the desolate domain. Upon seeing Lin Shu, Shi Hao's face brightens. Lin Shu, it is you who has returned. I wondered who possessed such formidable strength, even causing me to feel an overwhelming pressure. Chief, it has been a long time. I did not expect you to have reached the venerable realm. Congratulations. Lin Shu replies, my strength is merely a result of the guidance from Lu and the other seniors. It is pure luck. Shi Hao shakes his head, then inquires, by the way, Lin Shu, where is Shi Hao? And what of Lu? Shi Hao is still in the upper realm, while Lu is currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. I have come down to attend to some matters, and thought it was a good opportunity to check in on everyone. Lin Shu smiles. Seeing that everyone is well and possesses commendable strength reassures me. By the way, Chief, I have established a lineage in the upper realm, which now holds some influence and authority there, along with abundant resources. Particularly, the Hall of Time and Space can allow individuals to cultivate for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times the normal duration. Would you consider bringing Stone Village along with you? In that case, the villagers might just have the chance to become true immortals. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao is momentarily tempted, but after contemplation, he shakes his head in rejection. No. With our current strength, we may manage in the desolate domain, but in the upper realm, we would likely become a burden to you. Do not worry. If anything were to go awry within my lineage, it would surely be the same here in the lower realm. Lin Shu asserts confidently, believing that if troubles were to arise in his lineage, the entire realm, including the lower domains, would undoubtedly be engulfed in chaos. Since that is the case, I shall notify the villagers outside to return and accompany you to the upper realm. Very well, I will return in a few days. I have some matters to attend to, and that place is not easily accessible for everyone. Indeed, you should go. Your matters are of utmost importance. After leaving Stone Village, Lin Shu does not linger, but heads directly towards the West Ling realm. Young master, are we heading to the West Ling realm? Yunxi, observing their destination, immediately deduces. Indeed, the West Ling realm is home to celestial kings. Yunxi gasps in surprise. No wonder the Westling realm is revered as one of the most mysterious places in the Desolate Domain. There were whispers of gods and divine kings manifesting within, which is a veritable forbidden ground for mere venerables or divine flames. I did not anticipate that it would harbor celestial kings. Lin Shu chuckles. Not in their prime. Even so, that is indeed astonishing. In mere moments, the group arrives at the depths of the Westling realm. Scattered around the periphery are countless carcasses of ferocious beasts, piled like small mountains. These remains are profoundly unsettling for the strong of the Desolate Domain. Yet Lin Shu and his companions pay little heed. After all, these are merely the corpses of beasts subdued by divine flames. No matter how numerous, they cannot rattle the composure of the Supreme. Having encountered celestial kings before, Lin Shu's group would not be overly disturbed even if they were to gaze upon the remains of true immortals. As they proceed deeper into the Westling realm, they soon encounter an exceedingly ancient altar. Upon this altar, Lin Shu finally lays eyes on what he had sought to find. There are 3 artifacts upon the altar. One is a hand bone, gleaming with a golden hue and adorned with mysterious, intricate runes, as if encased in a golden flame. Another is a skull, crystalline and translucent, with deep eye sockets that seem to draw in one's very soul. And the last is an eye, still bearing blood, which is yet to dry. Nearby, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong also sense the extraordinary nature of these 3 artifacts, feeling an undeniable sense of impending danger. Lin Shu finally speaks. Esteemed seniors, I have come to beseech you to emerge from your slumber. As he finishes speaking, he remains still, confident that his voice has reached them. At last, a response emanates from the altar, a frail voice echoing, "Who dares disturb our slumber?" Upon hearing this, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong are overtaken by a chill, for they realize that these artifacts are indeed the celestial kings Lin Shu had just mentioned. Once unparalleled beings, it is truly a lamentable sight to see them in such a fallen state. Chapter 212. Lin Shu's Secrets. The 3 celestial kings of the West Ling emerge. You, young one, have called us seniors upon your arrival. It seems you possess knowledge of certain matters, the bloodied eye states, hovering in midair and radiating an eerie glow. Your physical form is remarkably powerful, the strongest ever in your realm throughout history. What is it that you seek from us? Do you wish for us to bestow upon you great power? Lin Shu shakes his head. I have come solely to request the 3 esteemed seniors to emerge. Ierbo no ulterior motivas. Upon hearing this, the bloodied eye retorts, Young one, do you not realize the opportunity you are forfeiting? If you were to receive the great power we could bestow, you would surely attain immortality. While your talents are indeed exceptional, achieving immortality is not as simple as it may seem. Then the bloodied eye shifts its gaze to Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong. And what of you 3? You appear hesitant, yet you are not without merit. If you wish, we can grant you opportunities as well. In unison, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong shake their heads, declaring, No need, esteemed seniors. We believe that with our own efforts, we too can achieve longevity and ascend the path of immortality. The path to the golden light is open. Why take a detour when you can rise swiftly? You must understand that the present world is shrouded in uncertainty. Tumultuous tides surge forth, and possessing greater strength equates to greater self-preservation. Your refusal is not a wise choice. The bloodied eye insists. At this moment, Lin Shu interjects. There is no need to continue. Even if we were granted your opportunities, in the end, who would it truly be? Us or you? I have come not for myself, but to offer you esteemed seniors a chance. As Lin Shu's words resonate, the hand bone, skull, and eye fall into silence, their demeanor shifting peculiarly. Although Lin Shu cannot perceive their expressions, he can distinctly sense their mocking presence. Yet, he remains unperturbed. The 3 individuals before him are indeed celestial kings. Although they may not match the master of the Forbidden Zone, they are nonetheless true celestial kings. It is entirely natural for them to look down upon Lin Shu, who currently exists merely at the supreme level. Without further ado, Lin Shu produced a celestial king's physical form. As he unveiled it, an overwhelming aura of terror swept across the entire Western Ridge realm, as if the very fabric of reality was on the verge of collapse. In that moment, the 3 celestial kings, bone hand, skull, and eye, manifested noticeable fluctuations in their demeanor. Appearing both surprised and astonished, they gazed at Lin Shu with urgency, exclaiming, How is it that you possess such a relic? This is the physical form of a celestial king. Even in death, a celestial king's body should not be within the grasp of a mere supreme. Who exactly are you? Lin Shu smiled gently and replied, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the master of the primordial Tao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In my primordial Tao, there are no less than 10 esteemed titled elders. 9 heavens and 10 earths? Master of the primordial Tao, titled elders?" They were not surprised by Lin Shu's claims. It was evident that a supreme could not originate from the lower realms of the Western Ridge, as they must surely hail from the higher realms. In the higher realms, it is only logical for a supreme to establish their own school of thought. However, they remained puzzled as to why Lin Shu would introduce himself in such a manner. More than the so-called 9 heavens and 10 earths or the primordial Tao, they were far more interested in the origins of Lin Shu's celestial king's physical form. Lin Shu added, by the way, "All the titled elders of my primordial Tao are celestial kings." Upon hearing this, Bone Hand, Skull, and I exchanged skeptical glances with Lin Shu. "Do you comprehend the implications of what you are saying?" Lin Shu did not elaborate on their concerns, but continued, "Perhaps there are some celestial kings you are unfamiliar with. But the next two I shall mention are undoubtedly known to you. The first is the master of the Yin-Yang Cross Forbidden Zone, located at the juncture between the Desolate Domain and the higher realms. The second is the Willow God, whom you might more commonly refer to as the ancestral sacrificial spirit." Indeed, as soon as Lin Shu uttered these names, the 3 celestial kings exhibited considerable agitation. "You are acquainted with them?" Lin Shu nodded affirmatively. "I refer to the master of the Forbidden Zone as my elder brother in white. He has traversed the Sea of Realms and returned. You should understand what that entails. With my assistance, elder brother in white has now regained his former glory and stands as a titan. The Willow God has ventured in and out of the foreign realms, striking fear into the hearts of foreign celestial kings. After being ensnared and ambushed by the celestial kings of the foreign realms, she fell into this desolate domain, entering a state of rebirth. With my help, the Willow God has similarly recovered and progressed to a realm you dare not even speculate upon." As Lin Shu articulated these astounding revelations, Bone Hand, Skull, and I were left utterly astonished. Even Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong gazed at Lin Shu with astonished eyes. Although they had accompanied Lin Shu for quite some time, ever since their days in the Desolate Domain, they had been largely unaware of his secrets, particularly concerning the Willow God. Now, they finally understood that the Willow God had such a remarkable history, storming into the foreign realms, navigating treacherous situations, and ultimately falling into the lower realm, only to be reborn. The Willow God as current state was, in fact, a testament to Lin Shu's assistance. All along, they had perceived Lin Shu as a disciple of the Willow God, with the Willow God serving as his protector and mentor. It seemed, however, that the reality was far more complex. This formidable being had been restored to power through Lin Shu's intervention. Bone Hand, Skull, and I regarded Lin Shu with a newfound respect. The revelations he shared were nothing short of earth-shattering, so momentous that the very world would tremble at the implications. A Titan, having returned from the Sea of Realms, was gravely injured, only to be restored to his peak by Lin Shu. The ancestral sacrificial spirit, in a state of rebirth, had also been revived and advanced further, all thanks to Lin Shu. Such news could not be fabricated. Lin Shu's assertions would resonate deeply with both the master of the Forbidden Zone and the Willow God, and their lack of any cosmic disturbance indicated the truth of his words. Both had tacitly acknowledged his claims. Thus, it followed that the Willow God, the ancestral sacrificial spirit, had reached an unfathomable height. Lin Shu's words suggested that even the 3 celestial kings could not fathom her current state. Could it be that the ancestral sacrificial spirit had attained that level? In their minds, images of fearsome entities began to surface, those who sold false medicine, raised chickens, and slaughtered pigs, who had all reached the pinnacle of the celestial kings, achieving realms beyond comprehension. At that moment, Lin Shu spoke. "Esteemed ones, may I inquire if you are willing to emerge from your seclusion? Should you wish to do so, I can assist you in regaining your former glory." For a time, the 3 celestial kings fell into silence. After what felt like an eternity, Bone Hand, Skull, and I finally spoke. "Very well, we accept." They did not question how Lin Shu would facilitate their resurgence to peak power, for such inquiries were unnecessary. After all, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Knowing they were not as formidable as the master of the Forbidden Zone who had traversed the Sea of Realms, nor could they compare to the Willow God. They were merely the unfortunate casualties of a minor reckoning. Chapter 213, Master Bird and Lord Jingbi. A willow branch suppresses the realm of the virtual gods. Upon departing from the Western Ridge realm, Lin Shu did not linger but set forth with Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong. alongside the three celestial kings, Bone Hand, Skull, and Eye, towards the realm of the virtual gods. Lin Shu had not forgotten that within the virtual gods realm resided two powerful celestial kings, Master Bird and Lord Jingbi, also known as the Second of the World and the Celestial Gold Taoist. This marked Lin Shu's first venture into the realm of the virtual gods. Since his debut, he had been virtually invincible, at least within his own realm, and thus had no need for the trials presented by the virtual gods realm. The moment he entered, he wasted no time and sought out Master Bird and Lord Jingbi directly. "You there, who are you?" inquired Master Bird and Lord Jingbi simultaneously upon seeing Lin Shu. Without unnecessary preamble, Lin Shu conveyed his intentions. "Your origins are extraordinary. Accompany me, and I shall grant you a supreme ancient elixir that will restore your primordial spirits, allowing you to return to your apex." Master Bird and Lord Jingbi paused, looking at Lin Shu with skepticism. "Why should we place our trust in you? Furthermore, if we do not even recall our own origins, how could you possibly know them?" Lin Shu remained unperturbed, methodically addressing their inquiries. "Indeed, you have forgotten your own identities. But I possess such knowledge. In this world, there are very few things I am unaware of, and you too are certainly not among them." As he spoke, Lin Shu summoned Bone Hand, Skull, and Eye. These three hail from the desolate domain of the Western Ridge, a realm where few are aware of their existence. Yet I do. Master Bird and Lord Jingbi exchanged glances with the trio of celestial kings. Although they did not currently recognize them, there is an uncanny sense that these three were akin to kindred spirits. Meanwhile, Yunxi, Qingyi, and Lin Xiantong regarded the two celestial kings with astonished expressions. They were well acquainted with Master Bird and Lord Jingbi, who were notoriously eccentric. Yet, it appeared that these two possessed a remarkable background, suggesting that they too had once been celestial kings, just like the trio from the Western Ridge. Curiosity stirred within them. Was this the nature of all celestial kings? As it happens, every celestial king they are acquainted with seems to defy the norm. The god of willows, as Lin Shu previously recounted, once suffered grievous injuries, leaving behind only a stump of willow in the cycle of rebirth. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone is similarly not at his zenith, existing merely as a remnant within the confines of the yin-yang crossed Forbidden Zone. Then there is the Bone Maiden Celestial King, a once mighty sovereign, now reduced to mere bones. Alongside her, there are three from the Shieling Realm, plus the two presently before them. It appears that none of the celestial kings exist in a state of normalcy. None remain at their peak. This piqued their curiosity about the calamities that could render these once mighty beings into such diminished states. If the celestial kings can be reduced to this, what hope remains for other formidable beings? Contemplating this, they began to question their own convictions. Lin Shu, sensing the turmoil within the three women, spoke. "You need not dwell on such thoughts. Perhaps you ponder that if even those of celestial king caliber can be brought low, how despairing this world must be. The reason you see these celestial kings in such a state is that I have specifically sought out such individuals. Rest assured, there exist celestial kings who are at their peak. It is merely that you have not encountered them yet, regardless of the world's despair. As long as you continue to grow stronger to a point where you can disregard all adversities, then no disaster, no matter how great, can stand in your way." As he spoke, Lin Shu gestured towards the three figures, the hand bone, the skull, and the eye, stating, "Take these three venerable celestial kings, for instance. If they were powerful enough to stand on par with the god of willows, then the minor reckonings they previously faced would never have touched them. Whether their adversaries are poultry farmers, pig slaughterers, or purveyors of counterfeit medicine, none could pose a threat to the god of willows. Just as you once found yourselves powerless against the might of the celestial hall, would you now tremble if the supreme of the celestial hall were still present? Not to mention the remnants of the celestial hall. I am confident you would strike without hesitation. Fear arises merely from a lack of strength. Possess power, and you shall know no fear." The hand bone, skull, and eye, three celestial kings, felt a twinge of displeasure at Lin Shu's audacity to use them as examples for the three younger ones. However, they dared not retaliate against Lin Shu, for he was an enigma in the Shieling Realm. They had contemplated deciphering him, but whenever they attempted to act, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of danger, as if any movement could lead to their utter annihilation. Thus, even now, as Lin Shu invoked their names, they could only listen in silence. As Lin Shu articulated, had they been strong enough, they would not have lacked the capacity to resist even minor reckonings. The pig slaughterers, poultry farmers, and purveyors of counterfeit medicine, should they truly attain such heights, would find minor reckonings utterly inconsequential. Yin Shi, Qing Yi, and Lin Xiantong, absorbing Lin Shu's words, gradually found solace within themselves. Moments ago, their resolve had wavered. After all, if the Celestial Kings could succumb to such fates, what significance did cultivation hold? Master Bird and Master Jingbi exchanged glances, casting doubtful looks at Lin Shu, as if they had begun to comprehend their own identities. They were indeed Celestial Kings. What does it mean to be a Celestial King? Their memories were either absent or fragmented, with no recollection of their status as Celestial Kings. Can you truly help us recover our memories and restore us to our former glory? They queried. Certainly. What must we do? It is quite simple. Establish dominion over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, fortify the primordial path, and stand against the alien realms, the darkness, and, in the future, the uncanny. Lin Shu replied. The alien realms and darkness may not yet exist in your memories, but once you recover, you will certainly know. As for the uncanny, I shall explain in due time. Are you willing or unwilling? Master Bird and Master Jingbi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. We do not wish to live in ignorance, oblivious to our own identities. In that case, let us depart. Not so fast. Although we lack memories and do not know who we are, we possess an instinctive awareness that suggests we are suppressing something. Lin Shu understood this well and chuckled. Rest assured, my intention to lead you away is well prepared. With that, Lin Shu produced a willow branch. With this branch to suppress, the dark beings within the virtual divine realm would find it impossible to escape. As for when they would be dealt with, Lin Shu had long devised a plan. Everything awaited Lin Xuantong's ascension to immortality. Once she attained that state, the dark essence of those beings could be absorbed by her, potentially allowing her to step into an even higher realm. For now, although he could release them, it would not yield the maximum benefit. As Lin Shu presented the willow branch, it vanished, heading towards an unknown location within the martial god realm. The moment the branch disappeared, Master Bird and Master Jingbi felt an immediate lightness, sensing that they could now follow Lin Shu. Chapter 214, The Lady Knight Qing Yi, Ascension of Stone Village. In the virtual divine realm, after Lin Shu used the willow branch bestowed by the god of willows to suppress all, he departed the realm with Master Bird and Master Jingbi. Following their exit from the virtual divine realm, Lin Shu took Yin Shi, Qing Yi, and Lin Xiantong on a leisurely exploration of the wild domain. After all, Lin Shu had promised to bring Stone Village to ascend to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Currently, Stone Village needed time to summon all its kin from the outside, which required some duration, and Lin Shu naturally wished to afford them that time to handle matters in the lower realms. This interval was perfect for him to guide the 3 women in their explorations. The 4 of them traversed the vast expanses of the wild domain, moving as ordinary folk through one territory after another. They visited the secret realm of the 100 Broken Mountains, the True Dragon Nest, and wandered through mundane cities. Ultimately, they arrived at the Northern Sea, entering the lair of the Kunpeng. Within the Kunpeng's nest, Lin Shu obtained the complete Kunpeng treasure technique. Although this technique held little significance for Lin Shu at present, he still decided to keep it, as he possessed the primordial Daogong. Even if it did not greatly enhance his own abilities, it would still prove beneficial to other disciples of the primordial Daogong. Inside the Kunpeng's nest, Lin Shu beheld the fallen body of the Kunpeng. Regrettably, due to the influence of the broken immortal curse, even such a powerful being as the Kunpeng had its body reduced to mere remnants, devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only a skeletal frame. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured Lin Shu's attention was the flicker of soul fire he discerned amidst the bones. This was the remnant soul of the Kunpeng, still lingering, not yet entirely extinguished. This indicated that, with the means and treasures at Lin Shu's disposal, there might be a possibility of reviving the Kunpeng. He carefully collected the Kunpeng's skeletal remains along with the last vestige of soul fire before departing the nest and leaving the Northern Sea. After exiting the Northern Sea, Lin Shu and his companions continued their explorations within the wild domain. During these days, the 4 of them refrained from cultivating, allowing themselves to fully relax and enjoy their adventures. The bond between Lin Shu and the 3 women grew ever closer. One day, the quartet arrived at the former sky repairing pavilion. They briefly stayed there, and deep into the night, as Lin Shu was resting in a loft of the pavilion, a woman entered his chamber. To his surprise, it was Qing Yi. As Lin Shu opened his mouth to speak, Qing Yi gently shushed him. "Young master, do not speak. Allow me to explain everything." Upon hearing her words, Lin Shu fell silent, quietly observing Qing Yi, eager to hear what she wished to convey. Qing Yi began to recount her tale. From the moment she was severed from her primary self to become a secondary incarnation, she unfolded one event after another, resembling a marionette. Initially, her primary self, as the Saintess, resided in the upper realms sky-repairing sect, remaining in seclusion for extended periods. As her secondary self, she was perpetually engaged in a relentless quest, compelled to share the auspicious moments with her primary self. Yet when crises arose, she faced them alone. Thus, day after day, year after year, until one fateful year, she was dispatched to the lower realm by her primary self. It was there in that realm that Qing, as the secondary self, encountered Lin Shu. After meeting Lin Shu, she faced her first profound defeat in life, resulting in the near annihilation of the Heavenly Repair Sect, a calamity orchestrated by Lin Shu. Consequently, she bore the burden of accountability. To evade repercussions, she chose not to return to the 3,000 states, but instead resolved to stay by Lin Shu's side. From that moment, as the secondary self, she embarked on an unprecedented journey toward the future. Originally, Qing believed that she would eventually merge with her primary self. However, after following Lin Shu, she transcended her status as a secondary self, severing ties with her primary self through the art of severing three selves, thus becoming an independent entity. From then on, she was liberated from the necessity of living for her primary self, no longer under its control. Initially, although she followed Lin Shu, her innate pride prevented her from truly uniting with him. It was not until a fateful day during an unexpected cultivation session that Lin Shu saw through her defenses. On that day, she was furious, and it was also the day her pride was shattered by Lin Shu, alongside the admonishments from Yun Shi and Lin Xiantong. At that time, was still known merely as the Demoness Ling. It was then that Qing relinquished her pride entirely, and she soon realized the multitude of debts she had accrued. From that moment onward, Qing was determined to repay her debts, striving to repay everything she had received from Lin Shu, unaware that she was sinking deeper into her entanglement. "Young master, since I owe you so much already, I trust you wouldn't mind if I owe you a little more," she declared. With that, Qing took Lin Shu to the bedside and gently pushed him onto the bed. "Young master, I wish to occupy a place in your heart." Upon uttering this, her garments gradually slipped away, and she began to remove Lin Shu's clothing as well, leading to an honest and unguarded encounter between the two. A blush graced Qing Yi's cheeks, yet her gaze turned resolute as she boldly mounted him. In another room, Lin Xiantong and Yun Shi exchanged knowing glances. Lin Xiantong hesitated, clearly aware that Qing had entered Lin Shu's chamber. Observing Lin Xiantong's reluctance to speak, Yun Shi directly addressed him. "The young master does not belong solely to me. Although I was the first to establish that particular bond with him, it does not mean I am the only one." With a pause, she continued, "Qing has her aspirations. Naturally, I shall neither obstruct her nor can I." She cast a glance at Lin Xiantong. "Likewise, if it were you, I would not intervene." With that, Yun Shi departed, leaving Lin Xiantong in contemplative silence. In Stone Village, after completing his tasks, Lin Shu returned. Upon his arrival, he inquired with the village elder, "How are preparations coming along?" "All villagers of Stone Village have assembled and are ready to set forth at any moment." Lin Shu nodded and immediately took action. In the next instant, the village of Stone Village was uprooted from the great wilderness and held in his grasp, leaving behind a large crater at its original site. The violent disturbances in the great wilderness inevitably attracted the attention of ferocious beasts. However, upon realizing that the disturbances originated from Stone Village, they abandoned their intentions of investigation. The reputation of Stone Village was simply too formidable. Many years prior, the four great ferocious beasts contended for the treasures of the mountains, their battle resonating throughout the great wilderness. Yet, the powerful beings who emerged from Stone Village effortlessly quelled the chaos. Afterward, when the strong ones of Stone Village departed, numerous ferocious beasts sought to explore the village. To their astonishment, every inhabitant of Stone Village seemed to have received extraordinary fortunes, rapidly enhancing their powers. A once seemingly backward village, with scarcely any beings of the blood transformation realm, now burgeoned with formidable individuals, even the emergence of esteemed beings. Every ferocious beast that attempted to investigate met with demise. Now, with the disturbances in Stone Village, despite the curiosity of countless ferocious beasts, they could only observe from a distance, too fearful to approach. In their sight, the entirety of Stone Village rose into the air, tearing through the void, and vanished completely. That day, among the ferocious beasts of the great wilderness, it would be forever commemorated as the Ascension Day of Stone Village. Chapter 215. the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Seeking chicken raising. The ultimate investment system. Host. Lin Shu. Age. 36, 892 years. Realm. Supreme Realm Cultivation Method. Primordial True Resolution Physique. Primordial Chaotic Body Divine Arts and Techniques. Howling Moon and Star Technique. Great Wilderness Desolation Sword Cannon. Primordial Spirit. Primordial Chaos. Primordial Initial Light. True Dragon Arts. Qilin Arts. Cicada Arts. Thunder Emperor Arts. Investments made. Lu Shun. Shi Hao. Yin Shi. Lin Xiantong. Hualing Qing Yi. Lin Xing. Xia Youyu. Qin Zhuyu. Feng Wu. Demonis. Dragon Maiden. Gugu. Leader of the Celestial Sect. Moon Rabbit. Chao Yuxing. Qin Hao. Yuhan. Zhi Xian. Mu Yuan. Investment rewards. All claimed. Lottery attempts. Yearly draws, 0. Monthly draws, 1. Holdings, 20 Celestial Realm Guards. 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, True Phoenix and Chaotic Demon Ape. 2 Celestial Realm Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moonwolf. Time Space Hall, Primordial Tower, Destiny Stones 2. Primordial True Water. Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Great Initial Sword. Inner Universe Cultivation Method. 3 Flowers Gathering and 5 Chi Returning to Origin Technique. 3 Supreme Beings, Thunder Spirit Clan, Divine Cicada Clan. Qilin, Wutong Divine Wood, 10 Flawless Golden Pills, 8 3 Illumination Divine Waters, 20 True Immortal Physical Bodies, 28 Flawless Celestial Fruits, 29 Supreme Dao Fruits, 2 True Immortal Dao Fruits. Saplings of the Celestial Tree, 4 Immortal King Physical Bodies, including 1 from the Poo Demon King, 2 9-colored Immortal Pills, Sacrificial Heaven Pills, Flawless Supreme Dao Fruits. Flawless Immortal King Dao Fruits. Laws of the Ultimate Level Immortal Emperor. Primordial Reincarnation Technique, Primordial Demon Swallowing Technique, Primordial Burning Technique, etc. 6 Paths Reincarnation Immortal King S Primordial Spirit, 1 drop of Emperor Light Immortal King S Blood. Lin Shu traversed through the void, cradling Stone Village. His consciousness delved into the system. This time, his ventures and leisurely escapades in the lower realm had consumed a full month. Naturally, the time spent proved worthwhile. For Lin Shu had acquired several formidable allies. Among them were Birdmaster and Lord Jingbi, 2 Immortal Kings, as well as the 3 Immortal Kings of the Shieling Realm, Skull, Handbone, and Eyeball. Additionally, he obtained the remains of the 10 ferocious Kunpangs, along with traces of their lingering soul fires. With the treasures and techniques now at Lin Shu's disposal, he had the means to restore or resurrect them. Furthermore, during this descent, Lin Shu's relationship with Qing Yi advanced significantly. He had not anticipated that the typically aloof Qing Yi would exhibit such assertiveness, especially in intimate moments, where she took the dominant role, embodying the essence of a true knight. However, the experience was quite delightful, leaving Lin Shu with a sense of nostalgia. In the end, he had also relocated Stone Village. Having been brought back by the villagers upon his arrival in this world, Lin Shu felt a profound gratitude towards them. Now, possessing formidable strength, it was only natural for him to support Stone Village. As his thoughts returned, Lin Shu gazed at the system, noticing the monthly draw available. Without hesitation, he opted to initiate the lottery. System, I wish to conduct the monthly draw. Ding. Monthly draw in progress. Please wait, host. A lottery will spun for a while, before gradually coming to a halt. Soon, the system's notification echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor's soul fire. What? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Shu felt a surge of elation. The soul fire of the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Instantly, Lin Shu's thoughts drifted to that solitary figure from the era of the fallen emperors, who bravely ventured into the Sea of Realms, confronting 3 Quasi-Immortal Emperors, ultimately perishing without leaving behind any name. If this nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor's soul fire were to be found, it would be immensely beneficial. If he could successfully fuse with it, he would temporarily possess the combat prowess of a Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Naturally, such a fusion is not attainable by just anyone. To achieve it, one must at least be a Titan, and even Titans may find it exceedingly difficult. The original Lu Shan was able to fuse due to the assistance of the small tower. Without the small tower's aid, it is doubtful Lu Shan would have succeeded. Thus, to pursue this fusion, Lin Shu must seek out the Emperor Light Immortal King. In the vast world, the Emperor Light Immortal King is exceedingly rare. There is the Grave Master, the Butcher, the Chicken Keeper, and the Apothecary. Hence, there are merely 4 in total. Among them, the strongest is undoubtedly the Grave Master. If Lin Shu could locate him, the chances of successful fusion would be significantly heightened. granting him the strength of a quasi-immortal emperor. However, the Grave Master has gone into hiding, making it nearly impossible to find him. At least, Lin Shu does not have any confidence in locating this individual. Next, there is the Butcher, a supreme being who has long roamed the depths of the Sea of Realms. He maintains good relations with both the Chicken Keeper and the Apothecary. Unlike the other two, the Butcher possesses a name that perfectly matches his imposing presence. He is simply known as the Butcher. His effortless slaying of immortal kings likens him to a butcher slaughtering livestock, earning him this moniker. The Butcher's strength has already reached the pinnacle of immortal kings, surpassing that of the Chicken Keeper and the Apothecary. The quasi-immortal light radiating from within him is more profound than that of the other two. Within the grand realm of immortal kings, the Butcher ranks second, only beneath the Grave Master. However, this individual is often entrenched deep within the Sea of Realms, making him equally elusive unless one ventures into the depths of the sea. Yet, among Lin Shu's companions, only Lu Xun possesses the ability to navigate the Sea of Realms unscathed. The other powerful beings would face varying degrees of peril. Should Lu Xun enter the sea, it is highly likely to attract the attention of the quasi-immortal emperors lurking in its depths, making conflict unwise at present. Thus, the Butcher must be excluded from consideration. As for the Apothecary, he was originally a long-lived immortal herb who ascended to become a supreme titan. However, in his quest to break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor realm, he divided himself into 6 and entrusted his essence to 6 immortal herbs, accompanying many immortal kings, hoping to emulate their paths to attain his own imperial destiny when the 6 aspects reunite. Even if these immortal kings covet the herbs he has entrusted, they dare not act against him due to his formidable power, allowing his avatars to remain in their company. Over time, more and more immortal kings have playfully dubbed him the Apothecary. This individual, upon the reunification of his 6 avatars, may not succeed in breaking through to become an emperor. Yet he could reach the level of the Emperor Light Immortal King. Regrettably, he is also difficult to track down. No one knows the whereabouts of his various avatars or which immortal king they currently accompany. Thus, the Chicken Keeper is relatively the easiest to locate. This individual hails from the lineage of the Grave Kings and is a remarkably powerful female Grave King. In the absence of the Grave Master, she stands as the most formidable Grave King within the burial grounds. Lin Shu resolved to visit the burial mounds when he had the leisure to do so. This would also provide an opportunity to deal with the remnants of the immortal forces that had fled into the Immortal Palace. As the celestial bodies shifted, Lin Shu, with his supreme cultivation, swiftly traversed the boundless realms and returned to the primordial Taoist hall. Chapter 2:16. The Supreme Existence. Is the Emperor absent from this world? Upon returning to the primordial Taoist hall, Lin Shu placed the stone village within the same domain as Shi Hao. Shi Hao, upon receiving the news, promptly entered the stone village. Lin Shu did not interrupt Shi Hao's reunion with the villagers. Instead, he departed from Shi Hao's domain, granting them the time to reminisce. Back in his own grand hall, Lin Shu pondered the matters that lay ahead. This time, his descent into the Desolate Realms had brought forth several formidable beings, none of whom were at their peak. Since Lin Shu had promised them, he felt compelled to assist in restoring them to their former glory. The 3 remnants of immortal kings, Bone Hand, Eyeball, and Skull, originated from the Western Ridge realm, and with Lin Shu's current strength, it would be quite challenging to aid in their resurrection. Thus, he promptly summoned Yi Qingxian. Upon receiving Lin Shu's message, Yi Qingxian swiftly arrived in the Grand Hall. Tao Master, is there something you require? Lin Shu nodded and then revealed the 3 incomplete immortal kings, Bone Hand, Eyeball, and Skull. Upon seeing these remnants, Yi Qingxian immediately understood Lin Shu's intent. You wish to resurrect these 3 immortal kings, correct? Indeed, before Yi Qingxian could utter a word, Lin Shu directly stated, Yi Qingxian, this is the art of resurrection. Study it diligently, and once you have mastered it, you will be able to resurrect these 3 immortal kings. With that, Lin Shu introduced the 3 remnants of immortal kings. Allow me to present Yi Qingxian, a true immortal king. The 3 incomplete immortal kings turned their attention to Yi Qingxian, their consciousness subtly reflecting astonishment. Lin Shu recognized their surprise and did not conceal it, directly stating, Yi Qingxian's origins are rather unique. You do not need to know every detail. Should the opportunity arise in the future, you will naturally learn more. In any case, she does not belong to this era. She hails from the future, dispatched here by an unparalleled existence through significant means. As for what this unparalleled existence truly is, that delves into secrecy. Even if you were to learn of it now, it may not be a good thing. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the three incomplete immortal kings were even more astonished. They had sensed something remarkable about Yi Qingxian upon first encountering her. Now, with Lin Shu's revelation that she was from the future, they felt a profound shock in their hearts. Immortal kings struggle to interfere with time and space. For doing so incurs tremendous karma. They could hardly fathom how an unparalleled existence could have brought a being from the future. The weight of such karma must be immense, and the power of such an existence must be terrifying. Could it be the legendary emperor? With this thought, the three incomplete immortal kings turned their gazes to Lin Shu and could not help but inquire, "Is it true? Does the emperor truly exist in this world?" Indeed, Lin Shu responded without hesitation, offering an unequivocal affirmation. The emperor truly exists. The moment Lin Shu's confirmation reached them, their hearts were engulfed in profound shock. Yet, before they could fully process their astonishment, Lin Shu continued, "Not only does the emperor exist, but I have also summoned them. In the future, the foes we will encounter shall include the emperor." What? Lin Shu's declaration surprised the three incomplete immortal kings. The news was simply too astonishing. Although they were immortal kings, standing at the pinnacle of the world, they could scarcely withstand the presence of an individual who had yet to become an emperor, let alone confront an actual emperor. "Is what you say true? If so, how shall we respond?" Lin Shu smiled gently. "Generals shall face generals, soldiers shall face soldiers. The emperor shall naturally have their own to contend with. As for you, you shall not be sent to confront the true emperor, but rather to compete with the immortal kings." Hearing Lin Shu's words, the three incomplete immortal kings finally felt some relief. If they were to face an emperor, it would not be out of fear for their lives. There would simply be no hope. The chasm between them would be insurmountable, akin to a death sentence. However, Lin Shu's words allowed them to grasp a glimmer of hope. Generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. The meaning of Lin Shu is that it represents the emperor confronting another emperor. This implies that not only does the opposing side possess an emperor, but our side does as well. Suddenly, they all felt an overwhelming desire to meet their own emperor. Uncertain if they could convey their thoughts, Lin Shu simply shook his head. There are no emperors in this world, so do not dwell on it. Yet, moments ago, he had stated otherwise. Lin Shu replied, "But I never claimed that the emperor resides in our realm." What could this mean? The three incomplete immortal kings were left in a state of confusion. If not within this world, then where? The Sea of Realms? That was their initial thought, yet it seemed incorrect. If they were in the Sea of Realms, how could it be said they were not in this world? Did that imply the existence of a world that does not exist? Such matters are beyond your comprehension. They remain too distant for you. Should the day come when this issue is resolved, you will naturally receive the answers you seek. The three incomplete immortal kings chose not to press further. As immortal kings, they were undoubtedly aware of certain taboos and secrets that should not be recklessly probed. To insist on such inquiries could bear immense consequences. Consequences that even an immortal king might struggle to withstand. However, they were curious about how Lin Shu, who was merely a supreme, could know of Yi Qingxian, an immortal king from the future. Was it truly so simple? Or did Lin Shu possess the ability to communicate with that supreme existence from the future? But on what basis? Supremes and immortal kings exist on different planes of existence. To an immortal king, a supreme resembles nothing more than an ant. Yet Lin Shu seemed to share a profound connection with that supreme being, which was astonishing. They refrained from asking further questions, suspecting that it too was related to taboos and secrets. Lin Shu then produced three immortal king bodies. Your original forms have been utterly destroyed. Although your eyes, skulls, and hand bones remain, they are insufficient for your complete revival. Thus, I have prepared these three immortal king bodies for you. I hope you do not mind that they are not your true forms. Had they seen Lin Shu effortlessly produce three immortal king bodies before, they would have been astounded for Immortal King's tower over the world, gazing down upon the rise and fall of epics. Such beings could hardly leave behind three bodies. However, after hearing the previous revelations, the significance of the Immortal King bodies diminished greatly. The Emperor, the supreme existence, the future, any one of these realms was beyond an Immortal King's reach. Lin Shu entrusted the three Immortal King bodies to Yi Qingxian. They are temporarily in your care. You shall be responsible for their revival. As for the method of revival, you will understand it once you learn the art of resurrection. Yi Qingxian nodded resolutely. Very well, I will take charge of this matter, and I shall see it through. Chapter 217. The Nine-Colored Immortal Pill revives the Immortal Kings. The return of the dual Immortal Kings. After Yi Qingxian left with the 3 incomplete Immortal Kings, Lin Shu summoned the 2 beings he had brought from the Void Divine Realm, Lord Bird and Lord Jingbi. Having brought these 2 out, it was only natural that he would seek to restore them. The means to do so required a specific elixir known as the 9-colored Immortal Pill. In the original timeline, Shi Hao crafted the 9-colored Immortal Pill using the 3-life herb to aid these 2 in their recovery. Lin Shu, although lacking the 3-life herb and unable to concoct the 9-colored Immortal Pill, had previously acquired 3 of these pills during the year of extraction. For Lord Bird and Lord Jingbi, 2 pills would suffice for their restoration. Upon their arrival, Lord Bird and Lord Jingbi inquired directly, "Dao Master, have you summoned us for a purpose?" Lin Shu had liberated them from the dark prison connected to the Void Divine Realm, thus they held him in high regard. Therefore, should he require assistance, they would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. Lin Shu observed them and stated, "There is no immediate matter, but your powers are yet to be restored. So I wish to facilitate your recovery." Upon hearing this, both were elated. "Is that true? Thank you. Should we regain our strength, no matter what transpires in the future, we shall assist you without question." Lin Shu nodded. "Indeed, otherwise I would not have brought you here." Having made his decision, Lin Shu intended to venture once more into the Immortal Domain. After all, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were ultimately too barren compared to the various Immortal Domains. To aid their recovery, not only the 9-colored Immortal Pill, but also the environment was crucial. This time, Lin Shu did not require Lu Xun to guide him. The last time he ventured to the Immortal Domain, Lu Xun had led the way because Lin Shu was unfamiliar with the route, and the Immortal Domain had been severed, making it inaccessible from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, after his previous visit, the portal to the Immortal Domain remained open, allowing Lin Shu to proceed directly. Accompanied by Lord Bird and Lord Jingbi, he traversed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and soon arrived at the Immortal Domain portal, passing through it into the Immortal Domain. Once inside, Lin Shu quickly sought out a relatively spacious expanse of the cosmos. "Prepare yourselves," he urged, without hesitation. Lord Bird and Lord Jingbi seated themselves in meditation deep within the cosmos. Observing their readiness, Lin Shu produced 2 9-colored Immortal Pills. As the 9-colored Immortal Pills were revealed, an unparalleled phenomenon enveloped the entire cosmos. Radiant 9-colored light tore through the firmament, extending into the boundless Immortal Domain. Within the cosmos, this extraordinary spectacle captured the attention of many powerful beings who sensed its occurrence, prompting them to traverse the vast universe toward Lin Shu's location. Upon discovering that the source of this phenomenon was merely 2 elixirs, they were taken aback. The pills emitted 9-colored radiance, rending the cosmos. This was the legendary ancient elixir. It was said that during the age of the fallen emperors, a type of ancient immortal pill known as the 9-colored Immortal Pill existed, which required the 3-life herb for its creation. Yet the recipe had long been lost. Astonishingly, it had resurfaced. Who is this individual possessing 2 9-colored Immortal Pills? As many powerful beings witnessed this scene, their curiosity and astonishment grew. One among them, upon glimpsing Lin Shu's visage, exclaimed, "It is he, the Dao Master of Taichu." Who is the Dao Master of Taichu? Is there such a faction within the Immortal Domain? Taichu Dao is a mysterious force that emerged not long ago, rumored to originate from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with even the ancestral sacrificial spirit being a powerful member of Taichu Dao. An informed individual, having experienced the previous incident, quickly explained, "On that day during the Pan Wang Chung event at the Peach Blossom Conference, the ancestral sacrificial spirit single-handedly battled 3, defeating the unparalleled Immortal Kings Ao Sheng, Taishu, and Yuan Chu. How could you be unaware of such a monumental event? What? 3 unparalleled Immortal Kings have fallen? I merely sequestered myself for a century, and only upon sensing this phenomenon did I emerge, only to realize I missed such a significant occurrence." Upon learning of Lin Shu's identity, those who had previously coveted the supreme ancient immortal pills in his possession quickly reined in their ambitions. For just moments ago, they felt the approach of powerful immortal kings traversing the vast universe. The Pan Wang, the primordial immortal king, and other immortal kings arrived immediately upon sensing the phenomenon. Upon recognizing that Lin Shu was the cause, their understanding deepened. "Dao Master," the several immortal kings respectfully addressed him. Lin Shu, seeing their arrival, directly commanded, "You are to guard the vicinity. If anyone covets the 9-colored immortal pills, do not seek permission. Eliminate them on the spot." "Understood, Dao Master." They are now following Lin Shu, who has promised them that as long as they diligently fulfill their duties, He will find a way to elevate their status in the future. In the face of Lin Shu's directives, even the Immortal Kings would not hesitate. They commenced their vigilance over the surrounding universe, safeguarding it. In an instant, several Immortal Kings, including Pan Wang and Hun Yuan Immortal King, took their positions at the four corners of this vast universe, their celestial auras radiating throughout, exerting an immense pressure over all living beings, and serving as a formidable warning to the various powerful entities traversing the cosmos from the Immortal Domain. Seeing that they had secured the periphery, Lin Shu subsequently entrusted the 9-colored Immortal Pill to Lord Bird and Lord Jingbai. With the protection of the Immortal Kings, you may now restore your strength and peace. Thank you, they replied, and immediately consumed the 9-colored Immortal Pill. As they ingested the elixir, a transformation swiftly took place. A resplendent brilliance emanated from their foreheads, while myriad symbols of the great Tao flickered around them, embedding themselves within their beings. Concurrently, mysterious chants resonated throughout the universe, echoing like ancient incantations, seemingly summoning something. Streams of spiritual light converged from the depths of the cosmos and various locales across the Immortal Domain, merging into their minds. Celestial radiance pierced through the void of the universe, breaching the barriers of the Immortal Domain and likewise entering their consciousness. With the influx of spiritual and celestial light into their minds, their auras began to surge dramatically. Is this a resurgence? Could these two be Immortal Kings now awakening? It was unexpected that the primordial Tao Master had indeed discovered two Immortal Kings, a rarity even within the Immortal Domain. How had he located them? As others speculated, the auras of the two rapidly ascended, soon reaching the realm of Immortal Kings. They opened their eyes, clarity sparkling within them. So it turns out, I am a second in the world. I am the Immortal Gold Taoist. Chapter 218. The returning Immortal King from the Sea of Realms. The Butcher emerges. Congratulations to both of you, fellow Taoists, on your restoration. Pan Wang and the other Immortal Kings approached to extend their congratulations upon witnessing the revival of the Immortal Gold Taoist and the second in the world. The Immortal Gold Taoist and the second in the world naturally responded graciously, expressing their gratitude for the well wishes. Thank you, dear friends. After their thanks, the Immortal Gold Taoist turned to Lin Shu. Lin Shu, thank you. No need for formalities. The reason I facilitated your restoration is that there are tasks that require your assistance. This is not without purpose. Henceforth, you shall heed my commands. The Immortal Gold Taoist and the second in the world nodded earnestly. We shall uphold our promise. Then let us return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Shu declared, preparing to escort the Immortal Gold Taoist and the second in the world back. At that moment, Pan Wang suddenly spoke up. Tao Master, wait. I have a matter to report. Upon hearing Pan Wang, Lin Shu turned to him. What is it? It concerns the Butcher. Lin Shu's interest was piqued at this mention. The Butcher was the most formidable being beneath the Quasi-Immortal Emperors, among the most powerful of the Emperor Light Immortal Kings. If they could locate the Butcher and persuade him to combat the darkness, it would significantly bolster their strength. Well, the Butcher, where is he? Has he returned from the Sea of Realms? Lin Shu inquired directly. Pan Wang swiftly recounted recent events. Upon learning that Lin Shu sought the Butcher, he had covertly dispatched his subordinates to search for him. By invoking the name of the Butcher, Immortal Kings would feel a resonance. The Butcher's strength was indeed unparalleled among the Immortal Kings, and Pan Wang's numerous searches inevitably led to the utterance of his name. Consequently, the Butcher, who was within the Sea of Realms, sensed this and returned. Upon his return, he sought out those who had mentioned him and eventually discovered that Pan Wang had been searching for him. Upon hearing all this, Lin Shu understood. It was not that the Butcher had suddenly returned from the Sea of Realms, but rather he had responded to the calls in the Immortal Domain and thus returned. This suggested that perhaps those Immortal Kings lost within the Sea of Realms could also be guided back using this method. However, upon further contemplation, Lin Shu realized that this method might not be feasible for ordinary Immortal Kings. After all, those who had entered the Sea of Realms might have been lost for countless epochs, so far removed that their names had long been forgotten in the Immortal Domain. Who would call upon them to guide them back? Moreover, the Sea of Realms harbored not only the risk of disorientation, but also far more terrifying perils. There were numerous hidden dangers within the Sea of Realms. Even with a path back, some Immortal Kings might find it exceedingly difficult to return. At least for those below the level of giants, entering the Sea of Realms, even if they knew the way back, would prove to be an arduous challenge. The master of the Yin-Yang Forbidden Zone possessed strength at the giant level, yet upon his return, he suffered grievous injuries, verging on death. Only beings like the Butcher, unless confronted by quasi-mortal emperors, could traverse the dangers of the Sea of Realms unscathed and return at will. He might not even become lost. Initially, Lin Shu contemplated whether this method could be employed to summon those immortal kings who had yet to succumb to darkness and were lost in the Sea of Realms, thus augmenting their strength. However, it seemed this approach might not be viable. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. With this in mind, Lin Shu immediately instructed Pan Wang, Han Yuan Immortal King, Qi Wang, and the other immortal kings, in the time to come, seek out the immortal kings from the epochs of the Immortal Domain. If any of them have entered the Sea of Realms, have your subordinates call upon their names to see if, like the butcher, we can guide them back. At this pronouncement, Pan Wang, Han Yuan Immortal King, Qi Wang, and the other immortal kings instantly wore solemn expressions. Dao Master, this course of action is unwise. Pan Wang exclaimed. We have previously contemplated this method, and indeed, some have attempted it in the Immortal Domain. There were powerful immortal kings who, before leaving the Immortal Domain to enter the Sea of Realms, left behind descendants or messages for their kin to call upon their true names after many years, hoping to resonate with them and find their way back to the Immortal Domain. Some immortal kings received no response after being called, indicating they had perished. Others did respond, yet few truly returned. Furthermore, some who did return were driven mad, rampaging against the living beings of the Immortal Domain, ultimately being eliminated by the united efforts of the immortal kings. Of course, there were also immortal kings who, upon their return, established forbidden zones, never to emerge again. Even when other immortal kings inquired about what transpired, they were met with silence. If pressed, the forbidden zone immortal kings would merely say, "Do not venture into the Sea of Realms." Consequently, this method was deemed ominous, and the immortal kings of the Immortal Domain jointly established a rule. Those who entered the Sea of Realms, their descendants and kin, must not call upon their true names. Upon hearing Pan Wang's account, Lin Shu finally comprehended that this method had indeed been employed in the Immortal Domain long ago. The reason it was not widely known was due to its prohibition. Reflecting on it, it was clear every immortal king had lived for an extraordinarily long time, and especially those courageous enough to enter the Sea of Realms were undoubtedly beings of immense power, having traversed countless epochs. They would surely devise strategies upon entering the Sea of Realms. The notion that they could sense their true names being called was not lost on them. If they could conceive of it, they would certainly also consider this method. However, even with a method in hand, returning remained an arduous task. It appeared that this approach would not yield results. Lin Shu chose not to mention that method any further. Instead, he shifted the conversation and inquired, "Now that the butcher has returned and sought you out, did he have anything to say?" "The butcher wishes to meet you," responded King Pan. "Where is he?" "I shall go see him personally." Lin Shu held the butcher in considerable esteem. If it were any other celestial king, given that Lin Shu now had numerous celestial kings and elders at the Taichu Daoist Hall, he would not have felt compelled to meet them in person. However, the butcher, being an exceptionally formidable figure, arguably the strongest beneath the Quasi-Immortal Emperor rank, was indeed worthy of his attention. "Master, I fear he is already on his way here." With the butcher's immense power, upon sensing your presence in the celestial domain, especially with the remarkable phenomena surrounding the celestial gold Taoist and the second in the world, he would certainly be aware. "Then I shall wait for him here. Nevertheless, to be prudent, I will send a message to Goddess Lu. After all, he is the butcher. Although I am surrounded by the likes of the second in the world, the celestial gold Taoist, King Pan, the Han Yuan celestial king, and King Qi, these individuals may not suffice to confront the butcher. Only with Goddess Lu by my side can I face him with assurance." Chapter 219. The Ninefold Nirvana Pill. Ascending to Quasi-Immortal Emperor. The Ultimate Investment System. Host. Lin Shu. Age. 36, 892 years. Realm. Supreme Realm Cultivation Method. Taichu True Solution Physique. Taichu Primal Chaos Body Divine Powers and Techniques. Howling Moon and Star Technique. Great Desolation Sword Cannon. Taichu Spirit. Taichu Chaos. Taichu Primordial Light. True Dragon Technique. Qilin Technique. Cicada Technique. Thunder Emperor Technique. Investments made. Goddess Lu, Shi Hao, Yin Shi, Ling Xuan Tong, Huo Ling Er, King Yi, Lin King, Xia Yu, Qin Su Yue, Feng Wu, Demoness, Dragonmaiden, Gegu, Yixian Zektmaster, Taiyin Yadarabit, Cao Yusheng, Jun Hao, Yuhan, Zhixian, Mu Yuan. The second in the world, Celestial Gold Taoist, Investment Rewards. Investment reward for the second in the world, Celestial Gold Taoist, not yet claimed lottery draws. Yearly draw, 0 times. Monthly draw, 0 times. Possessions, 20 Heavenly God Realm Guards, 2 Supreme Realm Mounts, True Phoenix and Chaos Demon Ape. 2 Heavenly God Realm Mounts, Thunder Lion and Howling Moon Skywolf. Time-Space Hall, Taichu Tower, Destiny Stone X2, Taichi True Water, Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, Great Initial Sword. Inner Universe Cultivation Method, 3 Flowers Gathering at the Summit and 5 Chi returning to the Origin Technique, 3 Supreme, Thunder Spirit Clan, Divine Cicada Clan, Qilin, Wudong Divine Wood. Flawless Golden Elixir, X10, 3 Radiance Divine Water, X8, True Immortal Flesh, X20, Flawless Heavenly God Fruit, X28, Supreme Dao Fruit, X29, True Immortal Dao Fruit, X2, Tong Tian Jinmu, Seedling. Immortal King Flesh, X4, including a piece from the Poo Demon King, 9-color Immortal Pill, X2, Sacrificial Pill, Flawless Supreme Dao Fruit, Flawless Immortal King Dao Fruit. Path End Level Immortal Emperor Method, Taichu Reincarnation Technique, Taichu Demon Devouring Technique, Taichu Burning Technique, etc. 6 Paths Reincarnation Immortal King Yuanshin, Emperor Light Immortal King's Blood X1. Flower Pollen Empress's Remnant Soul, Nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor Soul, Fire Lin Shu opened the system, examining the treasures he currently possessed. After all, he was about to confront the Butcher, a figure one could rightfully deem the strongest beneath the Quasi-Immortal Emperor rank. Such a powerful entity. Should he be persuaded to join Lin Shu's ranks in the battle against darkness and the uncanny, would undoubtedly enhance his forces significantly. Of course, enticing such a formidable being was no simple task. Thus Lin Shu sought to ascertain what valuable items he had at his disposal that could captivate the Butcher. Upon reviewing his inventory, he realized that few items could truly appeal to someone of the Butcher's caliber. While treasures like the Time-Space Hall, Taichu Tower, and Taichu Sword were undoubtedly useful, they could not be invested in the Butcher. At most, he could allow the Butcher to cultivate within the Time-Space Hall. But for someone of his stature, the allure of such a place was minimal. Though the Time-Space Hall possessed a terrifying flow of time, for the Butcher, time was the least of his concerns. At his level, relying on time to advance was simply unfeasible. Similarly, the Inner Universe Cultivation Method and the 3 Flowers Gathering at the Summit and 5 Chi returning to the Origin Technique held little attraction for the Butcher. His ancestry was the very foundation of the Celestial Domain's cultivation system, and he had his own path to follow, rendering him unsure of cultivation methods. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Shu. The Celestial Domain's cultivation physique, while originating from the Butcher's ancestors, was ultimately limited. However, he possessed the Path-End level Immortal Emperor Method, the ultimate technique of the myriad heavens, the pinnacle of the path. Even the Butcher did not have such a method. If possible, Lin Shu would not hesitate to bestow this Path-End level Immortal Emperor Method upon him. The Butcher's innate talent was beyond question. He was undoubtedly among the finest of this world. After all, in the original narrative, it was only when he faced Shi Hao that he chose to retreat, avoiding confrontation with opponents from other realms. Given the Butcher's exceptional aptitude, grasping the intricacies of the Path-End level Immortal Emperor Method should not pose a problem. If that were still insufficient, he could resort to the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor Soul Fire. The nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor Soul Fire, which was fused by Goddess Lu in the original story. However, now that Goddess Lu had transcended to a point where she could reach Quasi-Immortal Emperor status on her own, she no longer required the Soul Fire. With her capabilities, why would she need to merge with the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor Soul Fire? The Path-End level Immortal Emperor Method and the nameless Quasi-Immortal Emperor Soul Fire. As Lin Shu contemplated these 2 items, his confidence in the Butcher joining his camp solidified. As for the one raising chickens in the burial grounds, he would devise a plan for that later. For now, he needed to focus on the matter at hand with the Butcher. There's also the investment reward? Lin Shu recalled that he had yet to claim the investment rewards for the second in the world and the Celestial Gold Taoist. Without hesitation, he opted to claim the rewards. Ding! Host's investment in the second in the world and the Celestial Gold Taoist has yielded a 9-fold Nirvana Pill. 9-fold Nirvana Pill. Upon consumption, one undergoes 9 cycles of Nirvana. Each subsequent cycle requires 10-fold the time of the previous one. After 9 cycles, one can ascend directly to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. Note, the 9-fold Nirvana Pill is suitable only for the Phoenix, Huang, and Zhuke clans, or those possessing their bloodline. Note, the duration of the first Nirvana cycle is 1 year, an extraordinary elixir. Upon reading the description, Lin Shu's heart soared with joy. Although the 9-fold Nirvana Pill had certain restrictions, and the time required for the 9 cycles was considerable, it was undoubtedly a peerless treasure. The first cycle took 1 year, the second 10 years, the third 100 years, the fourth 1,000 years, the fifth 10,000 years, and by the 9th cycle, it would amount to 100 million years. In this world, 100 million years was an incredibly lengthy span. However, with the time-space hall, even though the time would not shorten during the nirvana process, the external world would not experience a significant passage of time. Nevertheless, this pill was only suitable for the Phoenix and Zhuge clans, or those with their bloodline, which posed a considerable limitation. Lin Shu pondered whether he knew anyone possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix or Zhuge clans. Soon, he thought of one individual, Huolinger, who possessed the sacred body of the Zhuge and met the conditions for using the ninefold nirvana pill. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Huolinger already had ample opportunities at her disposal. Given the investments she had currently acquired, with some time, she should have a chance to attain Quasi-Immortal Emperor status on her own. Using the ninefold nirvana pill on her would be somewhat redundant. Just then, Lin Shu received news from Goddess Lu. She had arrived in the celestial domain after traversing the 9 heavens and 10 earths and had encountered the butcher heading towards King Pan's city. Now, the two were approaching together. With their speed, they would reach King Pan's city shortly. Lin Shu ceased his thoughts, closed the system interface, and quietly awaited the arrival of Goddess Lu and the butcher. Before long, the deity Lu and the butcher arrived at Panwang City. Chapter 220, The Secrets of the Boundless Sea, 1 Emperor and 4 Quasi-Immortal Emperors. In Panwang City, the Panwang Manor, though termed a manor, was in reality a realm unto itself, forged from the very essence of a universe by the Panwang. If the entirety of Panwang City could be likened to a weapon of an immortal king, then the Panwang Manor was undoubtedly its heart. This place was so hallowed that even the numerous descendants of the Panwang were deemed unworthy to tread upon its grounds. Yet today, it was prepared to host guests. After all, the visitor in question was none other than the butcher, a figure renowned throughout the Immortal Domain. Regardless of whether one perceived the name butcher as amusing or not, it was a title earned through countless slaughters. The act of butchering, in truth, referred to the slaying of immortal kings. For the butcher, the distinction between killing an immortal king and slaughtering livestock was negligible. Not to mention, with the Panwang now affiliated with the Taichu Dao, even in the absence of such ties, the butcher's arrival warranted the utmost respect from the Panwang. In short order, the Panwang invited Lu and the butcher into the Panwang Manor. The entire estate was suffused with chaotic energy and enveloped in celestial mist, representing one of the most extraordinary paradises within the Immortal Domain. To those present, such a treasure trove was hardly remarkable. For instance, sitting beside Lin Shu were the second in the world and the immortal gold Taoist, both formidable immortal kings, who naturally would not be overly awed by such a celestial abode. As Lu and the butcher entered, Lin Shu rose from a cushion steeped in the aura of the immortal Tao. Before Lin Shu could speak, the butcher, having entered, initiated the conversation. "I hear you've been searching for me? Please take a seat." Lin Shu, unhurried, extended an invitation for the butcher to sit. The butcher, noting the absence of Lin Shu's immediate declaration of intent, was equally unperturbed and casually chose a cushion to settle upon. Once the butcher was seated, Lin Shu began to speak slowly. "I wonder how much you know about this world, butcher?" The abruptness of Lin Shu's inquiry piqued the butcher's curiosity, leaving him uncertain as to why Lin Shu would pose such a question. Although the butcher would not claim to be the most knowledgeable person in the world, he was confident that within the Immortal Domain, none could rival his understanding. He began to elaborate, transitioning from the Immortal Domain to the Boundless Sea, deftly discussing details even some immortal sovereigns regarded as no-go zones or places of despair. "Indeed, you possess a profound understanding of this world," Lin Shu remarked. "But do you know what lies beyond the Boundless Sea? Where does the end of the Boundless Sea lead? How vast is this entire world? What is the caliber of the strongest beings within it?" As Lin Shu posed these questions, the butcher fell into contemplation. He truly had no knowledge of what lay beyond the Boundless Sea. He only knew that even he could not set foot there, as it was rumored to be home to a legendary emperor. As for where the end of the Boundless Sea led, he was even less informed, having not traversed its entirety. Regarding the size of the world, in the past, he could have provided some insight, but Lin Shu's inquiry left him momentarily stumped. Through the previous question, he could vaguely surmise that the end of the Boundless Sea certainly harbored another world, far more complex than he had anticipated. The butcher did not respond, but instead countered. "Are you aware that while your talents may be commendable, you are merely at the supreme realm? To speak frankly, if not for the presence of the ancestral spirits, you would not even possess the qualifications to be in my sight." Lin Shu paid no heed to the butcher's words, remaining unperturbed. After all, when compared to the butcher, his status as a supreme realm practitioner was indeed inconsequential. Even his talents, in the presence of the butcher, seemed trivial. At the level of the butcher, one no longer concerned themselves with mere talent. Such heights could not be attained solely through innate ability. Lin Shu calmly replied, I am well aware, and I must assert that even the legendary beings you speak of may not be as informed as I. Is that so? If so, I eagerly await your insights. The butcher replied, his interest piqued. Lin Shu smiled. This, indeed, is the ultimate secret. Even you must understand that acquiring this knowledge comes at a price. And what must I provide? The butcher inquired. To fight for this world, Lin Shu declared. Without hesitation, the butcher nodded. Very well, if there is battle, I shall gladly take part. It has been countless years since I have encountered a worthy opponent. Perhaps a true battle will yield insights. Now may I speak? Lin Shu continued. The others, too, became attentive. Even Liu, who had spent the most time with Lin Shu and was aware of his mysteries, gazed at him, clearly eager to learn what astonishing secrets he would unveil. Lin Shu slowly began. The first question, what lies beyond the Boundary Sea? There exist 5 beings who surpass the immortal kings. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the faces of all present. The existence of emperors was a mere legend. It was previously thought that, even if there were emperors, 1 or 2 would be the limit. It was believed that a single footprint on the dam of the Boundary Sea belonged to one, and perhaps another lay deep within its depths. Yet, the revelation of 5 such beings was astounding. The butcher spoke up. Are you saying there are 5 emperors there? Lin Shu shook his head. The butcher, perplexed, asked, why the shake of your head? To surpass an immortal king does not equate to being an emperor. Lin Shu elucidated. Those who surpass immortal kings are known as quasi-immortal emperors. Only those above the quasi-immortal emperor rank are true emperors. In this world, since the dawn of creation, there has been but a single true emperor, while the other 5 are merely quasi-immortal emperors. Pan Wang, listening intently, interjected. Did you not say there were 5 beings surpassing immortal kings? If one is a true emperor, why are there still 5 quasi-immortal emperors? Would that not total 6? Because one of the quasi-immortal emperors has perished, Lin Shu replied. Upon the Boundary Sea, a set of footprints remains, belonging to a quasi-immortal emperor who faced 3 others alone and ultimately fell in battle, thus leaving only 5 formidable existences. These 5 consist of 1 true emperor and 4 quasi-immortal emperors. In that moment, Liu seemed to grasp why Lin Shu had persistently urged him to cultivate the 1 qi transforming into 3 purities. It became evident that Lin Shu had been preparing from the very beginning. The Panwang manor fell into a brief silence. The revelations Lin Shu shared today were indeed secrets they had never encountered before. Should this knowledge spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Immortal Domain. The butcher, regaining his composure first, seemed to sense something in Lin Shu's tone. Earlier, you suggested I should fight for this world. Thus, are these 5 my future adversaries? Yes and no, Lin Shu nodded, then swiftly shook his head. The foes we must truly confront are far more terrifying by a factor of millions. Chapter 221. The Origins of the Otherworld and the Burial Realm. The terrifying and strange plateau. Enemies more fearsome than a true emperor, and 4 quasi-immortal emperors? Upon hearing this, even the butcher, despite his formidable strength, was taken aback. He believed that even the few beings in the Boundary Sea posed nearly insurmountable odds. To consider an adversary 1,000,000 times more powerful was daunting. It was akin to asking a supreme to battle a host of immortal kings, entirely disparate realms of existence, leaving no chance for combat whatsoever. Liu, absorbing Lin Shu's words, felt a chill of apprehension. This was the first time he had heard such declarations from Lin Shu, who had never before divulged the nature of their enemies. In the present moment, one truly comprehends the essence of despair. Perhaps at that time, Lin Shu feared that the others would succumb to such despair upon hearing the truth, losing all motivation to cultivate. After all, the adversary was exceedingly formidable. Even the once invincible Lu Shun, who had traversed the realms 9 times, now found herself at a loss for how to achieve victory. Although Lu Shun was on the verge of transcending to the threshold of a quasi-immortal emperor, stepping into that realm would merely afford her a semblance of composure against the enemies of the Realm Sea. When confronted with the truly terrifying foes, even a quasi-immortal emperor might prove inadequate. Lu Shun inquired, what manner of enemy are we facing? Does such a terrifying being truly exist in this world? Lin Shu nodded in affirmation. At the end of the Realm Sea lies an incomprehensibly vast world. If the Immortal Domain is merely a slightly larger ripple in the Realm Sea, then the Realm Sea itself is but a ripple in the ocean of the Grand World. And that ocean is not even the most formidable among the myriad worlds. Within the expanse of those grand worlds exists a plateau, wherein 10 beings surpassing emperors reside, harvesting the myriad realms across epochs. I refer to them as the Enigmatic Clan. Once in our realm, there was a peerless individual who ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor. Yet, at the moment of their ascension, they were tainted by a drop of black blood from the grand world, and thus the Immortal Emperor fell into darkness. It can be said that the origin of all darkness in this world stems from that extraordinary Immortal Emperor. The 4 beings in the Realm Sea, once guardians of the living, willingly descended into darkness, initiating a cycle of reckoning. The foreign lands were merely their casual creations. Now, do you comprehend the terror of the enemies we must confront in the future? Lin Shu's words resonated in the ears of all present. The foreign lands had long contended with the Immortal Domain, yet they had never managed to gain the upper hand. However, learning that the foreign lands were merely casually cultivated entities was a shocking revelation. This implied that those formidable beings in the Realm Sea, who could barely be subdued, were merely the prelude to the true enemies that awaited at the end of the Realm Sea. In that grand world upon the plateau, the butcher interjected, "If the enemy is so powerful, how can we contend with them?" Lin Shu smiled gently. "This question pertains to the future. Even if I were to share it with you, you might not comprehend it. You only need to know that we shall not be defeated." Lin Shu's assertion left the crowd puzzled. The enemies appeared overwhelmingly strong, and yet Lin Shu proclaimed their certainty of victory. They could hardly fathom such confidence. "Isn't it more accurate to say that we will not win?" the butcher asked hesitantly. "Rest assured, we will triumph," Lin Shu reiterated with conviction. The butcher remained skeptical, but did not press further, shifting the conversation. "In that case, what must we do next?" Lin Shu pondered briefly before responding. "We must enhance our strength, then venture to the burial grounds to summon the ancestor of the burials, the purveyor of counterfeit medicines, and the chicken breeders. And only then can we commence war with the foreign lands. The foreign lands may have bizarre entities arriving." "The burial grounds?" the butcher queried. "I did not wish to speak of the one selling counterfeit medicines, but the ancestor of the burials and the chicken breeders are all from the burial realm. Can we truly expect them to stand united with us? For countless epochs, the burial realm has seemingly maintained a neutral stance." Lin Shu chuckled. "They will undoubtedly side with us because they possess compelling reasons to join us against the foreign lands." "What reasons?" "The burial realm originates from a decayed wooden box that the foreign lands are currently seeking. Should the foreign lands discover that the decayed wooden box resides in the burial realm, they would certainly assault it, as it is a coveted item for the 4 quasi-immortal emperors of the Realm Sea, integral to the true emperor." Understanding dawned upon the butcher. He turned to Lin Shu. "Who exactly are you? How do you know so many secrets?" Lin Shu replied, "If I harbored ulterior motives towards this world, I would not have aided Lu Shan in her restoration, nor would I have provided her with the Immortal Emperor's methods. Nor would I exert myself to help her ascend to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor or even the Immortal Emperor realm. Lu Shan can vouch for me. Furthermore, I have been cultivating numerous prodigies. Each of them, now within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, surpasses the so-called descendants of the immortal kings from the Immortal Domain." The butcher turned to Lu Shan. Although he did not trust Lin Shu, he placed his faith in Lu Shan as the ancestral spirit. She had penetrated the foreign lands 9 times, a fact that could not be fabricated. Lu Shan nodded affirmatively. "So, you are on the cusp of becoming a quasi-immortal emperor?" The butcher was astonished upon seeing Lu Shan's acknowledgement. Her strength had once been inferior to his, and while she was indeed remarkable, he had perceived a gap between them. At least, during their incursions into the foreign lands, she had not equaled him. Little did he expect that after years of wandering the Realm Sea, Lu Shan would soon surpass him. The butcher looked to Lin Shu. "Given the enemy's overwhelming strength, I too wish to enhance my power. Do you possess any means?" "Indeed." Lin Shu nodded. "If I did not, I would not have sought you out. To speak frankly, your current strength, while impressive, would scarcely contribute to a genuine battle." Lin Shu referred to the true conflict against those formidable beings in the Realm Sea. The Emperor-light Immortal King was indeed powerful, but compared to a quasi-immortal emperor, they existed on entirely different planes. A mere breath from a quasi-immortal emperor could easily suppress the Emperor-light Immortal King. Is it truly possible? The butcher's spirits lifted. He had not anticipated such unexpected fortune. He had roamed the Realm Sea for years in search of the rumored method to transcend from king to emperor, though it now seemed somewhat absurd, given that he had once been unaware of the quasi-immortal emperor's existence, believing that the immortal king was the pinnacle of power. No wonder he had struggled to find the path. He had not anticipated that Lin Shu could provide the opportunity for his breakthrough. "Please enlighten me," the butcher, setting aside his pride as the Emperor-light Immortal King, earnestly implored. Chapter 222. Lin Shu ascends to Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Disturbances in the Realm Sea. 1 month later, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, within the time-space hall, Lin Shu, as the Emperor Light Immortal King, was cultivating on the 8th level. Here, the flow of time was already 1 billion times faster than in the outside world. 1 month equated to over 800,000 years. During this month, Lin Shu made no moves, for Lin Shu had reached the critical juncture of her breakthrough, poised to transcend the Immortal King realm and ascend to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor stage. Lin Shu understood that once he ventured out to attend to matters, it was highly likely he would need to call upon Lin Shu. Thus he refrained from any actions during this month. The plan to visit the burial realm was also temporarily shelved. Within that month, Lin Shu remained in the 6th level of the time-space hall, where even the 6th level boasted a time flow of 100,000 times. Lin Shu had cultivated there for over 8,000 years. After such an extensive period, he had reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, on the verge of attaining the true immortal realm. Yet, Lin Shu did not pursue this path, for the true immortal realm was not his aspiration. The celestial being of the mundane world was. He was not in haste to break through, but instead continued to enrich his foundation at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Seeking that ultimate leap, Lin Shu harbored a notion that the so-called celestial being of the mundane world might not necessarily require 9 lifetimes to achieve. For figures like Shi Hao and Yi Fan, their celestial beings of the mundane world required 9 lifetimes because both existed in an age of decline, where the supreme realm could only endure for a mere 10,000 years. Lacking the substance for eternal life, they could not achieve longevity, relying instead on the accumulation of 1 lifetime after another to gradually transform their cultivation. In this present era, the 9 heavens and 10 earths have succumbed to the age of decline, where even an exalted being can exist for millions of years without concern, thus rendering the struggles of worldly life across lifetimes utterly unnecessary. Coupled with the peculiar flow of time within the time palace, Lin Shu naturally harbors no urgency to attain a breakthrough. He has immersed himself in the study of various mystical arts, each a pinnacle technique of the transcendent celestial sovereign, which he has ingeniously crafted by fusing the primordial law with others. Although Lin Shu has conceived these arts, his mastery remains superficial, lacking true profundity. Within the time palace, after more than 8,000 years, Lin Shu's cultivation has not only reached the apex of exaltation, but has also deepened his comprehension of the myriad laws. He has successfully grasped the ultimate celestial sovereign arts, achieving enlightenment within the realm of true immortals. Given Lin Shu's current prowess, it would be no exaggeration to assert that he is capable of contending with true immortals. After 8 millennia in the 6th level of the time palace, which corresponds to the 8th level after 8 million years, Lin Shu received word from the goddess of Willow. She was finally poised to break through. Upon hearing this news, Lin Shu was overwhelmed with joy. The goddess of Willow's breakthrough signified her impending entry into the realm of quasi-celestial sovereignty. Simultaneously, the butcher was also on the brink of his own breakthrough, having already ventured far beyond the rank of the celestial king. The butcher had once attempted to transcend into an emperor, narrowly escaping death. Nevertheless, his wealth of experience, combined with the ultimate celestial sovereign arts bestowed by Lin Shu, positioned him favorably for a breakthrough after contemplating for over 800,000 years in the 8th level of the time palace. However, the butcher would ultimately lag behind the goddess of Willow. Emerging from the time palace without hesitation, the goddess of Willow stepped into the celestial domain. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were far too insignificant to withstand the magnitude of her breakthrough. In the depths of the infinite starry expanse of the celestial domain, she chose a desolate and frigid corner of a universe devoid of any inhabitants, a decision made to avoid endangering others. The magnitude of a quasi-celestial sovereign's breakthrough could wreak havoc, and even the slightest fluctuation could prove catastrophic to any race or powerful being. Even celestial kings would find it challenging to withstand the force of such a breakthrough. Only in this remote corner of the universe could the goddess of Willow safely undergo her transformation. Amidst the boundless cosmos, the goddess of Willow sat in meditation, her form resembling a willow tree that upheld the universe itself, extending even into the depths of chaos. Within the sacred center of this divine willow, an ethereal figure sat gracefully. Surrounding her was a terrifying aura, surging like a tumultuous ocean, crashing against the surrounding void, causing the universe itself to tremble under the strain. It was a scene of sheer terror, as the celestial rivers quivered, spaces fractured, and black holes collapsed, as if the entire world were on the brink of annihilation. Yet amidst this atmosphere of destruction, a vibrant life force surged forth, rippling outwards to stabilize the stars and mend the rift cosmos. As the goddess of Willow broke through, her ethereal form remained supremely sacred, radiating divine light that enveloped the vast universe and unleashed boundless green energy, capable of both obliterating the starry sky and nurturing all living things. Above her, 3 beams of light appeared, piercingly bright, as 3 identical figures emerged, each a manifestation of the goddess, standing tall beneath the endless starry expanse. This was the method of transforming unity into the 3 pure ones. The goddess's 3 incarnations now took on substantial forms and were also embarking on their own breakthroughs. An infinite blaze filled the entire universe, incinerating countless celestial bodies into mere particles, exploding in the silence of the dark cosmos. This spectacle was both horrifying and wondrous. Countless symbols of the great Tao danced and surged above the goddess's head, enveloping her true form and her incarnations, illuminating the vast cosmos as if shedding light upon all creation. Green willow tendrils erupted from her body, entwining around her 3 incarnations, attempting to draw them back into her essence, their brilliance clashing in a magnificent display. This was not mere entanglement. It was a fusion. Yet amidst this, one of the incarnations resisted, tearing through the tendrils, as if unwilling to return, suggesting the emergence of an independent will. The collisions between the true self and the incarnations stirred the cosmos, causing Lin Shu to witness blood seeping from the corners of the goddess's mouth. As wounds appeared across her form, each drop of blood that fell bore the weight of the universe, oppressing all creation, rendering them incapable of resisting even a single droplet. In the celestial domain, numerous celestial kings gazed from afar at the edge of the universe where the goddess of Willow resided. They could not discern her features, only glimpsing the majestic figure shrouded in chaotic energies. One celestial king, astonished, questioned, did she not already ascend from king to emperor? Why is she still capable of such transformation? This inquiry stemmed from a celestial king who was unaware of the goddess's true status, mistakenly equating her prior ascent with that of an emperor. At this moment, Lin Shu stood in the universe where the king of the disk resided, observing the goddess of Willow. He remained vigilant, aware that such a remarkable breakthrough could attract attention from other realms or even the Sea of Realms. Regardless, he was resolute in ensuring that the goddess's breakthrough would not be compromised. In the palm of his hand, a drop of blood pulsed with vitality, should any disturbance arise. Lin Shu would act without hesitation. The butcher, along with several other celestial kings, had gathered around Lin Shu. At that moment, the butcher spoke. There is movement in the Sea of Realms. Lin Shu's expression grew serious as he addressed the butcher and the other celestial kings nearby. Prepare yourselves. Our battle is imminent. Chapter 223. The Action of Other Realms. The Gathering of Giants. Haha. Thank you for illuminating our path home. Within the Sea of Realms, a powerful figure strode forth, treading upon the waves. Beneath his feet, shattered universes disintegrated into dust, their fragments transforming into waves that were swept into the Sea of Realms. This being, returning from the Sea of Realms, while not a giant, had nonetheless reached the pinnacle of strength. In a few steps, he traversed countless cosmic waves. Arriving at the embankment, he gazed at the goddess of Willow, his eyes brimming with delight. Her breakthrough had resonated even within the Sea of Realms, guiding him back from its depths. Lin Shu exchanged glances with the king of the disk, signaling him to engage. For now, it was preferable to refrain from conflict. This returning figure did not appear adversarial. Of course, should he prove to be an enemy, the king of the disk's intervention would suffice to halt him. After all, he was merely a peak celestial king, not a giant, and there was no need to deploy true giants to confront him. The king of the disk received Lin Shu's message and promptly intercepted the returning figure at the embankment. If you are returning to the celestial domain, I shall not impede you, but you must not venture there. The peak celestial king, returning from the Sea of Realms, regarded the king of the disk with disdain. If I could traverse the Sea of Realms, what place in the celestial domain can I not enter? It was evident that those who could enter the Sea of Realms were lawless individuals, unlikely to be dissuaded by mere words. The king of the disk said nothing further and immediately engaged in combat. On the embankment of the Sea of Realms, 2 peak celestial kings clashed, each encounter stirring waves of cosmic energy, remnants of worlds being swept up in the turmoil, creating a spectacle of chaos. Soon, a second celestial king, drawn by the signs of the breakthrough, emerged from the Sea of Realms. Then a third and a fourth. Fortunately, Upon witnessing the battle at the embankment and the array of poised figures standing beside Lin Shu, they ultimately chose to retreat silently. Lin Shu gazed intently towards the direction of the Boundary Sea. Although it appeared that no formidable enemies had yet emerged, he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. The divine Willow had ascended to the status of a broken king and now a true emperor, perhaps. For Lin Shu, this did not signify a genuine emperor, yet for other formidable beings, it certainly did. Thus, Lin Shu had to remain vigilant against numerous potential threats. The celestial kings from the foreign realms posed a significant concern. The foreign realms shared an exceedingly powerful connection with the divine Willow. In years past, the divine Willow had traversed the foreign realms 9 times, leaving a river of blood in his wake. Now that he had broken through, the foreign realms would undoubtedly not allow him to ascend easily. Beyond the foreign realms, places like the Boundary Sea and the ancient Origin Palace would not remain indifferent should they perceive a celestial king on the verge of a breakthrough, perhaps even intervening. Fortunately, he had the Butcher by his side. Lin Shu had unwavering faith in the Butcher's strength. As long as the Quasi-Emperor did not intervene, the Butcher's prowess was indeed invincible. The titans of the foreign realms, the returning powerhouses from the Boundary Sea, and even other formidable beings were of little concern. However, what truly filled Lin Shu with trepidation were the few beings on the other side of the Boundary Sea. If they chose to act, that would signify a genuine crisis. Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within the Boundary Sea, there were no signs of a Quasi-Emperor awakening. Perhaps they remained in slumber, or perhaps, even if one did appear, they would choose to remain indifferent, much like that nameless Quasi-Emperor who once left footprints along the Boundary Sea dike. In the original text, when Shi Hao broke through to become a Quasi-Emperor, they did not appear either. For them, an additional Quasi-Emperor may not pose a threat at all. After all, each Quasi-Emperor is a protagonist born from countless epics, brimming with extraordinary confidence. Regardless, if those beings did not take action, it was in fact good news for Lin Shu. At the very least, he would not have to confront them for now, granting him the opportunity for growth and development. As Lin Shu pondered, news had already reached the foreign realms. The ancestral ritual spirit was on the verge of becoming a broken king and true emperor. This news quickly swept across the entire foreign realm. The kings of the foreign realm received the information almost instantaneously, and in an instant, they all mobilized towards the celestial domain. Kuan Di, Wu Shang, and the Red King, the titans of the foreign realms, could no longer remain idle. They commanded that the news be relayed to the Boundary Sea. Though Kuan Di, Wu Shang, and the Red King were confident in their invincibility, they knew that the divine Willow had once traversed the foreign realms 9 times, and now he had reached the threshold of becoming a broken king and true emperor. His strength had undoubtedly reached an unfathomable level. They needed to seek allies. Only then could they be more assured of success. As the command was issued, a celestial king entered the Boundary Sea, carrying the orders of the Titans. In the Boundary Sea, a mysterious being sat motionless on a solitary island, as if in a state of eternal meditation, with a golden gourd placed before him. Should any celestial king of strength catch sight of him, they would surely be filled with dread. For it was this being who had caused a significant portion of the burial zone to collapse in the past with his yellow gourd. Senior, I come at the behest of Kuan Di to request your assistance. The celestial king from the foreign realm spoke with utmost respect and caution, even in the face of this being. After a long while, the being on the solitary island in the Boundary Sea slowly opened his eyes. His hair was gray, and his eyes were a dead gray, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation that pierced through the hearts of men. Oh, what matter requires my intervention from Kuan Di? It is regarding the ancestral ritual spirit, who is suspected of breaking through to become a true emperor. Kuan Di invites you to join him. Seeking to become a broken king and true emperor? How laughable. That is a path to death. You all believe in such folly? Let her seek her own demise. The gray-clad man coldly scoffed, his disdain palpable as he toyed with the yellow gourd. Senior Chu Chong, the ancestral ritual spirit is indeed formidable. It is better to be safe than sorry. Even if she cannot break through, her power remains exceedingly great. We implore you to act together with us to subdue her. Furthermore, Kuan Di has mentioned that should you choose to intervene, we will invite you to join us in the burial domain in the future. After all, you once caused a great collapse in the burial domain. I believe you would find it most intriguing. The celestial king from the foreign realm implored. Chu Chong suddenly raised his head, his dead gray eyes shooting forth a terrifying beam of light as he gazed into the void. Then he stood and declared, "Are you truly prepared to take action against the burial domain?" "Indeed," the celestial king replied. "In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, The ancestral ritual spirit is not our ultimate enemy. She is but a pawn cultivated by that one. We shall inevitably confront that being in the future. And regardless of the circumstances, we must make a choice regarding the burial domain. We are bound to enter the burial realm sooner or later. In fact, we have already mobilized our forces, simply awaiting the right moment. Chu Chong cast a glance at the celestial king from the foreign realm. Who is it that you aim to confront? You will understand upon your arrival. Very well, since you intend to take action against the burial domain. I shall accompany you this time. Chu Chong finally set forth. A similar event transpired on another solitary island, where a middle-aged man stood with his back to the Boundless Sea, motionless as if carved from stone. Beside him, a gleaming long sword was plunged into the ground, resembling a condensed galaxy, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The foreign realm strongman arrived at this location and engaged in conversation with him. Ultimately, this renowned sword king turned around calmly, his steps heavy as he stepped onto the sea, making his way towards the celestial domain. The foreign realm's forces were on the move, heading towards the universe where the divine Willow was on the verge of a breakthrough. Kundi arrived, gazing into the cosmos ahead, and beheld the divine Willow. How absurd! He truly dares to become a broken king and true emperor, oblivious to the peril. The indifferent titan of the foreign realm, Kundi, whispered, "Perhaps such self-destructive individuals require no intervention from us. They will ultimately be claimed by the heavens," remarked Wu Shang, a titan among the immortal kings. Soon, the two titans from the Boundless Sea arrived, one wielding a golden gourd and the other brandishing a shining heavenly blade. Making their presence known, neither concealed their intentions as they directly advanced, instilling a sense of dread among the kings of the celestial domain. This is dire. The arrival of these two formidable beings spells trouble. Some celestial kings voiced their concerns, including the formidable King Shi Hao, whose expression was grave, while others may be unaware. He was all too familiar with the strength of the being wielding the golden gourd, known as Chu Chong, who had survived a grievous injury from the chicken keeper. Such a figure was undoubtedly terrifying. At this moment, among those observing the divine Willow's breakthrough in that corner of the universe, were not only the titans, but also fallen celestial kings, immortal kings, and various sovereigns gathering, each with piercing gazes. They were the strongest of their respective eras, having once reigned supreme, the protagonists of their times. Now, united, the kings descended together. This was a sight not witnessed for countless ages. Lin Shu regarded these figures and calmly remarked, "Is it just you?" Feeling the drop of blood within him, he touched the black paper boat in his hand, ultimately deciding to put them away. It seemed that this time, he would not require their assistance. Chapter 224, The Butcher Strikes. Ironhead Wu Shang, the Immortal King. Let me take action. The Butcher, observing the arrival of the powerful figures, displayed no panic like the other beings of the celestial domain. Instead, he exuded disdain and a hint of fury. Initially, he had just obtained the opportunity to become a Quasi-Emperor from Lin Shu and was preparing to enter seclusion to seek a breakthrough. Little did he expect that trouble would come knocking. Indeed, to the Butcher, whether it be the strongmen from the foreign realms or those from the Boundless Sea, their fierce approach seemed merely a trivial disturbance, a mere nuisance. Upon reaching the level of the Butcher, unless one possesses comparable strength or is a rumored quasi-immortal emperor, the other powerful beings, even those hailed as immortal kings, are hardly worth mentioning. Lin Shu, upon hearing the Butcher's words, did not refuse. This time, it was evidently not a true bizarre assault, but merely a probing from another realm. Alternatively, it could be said that these powerful beings might simply be testing the waters of the bizarre. Long before, Lin Shu had already suspected that the bizarre had arrived in this world. He simply could not comprehend why they had yet to make their move. Since they remained inactive, Lin Shu naturally felt no urgency to act. The longer the time dragged on, the more favorable it became for Lin Shu. After all, with the Hall of Time and Space at his disposal, a year could translate to a span of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years for his side. Given that this was merely an exploratory foray from another realm, Lin Shu deemed it unnecessary to reveal his trump cards, allowing the Butcher to deal with it as he saw fit. "Very well, make your move," Lin Shu declared. "If they attempt to flee back to their realm, let them escape. Do not pursue." Having already surmised that the bizarre might have descended upon the other realm, Lin Shu could not afford to let the Butcher charge into their domain. The Butcher, after all, was an emperor of radiance and certainly on the brink of becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. Lin Shu could not allow him to fall victim to recklessness in the other realm. Should he meet his demise, all of Lin Shu's painstaking efforts to find him and provide him with the opportunity to break through to quasi-immortal emperor would be rendered utterly futile. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the Butcher remarked, "Since the other realm dares to come here, why not let me unleash a massacre? Rest assured, I am not afraid of their meager strength. Lin Shu shook his head. There is no need for haste. There will be ample opportunities in the future. As for the current situation in the other realm, I am not entirely certain. If the Bazaar truly have descended upon it, your venture there may well lead to your undoing. Upon hearing Lin Shu mention the Bazaar, the butcher instantly regained his composure. He had only recently learned of their formidable nature from Lin Shu. The power of the Bazaar was such that even the legendary Immortal Emperors could fall victim to them. Facing them himself, he would indeed have little chance of victory. Understood. If they flee back to their realm, I will not pursue them. However, those mere immortal kings under my command are not so easily allowed to escape. As his words fell, a knife appeared in the butcher's hand. This blade, corroded with verdigris, resembled a rusty butcher's knife, having lost its original sharpness after countless years. Yet, when this knife materialized in the butcher's grasp, its once dull surface shimmered with boundless brilliance, illuminating the entire universe. The butcher wielded the knife and charged toward a powerful figure, a knife king, a giant who had returned from the Sea of Realms, also a master of the blade. The butcher's initial target was none other than the Knife King. Let me see what qualifications you possess to be called the Knife King. With a single swing, a section of the universe was instantly cleaved in two, countless star seas shattered under the dazzling radiance of the blade, piercing through the cosmos. The Knife King, his expression taut, recognized that as a wielder of the blade, especially one who had taken the path of the sword as an immortal king, he was facing an unparalleled master. However, he could not fathom how such a powerful being could exist within the Immortal Domain. Such strength should reside in the Sea of Realms. In his mind, one figure emerged, one who instilled a profound sense of unease, as if he might fall at any moment. In the entire Immortal Domain, there was only one person, the legendary butcher. Realizing this, the Knife King immediately sheathed his pristine long knife without the slightest hesitation and fled with all haste. Run! It's the butcher! As he escaped, the Knife King did not forget to warn others from the other realm, and another giant who had returned from the Sea of Realms, accompanied by Willow God. What? It's the butcher! How can this be? How could the butcher possibly have ties to this ancestral, sacrificial spirit? The butcher had long been known to reside in the Sea of Realms, and they were well aware of this. He seldom engaged with worldly matters, even if he hailed from the Immortal Domain, rarely partaking in its affairs. Unless the Immortal Domain faced true annihilation, the descendant of the ancient system's creator, the butcher, would not intervene. However, there was no time for contemplation now. The butcher was a true executioner, slaying immortal kings as easily as one would butcher a pig. His reputation was forged from the blood of countless immortal kings. Even the mighty immortal king giants now felt trepidation in the face of the butcher. The other powerful beings from the other realm displayed expressions of shock, yet only Wu Shang pressed forward, charging at the butcher. As a giant, he could not retreat. How could he, the butcher? As he advanced toward the butcher, Wu Shang proclaimed, "If you do not act, then hasten your retreat back to the other realm. Leave the butcher to me." Lin Shu, observing the unfolding scene in the universe, could not help but marvel at Wu Shang's audacity. In the original narrative, he had confronted Shi Hao as an immortal king giant, and now he stood alone to impede the butcher, providing cover for the retreat of the other powerful beings from the other realm. Fortunately, the flesh of the Demon King had remained in his possession. Otherwise, today might have seen Wu Shang and the Demon King jointly charging headlong into the butcher. Wu Shang, though audacious, could not secure victory solely through bravado in the face of absolute power. All methods are invulnerable, Wu Shang shouted, his eyes radiating brilliance. Fully aware that he might not stand a chance against the butcher, yet still charged forward, deploying his magical immunity in an attempt to withstand the butcher's assault. Ultimately, the disparity in power proved insurmountable. With a single stroke, the butcher sent him flying, shattering countless universes and plunging into the depths of the Sea of Realms. However, thanks to Wu Shang's brief obstruction, the remaining powerful beings had already begun their retreat back to the other realm. The butcher, recalling Lin Shu's admonition, refrained from pursuing them into the other realm and instead directed his attention toward the direction Wu Shang had fallen. Enough! Lin Shu called out immediately as he witnessed the butcher heading toward the Sea of Realms. The butcher was currently among the strongest entities beside him, second only to the god of Willow. Should the butcher leave and the other realm return in force, it could lead to a fierce battle. There was no need to provoke a conflict merely to slay Wu Shang. In Lin Shu's view, Wu Shang was not a significant threat. Hearing Lin Shu's voice, the butcher halted his advance. In this world, he could disregard anyone's counsel, but not Lin Shu's, as Lin Shu was the only one privy to the bizarre and the truth of the world, and had granted him the opportunity for Quasi-Immortal Emperor advancement. The Butcher returned to Lin Shu's side. Chapter 225, Quasi-Immortal Emperor God of Willow. Lin Shu's child? In the desolate expanse of the universe, the God of Willow's breakthrough was undeterred by the arrival of the other realm. At this moment, the God of Willow remained entrenched in her transcendence and metamorphosis. Time flowed slowly, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. The God of Willow was still in the midst of her breakthrough, not yet awakened. Yet her aura grew increasingly formidable. A subconscious wave of energy swept through the lonely edges of the universe, reducing it to powder, calming even the tumultuous sea of realms. After driving off the powerful beings from the other realm, the Butcher chose not to enter seclusion. After all, this was a breakthrough to Quasi-Immortal Emperor status. Witnessing such a transition was a rare opportunity, one that could be encountered only once in countless epochs. Moreover, the Butcher was a giant of radiance. His next step was precisely that of breaking through to Quasi-Immortal Emperor. The God of Willow's breakthrough was of particular significance to him. If he could glean any insights from it, it would be worth more than countless years of arduous cultivation. 3 years passed, and the cosmic desolation began to recede, with boundless phenomena gradually coming to a halt. As the peculiar phenomena subsided and the universe lay in desolation, the Willow deity finally awakened. With her gaze fixed upon the Sea of Realms, she perceived the enigmatic and perilous nature of this expanse, a realm fraught with danger for the celestial kings. Yet, the newly awakened Willow deity could sweep her eyes across the entire Sea of Realms in a single glance, rendering the shattered universes and the surging waves trivial in her sight. Eventually, the Willow deity withdrew her gaze, sensing a familiar aura at the edge of the Sea of Realms, an aura akin to her own, that of a Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Just as Lin Shu had foretold, there were indeed 4 such presences. Moreover, in addition to these 4 Quasi-Immortal Emperors, she detected an exceedingly terrifying force of darkness, a presence so dangerous that even her current state of breakthrough to Quasi-Immortal Emperor felt perilous. It was likely the emanation from a true emperor. Truly, this world was as Lin Shu had described. Fortuitously, I had been dissuaded by Lin Shu from venturing into the primordial gate, otherwise as a celestial king. My demise would have been inevitable. The Willow deity stepped forth, and the boundless universe flowed beneath her feet. In an instant, she traversed from the most desolate fringes of the celestial domain back to Pan Wang City. Upon her return, Lin Shu immediately extended his congratulations. Congratulations, Willow deity, on your breakthrough to Quasi-Immortal Emperor. The Willow deity gazed at Lin Shu and offered a gentle smile. I owe this achievement to you. Without your guidance, I would likely have never reached this realm. She understood that, without Lin Shu, she might eventually have restored her strength. But to ascend to Quasi-Immortal Emperor was a prospect she had no confidence in. Only by stepping into the realm of Quasi-Immortal Emperor did the Willow deity truly comprehend the immense chasm that lay between Quasi-Immortal Emperors and the titanic celestial kings. Relying solely on her own cultivation, the hope of transitioning from a giant to a Quasi-Immortal Emperor was exceedingly dim, if not altogether impossible. Even the Butcher, who was infinitely close to the status of Quasi-Immortal Emperor, faced an insurmountable gap, one that was far greater than the distance between an ordinary person and a celestial king. This chasm was vast beyond imagination. Without Lin Shu's fortuitous encounters, the Butcher would likely find it impossible to ascend to Quasi-Immortal Emperor in this lifetime, unless the world underwent monumental changes that might provide a fleeting opportunity. Subsequently, the Butcher, Pan Wang, and other celestial kings expressed their congratulations to the Willow deity for her breakthrough. To them, the Willow deity displayed little reaction, merely offering a cursory acknowledgement before hastily moving on. Upon entering the realm of Quasi-Immortal Emperor, she found herself vastly superior to the likes of celestial kings. Figures such as Emperor Guang and the celestial kings were but ants in comparison. Their levels of existence no longer on the same plane. Had it not been for Lin Shu's sake, she would have had no desire to engage with these celestial kings. Afterward, Lin Shu engaged in pleasantries with Pan Wang, the celestial king of Hunyuan, and other celestial kings of the realm, before departing with the Willow deity, the Butcher, the second of the world, and the celestial gold Taoist, returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Upon their return, Lin Shu spent a leisurely period with Yunxi and Qingyi, the 3 of them basking in each other's warmth day after day. Their bond deepened, allowing Lin Shu to relish in the joys of companionship. During this time, Lin Xiantong and Huoling frequently sought Lin Shu, But he and Yunxi, along with Qingyi, remained absorbed in their intimate moments within the small world created by the Stone of Creation, leaving them to return empty-handed. On this particular day, Lin Shu suddenly received a momentous revelation, one spoken by Yunxi herself. Looking at Lin Shu, she said, "Husband, our child is on the way." Child? Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback by Yunxi's words. She then proceeded to elaborate. It turned out that during their first intimate moment on the cloud bed of the small world, Yunxi had taken a series of actions. Now, the embryo had begun to take shape, and it would not be long before it made its grand entrance into the world. As Lin Shu listened to Yunxi's account, a smile crept upon his face. Her approach was indeed unexpected, having managed to expel the essence he had infused within her, combining it with the energies of the entire realm of creation to nurture an embryo. No wonder they had conceived so easily, given their current cultivation levels. Having a child would ordinarily be a formidable challenge. After all, Lin Shu was now an unparalleled supreme being, standing at the pinnacle of supremacy, and Yunxi was equally formidable. Were it not for their chosen path, it was likely they would have already ascended to immortality. For both Lin Shu and Yunxi, the prospect of becoming immortal was a matter of course, devoid of any difficulty. Yet, Lin Shu sought the path of worldly immortality, and Yunxi shared this aspiration. Thus, they refrained from directly pursuing ascension, instead exploring the road less traveled alongside the prodigies Lin Shu had invested in. At present, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only a handful of ancient supremes and prodigies who later joined the path of primordial had ascended. Those like Yunxi, Qingyi, Lin Xiantong, Lin Qing, Hualing, Xia Youyu, Long Nu, Shi Hao, and Jixian, who had long followed Lin Shu and benefited from his investments, found their realm surpassed by those who had only recently joined the path of primordial. However, surpassing in realm did not equate to surpassing in strength. Now, Lin Shu, as a supreme being, possessed the capability to defy the heavens and challenge immortals. After spending several more days in the embrace of Yunxi and Qingyi, Lin Shu emerged from the small world of creation. Next, he had matters concerning the burial realm to attend to. The celestial domain was now virtually under his control, with its celestial kings revering Lin Shu as their Tao Lord. The burial realm, shrouded in mystery, was a territory he aimed to consolidate and bring into his fold. Thus, Lin Shu and the Willow deity set forth from the path of primordial. Chapter 226, The Burial Ground. Lin Shu slays immortals. Lin Shu and the Willow deity embarked on their journey and soon arrived at the desolate fringes, where chaotic light flowed and great fissures in the void spread, marking the boundary with another realm. They lingered not, crossing the celestial beast forest and entering the burial ground. To the outside world and the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the burial ground had always been shrouded in an air of mystery. The name alone conjured images of dread. Yet, the reality was quite different. Deep within the burial ground, contrary to popular belief, lay not a scene of horror amidst the multitude of ancient graves, but rather a tranquility that surpassed even that of the celestial king's sanctuaries. As Lin Shu and the Willow deity stepped into the depths of the burial ground, their presence awakened countless experts who had long remained in slumber, causing them to quickly take notice. However, this attention waned swiftly, for they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the Willow deity, an unmistakable sign of an immensely powerful being. Rivaling the burial king himself, they dared not scrutinize such a formidable existence. Lin Shu and the Willow deity traversed the depths of the burial ground with the ease of returning to their own garden, unencumbered by any constraints. Soon, they arrived in an area suffused with the fragrant aroma of herbs. Clearly a medicinal garden. Lin Shu gazed into the garden and soon spotted a celestial herb, the revered longevity herb by Gue Tuosian. However, he was not overly surprised. Such a herb in this place was hardly astonishing. Through the garden, Lin Shu's attention shifted to another area where vibrant lights shimmered. Before a grand tomb, various celestial trees and rare herbs flourished. Additionally, at the tomb's entrance stood a phoenix, its plumage sparse, vigilantly guarding the tomb. This place was not dark, but rather astonishingly sacred and serene. The phoenix was a sign that they had reached their destination. Observing the bare phoenix, Lin Shu formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. In this world, phoenixes were becoming increasingly rare. Now that the phoenix has appeared here, it signifies the presence of the one who raises it, that is, the entity who treats the phoenix as merely a fowl, possibly residing in this very place. As Lin Shu gazed upon the molting phoenix, a serene voice resonated. "Please, esteemed guests, step inside." In an instant, a grand tomb erupted. with the molting phoenix clearing the path for Lin Shu and the goddess Lu, inviting them into the depths of the tomb. Within the tomb, one would not encounter the traditional gloom. Instead, it radiated an unparalleled brilliance. Though referred to as a tomb, it was, in fact, a vast underground realm. Upon entering this subterranean world, Lin Shu beheld three figures. The leader, whose realm remained inscrutable to Lin Shu, was undoubtedly a formidable burial king. Yet he was likely not the one who raised the phoenix. The one who raises phoenixes is at least on par with a butcher in strength. While this individual was indeed powerful, the sense of oppression he exuded paled in comparison to that of a butcher, indicating he was merely an unknown burial king of this land. The two figures flanking him, however, were merely at the level of the severing realm. Yet they stood beside a burial king, which was somewhat unexpected. Clearly, these two held extraordinary identities, likely being exceptionally rare golden burial warriors. This prompted Lin Shu to recall something. The exceptionally rare golden burial warriors must be the likes of Sanzong and Shunming. Nevertheless, Lin Shu paid them little mind. To him, both Sanming and Sanzong, these golden burial warriors, had long since ceased to be of consequence. Lin Shu addressed the burial king. I have intruded upon this burial domain today purely to seek one individual. I kindly request that this esteemed burial king could provide an introduction. The Taichu Dao Lord need not be so formal. Simply refer to me as a fellow Taoist, for I am unworthy of being called an elder, replied the burial king. You know of me? Of course I do. The burial king continued. Though we in the burial grounds live in seclusion, it does not mean we are oblivious to everything. The Taichu Dao Lord has established the Taichu Dao across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, gathering numerous prodigies and supreme beings under your banner, including true immortals and powerful immortal kings from the forbidden zones who have become elders in the Taichu Dao. Such monumental events certainly do not escape our notice. After a brief pause, the burial king elaborated. Moreover, not long ago, we sensed movements from various powers in the alien realms. The name of the Taichu Dao Lord may be unknown to ordinary burial warriors, yet to me, it resonates like thunder. As he spoke, the burial king waved his hand, and several figures materialized before them. Lin Shu looked towards these figures and recognized them as the remnants of the immortals who had fled into this realm years ago. Esteemed Taichu Dao Lord, these individuals shall serve as a welcoming gift for your entrance into our burial realm. I hope you find them to your liking. Lin Shu cast a glance at the remnants of the immortals and then smiled at the burial king. You are too kind, my friend. My original intent was indeed to deal with them, so your gesture saves me the trouble of searching for them. The remnants of the immortals now regarded Lin Shu with expressions of sheer terror. They could not fathom what had transpired. They were merely cultivating when suddenly they found themselves here. It is crucial to note that this territory belonged to the burial king, a veritable forbidden zone for them. However, upon seeing Lin Shu, their expressions drastically changed. How is this possible? They thought, recalling that Lin Shu, once an insignificant ant in their eyes, had compelled them into the burial ground with the aid of a few powerful allies, allowing them to survive here by employing certain means. Yet now, this former ant was addressing the burial king as a fellow Taoist, and the burial king offered no rebuttal. Lin Shu regarded the remnants. You have been granted a few more years of life. You should be grateful. With that, Lin Shu took decisive action. In the face of the remnants, Lin Shu, now a supreme being of the extreme path, no longer required the assistance of others. He could resolve matters himself. Seeing Lin Shu prepare to act personally, the burial king interjected. Taichu Dao Lord, they hardly seem worthy of your attention. Allow me to handle this instead. Thank you for your kind offer, but there is no need. I wish to test my current strength. Lin Shu replied. The burial king, seeing Lin Shu's determination, ceased his persuasion, reasoning that even should Lin Shu falter, he could intervene in time. Moreover, the being beside Lin Shu was one even mightier than himself. Not long ago, the movements in the alien realms seemed to stem from this individual, the once ancestral spirit, who now appeared to have made another breakthrough. In the past, this figure had traversed the alien realms freely, a supreme existence. With such an ally present, the burial king felt no concern for Lin Shu's safety. The remnants of the immortals, witnessing Lin Shu's intent to confront them directly, felt a surge of exhilaration. Lin Shu, do not presume that having attained supremacy in such a short time allows you to contend with us. Our realms are beyond your reach. The four remnants declared in unison. Is that so? Lin Shu scoffed with disdain and, without hesitation, unleashed a divine ability he hadn't employed in quite some time. The great wasteland sword cannon. In an instant, An ancient aura of the sword permeated the air, imbued with the essence of time and space. At that moment, the entire dimension seemed to freeze. A torrent of sword energy surged towards the four remnants, and even under the suppression of the Burial King, its might remained terrifyingly formidable. This is impossible. How can your sword? One of the remnants gasped as Lin Shu's sword energy effortlessly pierced through his form, his expression shifting dramatically as he struggled to comprehend how a supreme being could wound him. Lin Shu's demeanor remained indifferent. His intention was not merely to injure them, but to eradicate them entirely. One sword will not suffice. Well, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, or 10,000. Lin Shu continued his assault, and in the blink of an eye, he had unleashed a myriad of swords. Each sword carried the weight of time and the essence of space, not only severing flesh, but also attacking their very longevity. In mere moments, the four remnants' forms began to stoop, their once immortal bodies now marred by cracks. The Burial King, witnessing the spectacle, felt a jolt of shock. To suppress true immortals with a supreme being's might was astonishing. Although these immortals were far from complete, they were still celestial beings. The legendary Taichu Dao Lord surpassed all expectations, and should he ascend to true immortality, who in the world could rival him? Lu Shun, however, remained largely unfazed, having been by Lin Shu's side for the longest time and having witnessed many of his miracles. The concept of a supreme being slaying immortals, while astonishing, was something she could accept. Chapter 227, The Chicken Keeper and the Fake Medicine Seller. Both make their appearances. The four remnants lay slain, dispatched by Lin Shu, who had only recently attained the realm of supremacy. This scene utterly astonished both Shun Ming and San Zong, the Golden Burial Warriors. As Golden Burial Warriors of the burial grounds, they were truly unparalleled prodigies. In terms of strength, few could rival them within the same realm. Yet, even they had never conceived that a supreme being could defy the heavens and combat immortals. After all, the supreme being dwells within the realm of humanity, while immortals exist within the realm of celestial beings. These two are not of the same life tier. To a supreme being, immortals are akin to towering entities, high above and insurmountable. Now, they witnessed Lin Shu not only surmounting this barrier, but also slaying immortals, which profoundly shook their inner beings. Of course, it was not just Shun Ming and San Zong. Even a powerful burial king, standing nearby, a being comparable to a legendary celestial king, felt ripples of astonishment within his heart. The notion of a supreme being battling an immortal was something he had never encountered in his long existence. Snapping back to reality, the burial king remarked, "To witness is far more enlightening than to hear of it. Seeing the Taichu Dao Lord's prowess in vanquishing immortals has truly broadened my horizons." "The burial king flatters me. It was merely a minor display," Lin Shu replied. "I have come here with two matters in mind, and I have already completed the first." "What, then, could the second matter mentioned by the primordial Dao Lord be?" The burial king inquired. "If I am able to facilitate this, I shall personally attend to the wishes of the primordial Dao Lord. It is not particularly significant. I merely wish to meet the most formidable of your burial land's rulers, whom the outside world refers to as the Chicken Keeper, the one who raises phoenixes as if they were mere fowl." After a brief pause, Lin Shu glanced aside. There, amidst the ancient herbs, a diminutive figure was seated in meditation. Although Lin Shu could not yet ascertain the truth, he could vaguely surmise that this ancient herb possessed extraordinary origins. There exists a legend in this world. Someone once cleaved an ancient herb into 6 portions, each of which cultivated independently. The one who performed this act is deemed one of the most exceptional beings in existence, commonly referred to as the peddler of fakes. The Chicken Keeper, the Butcher, the Peddler of Fakes, and the Burial Master. All 4 are titans among the Imperial Light Immortals. At present, the Butcher has joined Lin Shu's ranks. His initial purpose in coming here was to seek the Chicken Keeper and inquire about the whereabouts of the Burial Master. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Peddler of Fakes. Although not the Peddler himself, if he could take away this 1/6 portion of the ancient herb, the Peddler would inevitably come seeking him. It appears the primordial Dao Lord must be aware of its origins. The Burial King regarded the ancient herb that Lin Shu was indicating, where a small figure was engaged in cultivation, and said, "This herb involves immense karmic ties. Are you certain you wish to take it?" The burial land was ensnared in these karmic entanglements. Should the primordial Dao Lord take it away, the karmic burden would undoubtedly befall you. Lin Shu smiled lightly. The karmic weight of the Peddler of Fakes is indeed substantial, yet in comparison to the presence of this esteemed Willow God by my side, it is of little consequence. While Lin Shu himself could not bear the karmic responsibilities of an imperial light immortal, Willow God was a genuine quasi-immortal emperor. The karmic ties of the peddler of fakes would pose no threat to Willow God. Though karma is formidable, those sufficiently powerful need not fear it, regardless of the multitude of karmic burdens they may carry. Willow God, while not yet capable of shouldering all forms of karma, could still endure certain burdens with ease. Upon hearing this, the Burial King was taken aback. It is known that even the burial land finds it difficult to bear such karmic weight. After all, should the peddler of fakes appear in the future, it would surely create a considerable uproar within the burial land. If the peddler of fakes were to seek reassembly, the entire burial land could be on the brink of collapse. Had it not been ensnared, this ancient herb would have long since been taken away. If even the burial land cannot bear it, how could the Willow God, as a mere ancestral spirit, possibly endure? While Willow God has indeed reached an unfathomable height, perhaps rivaling even the most fearsome burial kings within, the peddler of fakes has similarly attained such heights. Can Willow God truly manage this? However, since someone is willing to shoulder this karma for the burial land, the burial king naturally felt elated. For this, I must express my gratitude to the primordial Tao Lord. The burial king stated, I shall contact my predecessors within the burial land. The predecessors he referred to are, of course, the chicken keeper, rather than the burial ancestor. After all, even Lin Shu is unaware of the current whereabouts of the burial ancestor, and although this burial king may know the oldest among the burial clan, he might not even be aware of the ancestor's existence. Before long, the burial king reached out to the chicken keeper. Being a burial king, it was not difficult to establish contact, and soon they were connected. Upon reaching out to the chicken keeper, Lin Shu prepared to take his leave, considering this journey a satisfactory conclusion. To his surprise, the burial king spoke again. Primordial Tao Lord, I have one more request. Lin Shu nodded, if that is the case. Please proceed. Could you take Shun Ming and Sanzong with you? Lin Shu turned to look at Shun Ming and Sanzong, who were currently at the first escape realm. In truth, this level of cultivation is of little consequence to both Lin Shu and the Primordial Tao Lord at present. However, these two are golden burial warriors, the most gifted beings within the burial land. The emergence of golden burial warriors is exceedingly rare, and the burial king's request for Lin Shu to take them away was indeed intriguing. Are you certain? They are destined to become burial kings. Both are invaluable warriors for the burial land. Do you truly wish for me to take them? Indeed, as the burial king, I have a premonition that great changes are afoot in this realm. Accompanying you, their future achievements may be even greater. Lin Shu sighed for them. Achieving the status of burial king is certainly not difficult. One epoch should suffice. However, to ascend further is indeed challenging. To speak candidly, the primordial Tao Lord lacks a shortage of prodigies capable of becoming immortal kings. If I take them, I will undoubtedly need to employ certain methods upon them. Otherwise, their potential for becoming immortal kings holds little value for the primordial Tao Lord. Yet, should I employ such methods, it may be uncertain whether they would evolve into golden burial warriors or even burial warriors, severing their karmic ties with the burial land. Upon hearing this, the burial king hesitated. Lin Shu's implication is that should he take them away, he would need to transform Shun Ming and Sanzong into his own. Consequently, without their karmic ties, the burial land would lack two future immortal kings. Very well, I shall agree. At that moment, a voice emerged. As the voice echoed, an exceedingly powerful burial king appeared. Upon his arrival, the burial king who had just conversed with Lin Shu now respectfully addressed him as senior. Lin Shu understood that the chicken keeper had arrived. Chapter 228, The Corpse Emperor. The Origin of the Fall of the Empire. Primordial Tao Lord, what brings you to the burial land? The chicken keeper inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Lin Shu did not conceal his intentions and replied straightforwardly. In the near future, I will be engaged in a great battle against the foreign realms, and I seek your assistance, along with that of the burial land and your esteemed ancestor, to stand by my side in this confrontation. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the chicken keeper questioned, if my information is correct, it seems you have already allied with the immortal realm and recently found the butcher. The butcher's strength is formidable enough to give even me pause, especially with your companion, the Willow God. The Willow God has been capable of entering foreign realms since the immortal ancient era, and now, having progressed further, the foreign powers pose no threat to her. With both the butcher and Willow God in your company, even if the foreign realms were to mount an offensive akin to the immortal ancient era, they cannot possibly threaten you. Why then do you still seek the support of the burial land? Do you believe that only I, your ancestor, the butcher, and Willow God possess the potential to contend against the foreign realms? Lin Shu shook his head. That is not the case. The foreign realms are indeed powerful, but they are not my adversaries. If it were merely the foreign realms, I would not require the Immortal Realm or the Burial Land. Even the Willow God alone could effortlessly dominate them. However, battling the foreign realms involves not only them, but also the fallen sovereigns within the Sea of Realms. The Sea of Realms has endured countless epochs, and no one knows how many immortal kings it contains. Should all the immortal kings within the Sea of Realms awaken one day, it would not be something that any territory could withstand. Furthermore, the opponents I speak of are not merely those fallen sovereigns. While they are numerous, with the Butcher and Willow God present, there is no need for concern. What I refer to is the existence behind the fallen sovereigns, as well as the terrifying entities that may have already descended upon the foreign realms. The Chicken Keeper, upon hearing Lin Shu's words, felt a twinge of confusion. Having lived through countless epochs, she was well aware of the true nature of the Sea of Realms. In the vastness of the Sea of Realms, innumerable celestial kings have converged, eager to delve into its depths. Some of these celestial kings have succumbed to darkness, becoming dark celestial kings. Presently, it seems that there is a complex web of intrigue behind these occurrences, orchestrated by a mysterious entity. But what kind of being possesses the power to manipulate such events? The celestial kings have already reached the pinnacle of cultivation. If one were to scheme against them, it could only be the legendary emperors. Yet, if there are no emperors in this world, how could one orchestrate the downfall of celestial kings? Moreover, the Lord of Primordial Tao claims that a terrifying presence has descended from another domain. She cannot comprehend what sort of being could be deemed so dreadful by the Lord of Primordial Tao, given the current strength of the Primordial Tao, which has essentially unified the powers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths along with the celestial realm, and with numerous celestial kings. Including the likes of the God of Willows and the Butcher stationed therein, the might of the Primordial Tao is formidable, even rivaling that of the Burying Land. Could the presence that has arrived from another domain truly be so fearsome? Were it not for Lin Shu's status as the Lord of Primordial Tao, she might have thought Lin Shu was merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. However, various conjectures suggest that a significant event is indeed on the horizon, one that will culminate in a reckoning for the entire world. Yet, this reckoning, according to predictions, should not involve the Primordial Tao. With the emergence of the Primordial Tao, certain matters have become enigmatic, defying logical extrapolation. Thus, even now, she finds it difficult to foresee the future. The Lord of Primordial Tao inquired, "Since you have come to the Burying Land for the sake of confronting this impending threat, could you enlighten me as to who the enemy truly is? It is not out of arrogance. While the other domain is indeed powerful, they do not pose a threat to my Burying Land. As for the fallen kings within the Sea of Realms, as long as they do not take that final step, they remain a limited threat to us." Lin Shu smiled gently. "I am well aware of the strength of the Burying Land. But what if I were to say that within the depths of the Sea of Realms lies a presence that surpasses your current realm?" "What?" The chicken-raising celestial king gasped in astonishment. "Surpassing my realm? Does that not refer to the legendary emperors? Yet, is there not a lack of emperors in this world? Are there emperors within the Sea of Realms?" Lin Shu shook his head, providing a definitive answer. "No, at least none that are alive. There is indeed one emperor at the end, blocking the entrance to the upper heaven, but this skeletal celestial emperor is not capable of crossing the Sea of Realms." Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the chicken-raising celestial king discerned an implication. None alive, then perhaps they are the deceased? Could it be that emperors truly exist in this world? Emperors undoubtedly exist. That is beyond question. However, that particular one is not our enemy. At least, if we do not approach him. He will not traverse the Sea of Realms to strike against us. Lin Shu nodded. But the other 4 are a different story. The other 4? Also emperors? Lin Shu did not rush to answer, but instead said, "Let me tell you a tale." Then Lin Shu began narrating, long, long ago at the dawn of this world, a peerless being emerged across the myriad realms and ultimately ascended to become an emperor unrivaled among the heavens and realms. However, at the moment of his ascension, there existed a vaster world beyond the myriad realms, a realm so immense that the Sea of Realms appeared as but a mere drop in the ocean. I shall refer to that world as the upper heaven or the realm above the upper heaven. After he became emperor, before he could fully stabilize his power, a drop of dark blood fell from the upper heaven, tainting him and causing his descent into darkness. To prevent himself from harming the myriad realms, he severed his own divine soul, sealing it in a secret place, while using his corporeal form to guard the entrance to the upper heaven. As time flowed on, 4 more peerless figures arose in the myriad realms. Although they were inferior to that original being, they nonetheless transcended the level of celestial kings, becoming quasi-celestial emperors. These 4 quasi-celestial emperors, in search of a breakthrough, sought out that being. However, only his corporeal form, shrouded in dark power, remained. They discovered that by offering sacrifices, they could receive boons from this emperor's body, and thus they fell into darkness. Thus, the world gained 4 dark quasi-celestial emperors. Later, a new quasi-celestial emperor emerged, who stepped into the Sea of Realms from the embankment, leaving behind a trail of footprints. We shall temporarily refer to him as the Footprint Quasi-Celestial Emperor or the Nameless Quasi-Celestial Emperor. However, this Quasi-Celestial Emperor did not succumb to corruption and engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark Quasi-Celestial Emperors, resulting in the fall of the Nameless Quasi-Celestial Emperor. This era was termed the Fall of the Emperors. Upon hearing Lin Shu's account, the chicken-raising Celestial King felt a profound shock within her heart. She had not anticipated such hidden secrets to exist in this world. How did the Lord of Primordial Tao come to know of such clandestine matters? Chapter 229, The True Enemy, the Mysterious Race. To think that such secrets exist in the world. I must express my gratitude to the Lord of Primordial Tao for revealing this to me. The chicken-raising Celestial King spoke with genuine appreciation. Although she knew that this knowledge did not provide her with any tangible assistance, understanding it granted her a deeper insight into the world, allowing her to discern more clearly. No longer shrouded in ignorance. Thus, this could be considered a significant fortune. Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. He had long wished to share this information, but back when the God of Willows was still too weak, revealing the existence of quasi-celestial emperors could have drawn undue attention to himself, a potential catastrophe. Now, with the God of Willows having achieved the status of quasi-celestial emperor, even if he spoke of it, the presence of the God of Willows would provide a shield, preventing any detection. The chicken-raising Celestial King spoke up. According to what you just said, do you intend to confront such beings? Lin Shu shook his head. It is not that I wish to oppose them. Rather, they seek to obtain the Celestial Emperor's opportunities from the corpse of that dark-invaded little brother, blocking the entrance to the upper heaven, and they must offer sacrifices. Thus, naturally, they stand in opposition to us. Or do you willingly wish for them to make sacrifices? The chicken-raising Celestial King also shook her head, clearly unwilling to be sacrificed. But you just mentioned that there are 4 quasi-celestial emperors. Although they may not be emperors, they have surpassed the level of celestial kings. While our strongest among us is still merely at the celestial king level, how can we contend with such beings? Even if we desire to resist, we would merely be like ants attempting to shake a tree, overestimating our abilities. Woon Tiwi? Lin Shu smiled gently. You are mistaken. The strongest among us has already attained a realm equivalent to theirs. The God of Willows has now reached the status of quasi-celestial emperor. What? The chicken-raising Celestial King gasped in astonishment. The God of Willows has actually attained the quasi-celestial emperor level? She was well aware of the God of Willows, the ancestral spirit who once penetrated the other domain, striking fear into it. Indeed, she was powerful. However, in her view, the God of Willows had still been a step behind her, and even further from the realm of quasi-celestial emperors. How had the God of Willows cultivated to bridge 2 levels in such a short time to reach quasi-celestial emperor? Has the God of Willows truly reached the quasi-celestial emperor level? The chicken-raising Celestial King looked at the God of Willows, uncertain in her inquiry. The God of Willows nodded gently. Indeed, I have now attained the quasi-celestial emperor level and can sense the existence on the other side of the Sea of Realms that is on par with my strength. Lin Shu then continued. So, have you considered your position now? To speak frankly, with the current strength of the primordial Tao, even if those 4 in the Sea of Realms were to act, they would most likely seek to collaborate with us. But you are different to quasi-celestial emperors, celestial kings. Whether they be titans or emperor-light celestial kings, are but ants. You have no more choices left. Moreover, the real danger has never stemmed from those 4. With the current strength of the God of Willows, in Lin Shu's view, the 4 quasi-celestial emperors are no longer a threat. In the realm of cultivation, the Emperor's Law is a profound technique that allows one to transform their essence into the 3 purities. With the strength of an individual, one can contend against 4 formidable opponents. While a decisive victory may not be immediately evident, these 4 entities are powerless against the deity Lu Shun. The newly ascended Quasi-Immortal Emperor, Lu Shun, possesses a depth of foundation that far surpasses that of Shi Hao, who was only beginning his journey as a quasi-immortal emperor in the original narrative. Engaging 4 foes simultaneously is entirely within his capabilities. The chicken raising Immortal King, intrigued by Lin Shu's words, inquired, "Did you not claim that there are no emperors in this world, that one such emperor has long since perished? Why then? Are the 4 quasi-immortal emperors not the greatest threat?" Lin Shu replied, "Because a sinister force has already descended upon the alien realm. This malevolence is the very source of all darkness, and that emperor fell victim to the corruption of this sinister race. Presently, this malevolent race has infiltrated the alien realm, and their terror far exceeds that of the quasi-immortal emperors. Even a mere fraction of their power is exceedingly formidable. The strength of the sinister race is beyond your imagination. The source of darkness can corrupt an emperor. Hearing such dreadful existence has emerged in the alien realm, the chicken raising Immortal King finally grasped the severity of the situation. She had naively believed that even if the burial ground could not remain unscathed amidst future calamities, her current level would suffice for her self-preservation. Now, understanding the presence of 4 quasi-immortal emperors and the ominous source of darkness, she comprehended her own insignificance. Recovering from her shock, the chicken raising Immortal King asked, "Given the overwhelming strength of our adversaries, what abilities does the primordial Tao Master possess to contend with them?" Lin Shu confidently responded, "I possess trump cards beyond your imagination." "Oh, what kind of trump cards?" "The Emperor's Law. Does that count?" The chicken raising Immortal King's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Is that true? Do you truly have such a law? Are you willing to share it?" Lin Shu assured her, "It is indeed true. As for sharing, I am more than willing, provided that you are of exceptional talent. While you may fall slightly short, your attainment qualifies you to learn my law, as long as you stand with me against our foes." Without hesitation, the chicken raising Immortal King readily agreed. In that moment, thoughts of quasi-immortal emperors and sinister forces faded from her mind. The existence of enemies was undeniable. Thus, enhancing her own strength became imperative. Having reached a bottleneck, only the Emperor's Law might enable her to surpass her current limitations and approach the threshold of the Immortal Emperor realm. She held great confidence in her abilities, not believing herself to be inferior to anyone. With the Emperor's Law before her, she ardently sought to seize the opportunity, for it pertained to her future path as an immortal emperor. As for the so-called enemies, whether quasi-immortal emperors or the sinister race, she believed that once she attained the status of an immortal emperor, they would pose no challenge. "Then it is settled," Lin Shu declared. "Accompany me back to the primordial Tao. Though the burial ground is splendid, it pales in comparison to the primordial Tao, where you will have ample time to comprehend the Emperor's Law. You may also engage in discussions with the butcher and Lin Shu, if possible. I hope you can summon your ancestor." The chicken raising Immortal King was taken aback by Lin Shu's casual mention of her ancestor's actions. However, considering that Lin Shu was aware of the quasi-immortal emperors, the immortal emperors, and the even more terrifying sinister race, it was not surprising that he seemed to know about her ancestor as well. "Very well, if time permits, I will attempt to summon my ancestor, though I cannot guarantee that he will emerge." "As you wish." Chapter 230. The Quasi-Immortal Emperor Lin Shu takes action. The sinister forces descend upon the alien realm. Lin Shu departed from the burial ground, accompanied by Shun Ming and Sanzong. A peerless immortal king by the chicken raising Immortal King's side observed Lin Shu's departing figure and inquired, "Senior, are we truly to emerge from the burial ground and ally with the primordial Tao?" The chicken raising Immortal King nodded gently. "For now, that is our only course of action. Collaborating with the primordial Tao brings no detriment. After all, even if the burial ground refrains from emerging now, it will inevitably do so in the future. The greatest reckoning in history may not arrive due to certain exceptional reasons, but this turmoil will likely prove more terrifying than the reckoning we have foreseen. The burial ground cannot remain unscathed. You have heard how formidable our enemies are. 4 quasi-immortal emperors, the sinister race, and that emperor tainted by darkness could all be our adversaries. Currently, perhaps only the primordial Tao possesses the means to confront this situation, for this secret is known only to him. Others are entirely unaware of it, let alone the methods to counter it." The chicken raising Immortal King glanced at the peerless Immortal King beside her. "Make arrangements for the burial ground's emergence." After speaking, she departed. Upon returning to the innermost depths of the burial ground, the chicken raising Immortal King began to contact her ancestor. Although she was a descendant of the ancestor, she had no knowledge of his current whereabouts, relying instead on the unique means left behind by him for communication. Soon, she dispatched a message, including all the information Lin Shu had shared with her that day. After completing this task, she left, uncertain of when her ancestor would receive it, perhaps in a millennium, perhaps in a million years. She could not afford to wait for a reply. Regardless, she had conveyed everything, and if her ancestor were to see it, he would undoubtedly understand that her waiting was futile. It would be better to head to the primordial Tao sooner. Exiting the burial ground, Lin Shu gazed at the ancient medicine in his hand and then turned to Lu Shun, asking, Lu Shun, now that you are a quasi-mortal emperor, can you locate this person using this medicine? Lu Shun examined the ancient medicine Lin Shu held and nodded affirmatively. Certainly, for someone of my current stature. Unless it pertains to quasi-mortal emperors or above, everything else in this world holds no secrets for me. In that case, I must trouble you to bring him forth. Lin Shu acknowledged. With a wave of his hand, Lu Shun sent forth 5 willow branches that swiftly vanished into the void, disappearing from sight, their destination unknown. Simultaneously, in 5 mysterious locations, 5 ancient medicines were drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, with 5 diminutive beings seated within, absorbing the profound creation. Yet, the 5 willow branches swept through the unknown void and time, capturing them in an instant and whisking them away from their mysterious realm. Upon reaching the Quasi-Immortal Emperor level, all mysterious domains in this world no longer serve as forbidden zones. No matter how deeply the ancient medicines are hidden, as long as they are not near a quasi-mortal emperor or an immortal emperor, Lu Shun can retrieve them with the utmost ease. The concept of distance is non-existent for a quasi-mortal emperor like Lu Shun. Before long, the 5 willow branches returned, bringing with them the 5 ancient medicines. Lu Shun presented the 5 ancient medicines to Lin Shu, stating he is not yet ready to merge with them. Would you like me to awaken him? Lin Shu shook his head. There's no need for that. Although his current approach will certainly prevent him from transcending the Immortal King realm to become a quasi-immortal emperor. If he insists on this course, awakening him abruptly might lead him to believe we've severed his opportunity. Once we return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will place him in the realm of rules, allowing him to undergo the cleansing of the higher laws. Perhaps that will hasten his awakening. If all else fails, I shall simply cast him into the primordial tower. Upon hearing Lin Shu's intentions, Lu Shun chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, in the alien realm, countless powerful immortal kings had gathered together. At this moment, however, none of them spoke. Their gazes were fixed upon the formidable beings before them. These individuals, shrouded in mystery, possessed a terrifying strength. Initially, upon their arrival, the celestial kings felt a sense of displeasure and engaged in battle with them. To their astonishment, they soon realized the immense power of their adversaries. Each one exhibited the prowess of supreme, celestial kings, and a few even seemed comparable to the infamous Butcher. Under the weight of such overwhelming power, they had no choice but to form an alliance. After all, this force was far mightier than the realms of 9 heavens and 10 earths, the celestial domain or the burial domain. A direct confrontation would yield little hope of victory. What now? In the battle at the edge of the celestial domain, the Butcher has emerged, and we have scattered in disarray. It appears that the Butcher has already allied himself with the primordial Tao and the divine Lu. If we strike against divine Lu, they are likely to retaliate immediately, and given our current strength, we would struggle to withstand their assault. The 9 heavens and 10 earths of today are far more fearsome than in the past. Back then, there was no celestial domain alliance, no Butcher, and certainly no divine Lu who had transcended kingship to become an emperor. After a lengthy silence, an unparalleled immortal king from the foreign domain finally broke the deadlock. As he spoke, Anlan could not help but interject, "What is there to fear? I'm enough." Anlan. However, before he could finish, a towering figure interrupted, "Our adversaries are not the true dragons or the eternal celestial kings of yore." This giant's gaze shifted towards the mysterious powerhouses. "Since we have formed an alliance, do you not wish to make your intentions clear? A divine Lu who has transcended kingship to become an emperor is a force to be reckoned with." Transcended kingship to become an emperor? You are overestimating the situation. He is merely a quasi-celestial emperor. A king of the enigmatic clan finally spoke up. In your words, you elevate him to the status of an emperor, but in truth, only a celestial emperor can be deemed as such. Fear not. A mere quasi-celestial emperor holds little significance. My clan boasts not just 1, but 10 true celestial emperors. Not to mention ancestors who surpass even them. What? This was the first time they had heard of the opponent's profound heritage. 10 celestial emperors. What an extraordinary might. No wonder they could so casually deploy nearly 10 titans, alongside beings comparable to the Butcher. The celestial emperors. In this world, it has never been heard of anyone achieving such a status. Moreover, It seems there are even those who surpass the celestial emperors. Yet, before they could revel in this revelation, the enigmatic giant spoke again. However, they may be in slumber or preoccupied with other matters, thus unable to intervene for the time being. Therefore, you have two tasks ahead of you. The first is to delay the opposing forces' offensive as long as possible. The later, the better, as long as it does not exceed 2 million years. The second is that you must venture deep into the Sea of Realms. Upon hearing this, the immortal kings of the foreign domain were filled with perplexity. Chapter 231. 2 million years hence? Seeking the quasi-celestial emperor of the Sea of Realms. Lin could not help but inquire, why is the time set at 2 million years? Will something transpire should it exceed that limit? The giant of the enigmatic clan replied, this time frame was conveyed at great cost by our powerful beings from the future. In their foresight, they observed that a celestial emperor will emerge from this world precisely 2 million years from now. Once the celestial emperor is born, he will enact a complete reckoning upon this realm and summon numerous powerful beings to confront our enigmatic clan. Thus, we must act before that celestial emperor breaks through. If he has already ascended, any further action would be rendered meaningless. Upon hearing this, Lin and the other immortal kings of the foreign domain changed their expressions. After all, this involved the celestial emperor, a matter of utmost gravity. Moreover, from the giant's words, it seemed that the forthcoming celestial emperor would not be anyone present. If the celestial emperor were to arise from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, or the celestial domain, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them, especially since the giant had indicated that this celestial emperor would enact a thorough reckoning. In light of this, why not seize the opportunity to eliminate the celestial emperor before he rises to power? Furthermore, did you not claim that you have ancestors who surpass celestial emperors? Should a celestial emperor truly manifest, would your ancestors not be capable of confronting him? Lin and the numerous celestial kings from the foreign domain posed these questions, believing that if they were aware of the future, they could prevent its unfavorable events. If they could eliminate the celestial emperor in his infancy, would it not resolve everything perfectly? Moreover, they had claimed to possess ancestors who exceeded celestial emperors, so even if a celestial emperor were to be born, they should remain unperturbed. The giant of the enigmatic clan, at this moment, was also somewhat perplexed. They did not understand why their superiors placed such significance on the matter. The depth of their clan's heritage was indeed profound. Even 10 celestial emperors would not warrant excessive concern. After all, there had been beings in the past who were far more extraordinary than celestial emperors, all of whom had been suppressed by their ancestors. They could not fathom why the superiors had sent messages from the future regarding the destruction of this world, which was not deemed particularly formidable in comparison to others. Yet, this was a directive from their superiors, and their duty was merely to comply. As for the reasons behind it, those were beyond their purview. You need not seek answers to this matter. It is the will of our great ones. You need only cooperate, for that is the only path available to you. For us, even in failure, we can simply depart from this world. Our clan controls countless realms. This one is but a trifling existence. To speak candidly, even the vast sea of realms you perceive pales in comparison to the sea of sacrifice, which is merely a droplet in comparison. We have our retreat. You may not be so fortunate. Once that celestial emperor is born, it will be you who faces reckoning. Moreover, in this world, beyond the one destined to become a celestial emperor, there lies an unpredictable variable, one that even our great ones cannot discern. Based on various signs, this variable is very likely Lin Shu. Listening to the words of the giant from the enigmatic clan, the immortal kings of the foreign domain fell into silence. After a long pause, one of them finally spoke up. What if we were to leave with you? The giant of the enigmatic clan replied nonchalantly. If that celestial emperor is born, it signifies that everything is predetermined. This is the karmic bond between you and that celestial emperor. With unresolved karma, do you truly believe you can escape? For the celestial emperor, at the moment of his ascension, the very fabric of time and space in this realm will hold no significance for him. He can traverse the river of time at will. Even if you escape, you remain within the currents of time, and he can still reckon with you. You must either eradicate that celestial emperor while he is still weak, or extricate yourself from the flow of time in this world. You have two choices. The decision is yours. To escape the river of time was an impossibility. They were acutely aware of their limitations. With their current status as immortal kings, they could barely perceive the river of time, let alone venture into it. Thus, they were left with no option but to gamble. By the way, aside from delaying the time until your clan's powerful beings arrive, why must we journey to the Sea of Realms? In the depths of the Boundless Sea, A quasi-immortal emperor was birthed in this realm. With their existence, you are afforded the opportunity to delay time, awaiting the arrival of our clan's formidable beings. Without them, given your meager strength, do you truly believe you can contend against the likes of the quasi-immortal emperor, the god of Willow, and the butcher from that day? Upon uttering these words, the immortal king from the foreign realm fell silent. The butcher's might was evident. A single individual had rendered them utterly defenseless. To this day, the one responsible for holding the rear, the unfathomable, has yet to return, and it remains uncertain where the butcher's blade has cast him into the Boundless Sea. Among them, unfathomable is undoubtedly one of the most potent existences. The god of Willow, now even more formidable than the butcher, possesses a temperament that once led him to invade this realm 9 times. The likelihood of his return is exceedingly high, and there is no way to withstand such an onslaught. Thus, the only recourse is to summon the quasi-immortal emperor from a Boundless Sea. However, they had never anticipated the existence of such a being within the Boundless Sea. Why had they not discovered it before? The very fact that this is so only serves to underscore the terror of the quasi-immortal emperor. Presently, the god of Willow has ascended to this terrifying echelon, and it is no wonder that even the immortal kings, despite their status, are gripped by trepidation. Although the god of Willow was once powerful enough to be resisted, it is astonishing that within less than an epoch, he has achieved such heights. Who, then, is this Lin Shu, capable of propelling the god of Willow to such prominence? This variable is indeed daunting. If Lin Shu can so easily elevate the titans of the immortal realm to the status of quasi-immortal emperors, then this individual is exceedingly fearsome. Although there are not many titans among the immortal kings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, should they all be elevated to quasi-immortal emperors through Lin Shu's means, they would likely stand no chance. The immortal emperor of 2 million years hence has yet to be addressed, and now another variable has emerged, seemingly as complex as dealing with that future emperor. This marks the first time since they assumed the mantle of immortal kings, believing themselves to be atop the world for countless ages, that they feel the urgency of time and a tinge of despair. Once, such thoughts were beyond their contemplation. In the last epoch, they swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with unbridled vigor, causing the fall of many immortal kings, including the eternal and reincarnation kings. Yet now, due to the actions of 2 individuals, a sense of despair subtly envelopes their hearts. The atmosphere grew heavy. They did not surrender their fates to the suddenly appearing powerful beings. Their emergence only served to further affirm the strength of their adversaries. And it is highly likely that even the formidable overseers behind these strong beings could not prevail, prompting them to devise means to intervene and prevent these occurrences. The immortal kings ceased to ponder further and departed from the location. Some prepared to lead their forces beyond the imperial pass of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, while others set forth to the Boundless Sea in search of the quasi-immortal emperor. Chapter 232, The Imperial Pass of the Foreign Realm. A ceasefire of 2 million years? Lin Shu departed from the burial grounds and finally returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The moment he re-entered this realm, he immediately sensed the pervasive air of slaughter. In the next instant, Lin Shu discerned something amiss and turned his gaze towards the direction of the Imperial Pass. At that very moment, Meng Tianjing, the former elder of the Divine Academy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, who had now ascended and become an immortal, conveyed a message to Lin Shu. Tao Master, a sudden change has occurred at the Imperial Pass, as powerful beings from the foreign realm are knocking at the gates. Upon receiving Meng Tianjing's message, Lin Shu replied, "There is no need for alarm. Relay my message to the Taichu sect and all the powerful beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, instructing them to set forth for the Imperial Pass immediately." To Lin Shu, the foreign realm presently posed no significant threat. He sensed that the situation was anything but simple. Unless a quasi-immortal emperor from a Boundless Sea took action, the foreign realm, given its current strength and knowledge of their own butcher and the god of Willow, would never dare to strike at this moment. Could it be that a treacherous army had descended? Lin Shu pondered silently. Whatever the case, we shall meet force with force, and when water rises, we shall build dikes. On the side of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with Meng Tianjing's notification, Lin Shu proceeded directly to the Imperial Pass, deeming it unnecessary to return to the Taichu sect. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Pass of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the towering walls spanned the heavens, and ancient runes shimmered, seemingly bearing the battle intent of countless epochs. Upon the walls, the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths stood vigilant, the aura of supremacy faintly discernible as they braced for an assault from the foreign realm. The 9 heavens and 10 earths had changed. Once, the presence of supreme beings was exceedingly rare, but now they were far from uncommon. Nonetheless, even so, the many powerful beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths remained on high alert. They had gained insight into the foreign realm. Although a supreme being might be a top-tier powerhouse within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the foreign realm boasted immortal beings, even immortal kings. Without Lin Shu and the strong figures of the Taichu sect, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be utterly incomparable to the foreign realm. In the last invasion by the foreign realm, even the younger generation struggled against them. Had it not been for Lin Shu, the prodigies of the Divine Academy, the Sacred Academy, and the Immortal Academy would have found it nearly impossible to contend with the foreign realm, for it was Lin Shu who eliminated their formidable young foes. Now, with the foreign realm's return, vigilance was paramount. At that moment, numerous powerful beings stood atop the Imperial Pass when a disturbance finally emerged from the distance. However, to their astonishment, this time the foreign realm did not bring a massive army, but merely 2 figures traversed the void. Even so, none dared to underestimate them, for the auras emanating from these 2 figures were incredibly terrifying. Even a mere glance invoked an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if they were not to be gazed upon directly. Beyond the Imperial Pass, Anlan descended from the foreign realm, a golden spear angled towards the heavens, and war chariots thundered across the void, trailing behind him a myriad of phenomena, as if countless souls were wailing in anguish. Following closely was Utah, his gaze profound, surrounded by chaotic energy, with great stars perpetually plummeting, as if the world could scarcely withstand his presence. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, did anyone dare to engage in dialogue? Anlan's voice was icy and resonated throughout the Imperial Pass. Upon the walls, several already arrived supreme beings wore grave expressions. They understood that these 2 from the foreign realm were formidable, and approaching them with mere supreme cultivation was utterly insufficient for meaningful discourse. They awaited the arrival of Meng Tianzheng, who had ascended to immortality, and Lin Shu, the Tao Master, alongside the true immortals and immortal kings of the Taichu sect. Only such beings could engage in equitable conversation with the 2 formidable entities from the foreign realm. Just then, a voice echoed, "Anlan, Utah, having fled in disarray from the immortal realm, do you still dare to approach the Imperial Pass?" It was Meng Tianjing's voice upon his arrival. He immediately addressed Anlan and Utah. He recognized these 2 from Lin Shu, and, despite their status as immortal kings, he felt no fear and boldly called out to them, his eyes aflame with battle intent, akin to a war immortal among mortals. Of course, his audacity in speaking so boldly to 2 immortal kings was not without reason. It was evident that the 2 foreign immortal kings had not come for battle. Had they intended to fight, they would have acted long ago, rather than wait until now, especially with no foreign army in sight. A dignified immortal king would hardly serve as a mere vanguard. Thus, Meng Tianzheng was certain they would not strike. Also because he had relayed the message to Tao Master Lin Shu, who was soon to arrive. With a Tao Master present, even the likes of Anlan and Yutuo would raise no turbulence. Indeed, as Meng Tianzheng surmised, Anlan and Yutuo, though filled with anger and disdain at the insolence displayed by Meng Tianzheng, ultimately restrained themselves. Today, there would be no battle. With a graceful gesture, Yutuo unfurled a decree, radiating a resplendent golden light, emblazoned with the 2-million-year truce agreement. We, the realm, willingly agree to cease hostilities with the outer domain for 2 million years. Upon utterance of these words, the Imperial Pass trembled. A cessation of hostilities for 2 million years? Meng Tianzheng furrowed his brow, his instincts alert. When had the outer domain become so accommodating? There must be a hidden agenda. From the Imperial Pass, a supreme being from the 9 heavens and 10 earths roared. They must have ulterior motives. Meng Tianzheng nodded slightly. The outer domain's offer of a 2-million-year truce surely harbored ill intentions. And Lan scoffed. There is but one opportunity. If we sign the contract, our realm shall not infringe upon their territory for 2 million years. The powerful figures of the Imperial Pass fell into silence. They recognized the deceit of the outer domain, knowing well that they would not adhere to a truce for 2 million years. Even if they did, they would undoubtedly be scheming a far greater plot. However, a truce would indeed be a boon for the 9 heavens and 10 earths, at least not a detriment to them. At present, the most coveted resource for the 9 heavens and 10 earths was time. With time on their side, and supported by Lin Shu and the primordial Tao, they could undoubtedly rise to prominence. 2 million years hence, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would surely witness a transformed landscape. Yet, They also understood that the decision to cease hostilities lay beyond their control. Currently, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were subtly centered around Lin Shu. Only Lin Shu could wield authority, and only he possessed the capability to lead them against the outer domain. Without Lin Shu, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were woefully insignificant compared to the outer domain. What? Is the 9 heavens and 10 earths so feeble that not a soul dares to sign a truce? Anlan surveyed the assembly at the Imperial Pass, disdain evident in his gaze. Were it not for the directives of a few, he would have swiftly eradicated this swarm of ants. Finally, a voice resonated. Oh, you have chosen to cease hostilities for 2 million years? As the voice echoed, the assemblage at the Imperial Pass displayed expressions of joy. This voice was well known among those with any semblance of strength in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It belonged to Lin Shu, the Lord of the Primordial Tao. In an instant, the powerful figures turned towards the source of the voice, all respectfully proclaiming, "We greet the Lord of the Primordial Tao." Lin Shu acknowledged them with a gentle response, his gaze settling upon Anlan and Yutua. Meanwhile, outside the Imperial Pass, the 2 peerless celestial kings, Anlan and Yutua, also turned their attention towards the interior of the Imperial Pass. There, the void split open, and a tall figure emerged. His inky black hair cascading like silk, his eyes twinkling like stars, enveloped in an enigmatic aura as if transcending the realms. Lin Shu. Anlan gazed at the newcomer, and even as an unparalleled celestial king, he could not help but feel his pupils constrict and his grip on his spear tighten slightly. Beside him, Yutuo's expression grew grave as he murmured, "Indeed, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are under his command." Although this was their first encounter with Lin Shu, they felt an uncanny familiarity with him, having heard his name repeatedly from their own successors and other powerful beings, as well as from those mysterious entities that had descended. Lin Shu had emerged as a formidable variable. The Willow deity, during the last epoch, had traversed their realm, entering and exiting with ease. Though the Willow deity had been immensely powerful then, there had been those capable of contending with him. However, the current Willow deity had ascended to a realm they could only aspire to, all thanks to Lin Shu. It was Lin Shu who had enabled the Willow deity to attain the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm in a mere epoch, even compelling a fearsome figure like the Butcher to willingly follow him. His existence had surpassed their expectations. Lin Shu, since you're here, can we proceed to sign a truce for 2 million years? Anlan inquired directly. Although Lin Shu harbored a desire for a truce, he refrained from hastily agreeing to the contract. The 9 heavens and 10 earths required time to flourish. 2 million years represented an ample opportunity for development. With this time, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would surely witness an abundance of true immortals and celestial kings. It was even plausible that quasi-immortal emperors might emerge. At the very least, the prodigies Lin Shu had initially invested in would undoubtedly have the potential to reach the quasi-immortal emperor level. The emergence of an immortal emperor was not beyond the realm of possibility. For instance, Shi Hao possessed the potential to become an immortal emperor, with Lin Shu's support. The timeline for his ascension would assuredly be accelerated, while a 2 million year truce would greatly benefit the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Since the offer was made by the other party, Lin Shu could not easily acquiesce. He must extract something of value in return. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shu's gaze fell upon the contract in Anlan's hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. A 2 million year truce? When did the outer domain become so reasonable? Anlan retorted with a cold snort. What? Do you dare not sign this truce agreement? No. Lin Shu shook his head. Your celestial kings from the outer domain last fled in disgrace. As the defeated party, you have no standing to negotiate a truce. The initiative lies with me. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Anlan and Yutuo's expressions darkened. The previous encounter at the edge of the celestial domain had seen them vanquished by the Butcher alone. A humiliation that stung. To have Lin Shu bring it up only deepened their sense of indignation. As immortal kings, they had never endured such disdain. Yet the current circumstances compelled them to concede. With the presence of the Willow deity and the Butcher, their realm was indeed at a disadvantage. What do you propose? Anlan, suppressing his resentment, inquired. It is simple. Since the last epoch, your outer domain has invaded our 9 heavens and 10 earths repeatedly. If you wish for a truce, reparations must be made, Lin Shu asserted. Once the reparations are fulfilled, I shall sign this contract. Otherwise, I shall send the Willow deity and the Butcher into the outer domain. I wonder if you can prevent them. Lin Shu's nonchalant words caused Anlan and Yutuo's expressions to shift dramatically. This was clearly an act of extortion, a blatant threat. Yet, considering the Willow deity and the Butcher, even while aware of the threat, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The Butcher was already immensely powerful, and the Willow deity had advanced even further, now a quasi-immortal emperor, rendering him even more formidable. Should the Willow deity and the Butcher venture into their realm, it would be impossible for them to resist. Very well, how much compensation do you seek? I require 50% of all your outer domain's cultivation resources. An Lang, upon hearing this, immediately retorted in fury, Impossible. Lin Shu, even if it means death, we shall never agree to your terms. Lin Shu, unfazed by the outburst, simply addressed the stillness of the void beside him. Willow deity, restrain them. As Lin Shu's words fell, a slender willow branch abruptly extended from the void, instantaneously ensnaring Lan and Yutua. The two peerless celestial kings found themselves ensnared, unable to move an inch as the surrounding space seemed to constrict around them. In that moment, they truly comprehended the might of a quasi-immortal emperor. With merely a single willow branch, without the willow deity even appearing, they were utterly powerless to escape. Should the willow deity so desire, he could obliterate them in an instant. Lan and Yutuo's expressions shifted dramatically. They quickly exclaimed, "We agree." Lin Shu waved his hand, and the willow branch vanished in an instant, granting Lan and Yutuo a moment of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. In that case, prepare accordingly. Understood. Lan and Yutuo nodded eagerly. After speaking, they turned to depart. Just return, Lin Shu remarked casually as he observed Lan and Yutuo pivot to leave. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lan and Yutuo hastened their pace, their figures melding into the void, poised to vanish. However, a willow branch suddenly extended, ensnaring Lan and binding his form, before he was cast upon the Emperor's gate of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yutuo, save me, Lan called out loudly, his gaze fixed upon Yutuo's figure. Do not fret, my friend Lan. Once I gather the necessary resources, I shall come to your aid, Yutuo replied, hastening his escape, fearful that Lin Shu might change his mind and leave him behind. Lin Shu, observing Yutuo's flight, chose not to comment further. If Yutuo could indeed persuade the foreign domain to relinquish such vast resources, it would be more advantageous for him to return. Even if he failed, a mere unparalleled immortal king posed little threat. Yutuo's presence alone could not sway the tide of battle. The true peril had never been the unparalleled immortal kings, nor even the powerful leaders of the foreign domain, but rather the quasi-immortal emperors lurking within the Sea of Realms, or perhaps even the enigmatic race that had already descended into the foreign domain. Lin Shu withdrew his gaze, settling it upon Lan, and then spoke directly. I leave Lan in your hands. As long as you do not kill him, you may dispose of him as you wish. An Lang, now ensnared by the willow deity's tendrils, found his cultivation completely sealed, although he possessed the body of an unparalleled immortal king. The individuals at the Emperor's Gate could hardly pose a significant threat to him. Even if they wished to kill Lan, they could not succeed. Nonetheless, it would allow them to vent their frustrations. Lin Shu, how can you humiliate me so? You are but a prisoner. After uttering these words, Lin Shu replied softly and ceased further conversation, departing the Emperor's Gate. Chapter 234. The Willow Deity establishes a stronghold. The Butcher enters the Sea of Realms. On the way back to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Lin Shu inquired of the Willow Deity, have you uncovered any news? The Willow Deity responded, through the souls of Lan and Yutuo, I have indeed gathered a wealth of useful information. Behind the foreign domain lies a group of mysterious individuals, all at the Immortal King level, with the strongest among them surpassing even the great Immortal King Kundi, yet they have not reached the level of the Butcher. This group must be what you refer to as the enigmatic beings. Lan's desire for a truce was proposed by these strange entities. Currently, they lack the strength to confront us and require time to summon other enigmatic beings to descend. In addition to the 200,000-year ceasefire, the foreign domain has dispatched Immortal King powers deep into the Sea of Realms to search for quasi-immortal emperors. Just then, the Willow Deity made a move, not only leaving Lan behind, but also delving into the depths of Lan's soul to extract memories. Of course, Lan remained oblivious to all of this. The Willow Deity, now at the quasi-immortal emperor level, existed on an entirely different plane from Lan. The Willow Deity could explore Lan's memories without him realizing it. After hearing the Willow Deity's revelations, Lin Shu nodded. This aligned closely with his prior speculations. The foreign domain's truce was merely a temporary measure due to their lack of strength. In truth, as long as the foreign domain refrained from invading the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Lin Shu would not initiate an invasion either. After all, if the foreign domain were to be annihilated, the quasi-immortal emperors within the Sea of Realms would undoubtedly take notice. Although Lin Shu had formidable allies like the Willow deity and the Butcher, they still paled in comparison to those few quasi-immortal emperors. Within the Sea of Realms, there were 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors, no matter how powerful the Willow deity became. Mastering the grand Tao of transforming into the 3 pure ones could only restrain 3 of them. However, revealing their strength too early would compel the dark quasi-mortal emperors to eliminate the Willow deity at any cost. Currently, the Willow deity possessed the leverage to negotiate with them, but lacked the capability to confront all 4 dark quasi-immortal emperors alone. Therefore, Lin Shu required time. 200,000 years was precisely what he needed. In that span, Shi Hao would ascend to the status of an immortal emperor, should Shi Hao succeed. The foreign domain's discovery of a dark quasi-immortal emperor would be inconsequential. Nevertheless, Lin Shu could not remain idle. While he could not prevent the descent of the enigmatic beings, he could obstruct the foreign domain's immortal kings from seeking out the dark quasi-immortal emperors. Should the foreign domain locate a dark quasi-immortal emperor, they might act prematurely, which would be detrimental to Lin Shu. After contemplating this, Lin Shu resolved to send the Butcher into the Sea of Realms to locate the foreign domain's immortal kings. If he could slay them, it would be ideal. If not, he must at least create some disturbances to hinder their search. Upon returning to the Taichu Dao, Lin Shu sought out the Butcher. The reason for not sending the Willow deity was clear. The deity's power would draw too much attention, and entering the Sea of Realms could potentially alert the dark quasi-immortal emperors. The Butcher had not yet stepped into the quasi-immortal emperor realm, and though his actions might cause some commotion, the dark quasi-immortal emperors would not pay heed. After all, as long as the Butcher had not ascended to the quasi-immortal emperor level, he would not be of concern to them. Butcher, I wish for you to venture into the Sea of Realms and deal with the foreign domain's immortal kings searching for the dark quasi-immortal emperors. It would be best to severely injure them, rendering them incapable of continuing their search. I have no objections. The foreign domain's immortal kings are of average strength to me. Inflicting serious injury poses no difficulty. However, the Sea of Realms is vast. How shall I locate them? You need not worry about that. The Willow deity will transport you. With the Willow deity's strength, deducing the locations of several foreign domain immortal kings within the Sea of Realms is not a challenge. Had it not been for the concern of alerting the dark quasi-immortal emperors, the Willow deity would undoubtedly be swifter in dealing with them than you. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, the Butcher did not hesitate. In that case, I request the Willow deity to send me forth. The sooner this is resolved, the sooner I may return to seclusion. I can feel the threshold of the quasi-immortal emperor drawing near, and upon my return, I may have the opportunity to break through. Lin Shu turned his gaze to the Willow deity, who, without hesitation, quickly deduced the locations of the foreign domain's immortal kings that had penetrated into the Sea of Realms. In the next moment, the Willow deity opened a portal that led directly into the Sea of Realms. The Butcher, gripping a knife stained with the blood of countless immortal kings over the ages, stepped through the portal. Chapter 235, Bloodshed in the Sea of Realms. The Butcher rampages against the kings. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, within the Taichu Dao, a colossal portal opened, leading straight into the Sea of Realms. Within the portal swirled chaotic energies. Those who were not immortal kings faced either death or grievous injury upon entry. However, for a powerhouse like the Butcher, even in the Sea of Realms, he could traverse freely. The portal posed no threat to him. Grasping the knife that had been drenched in the blood of immortal kings throughout the ages, the Butcher stepped forth, crossing into the realm opened by the Willow deity. Before him unfolded an expanse of boundless darkness. The Butcher had crossed the threshold, stepping into the infinite Sea of Realms. The sea roiled violently, each droplet of spray a fragment of a shattered ancient realm, remnants of the universe floating amidst the chaos. Distant whispers chilling to the bone echoed, remnants of immortal kings corrupted by darkness lamenting, as if their cries transcended eons, lingering eerily by his ear. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within the Butcher's mind. The Willow deity transmitting his words from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The aura of Kundi lies ahead. With your strength, you will easily sense it. The most potent presence before you is he. He is accompanied by the Crimson King and the Blade King. The Butcher was taken aback upon hearing the Willow deity's words. Truly, the quasi-immortal emperor lived up to his name. To transmit his voice across such a vast distance from the 9 heavens and 10 earths was nothing short of terrifying. It was known that in the Sea of Realms, Even face-to-face encounters could sometimes span several shattered universes, rendering communication nearly impossible. Yet the Willow deity could convey his voice, a testament to his formidable power, inspiring within the Butcher a deep anticipation for the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm, motivating him to swiftly conclude the current affair and return to seclusion, striving to break through to that very realm. The Butcher grinned at the direction of the portal, his bone knife, tarnished by the blood of countless formidable beings, quivering slightly in his grip. Perfect. We shall ensnare them all at once. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, parting the turbulent waves of the realm sea, as if they trembled in fear of this harbinger of death. The realm sea, a solitary island, was in truth an ancient world, remarkably intact compared to the shattered remnants of other such realms. At this moment, the foreign celestial monarch, the unparalleled Titan Kundi, advanced steadily with a refining pot of immortality atop his head. Beside him, the Red King activated the Eye of Time, his pupils reflecting fragments of a shattered universe, as if seeking some elusive truth. Suddenly, the Blade King bellowed, "Be cautious." Boom! A blood-red blade of light cleaved through the infinite chaos, and the once complete ancient realm exploded into dust, transforming into countless splashes that sank into the realm sea. Kundi's rafining botamita apiarsing wail. A ghastly crack appearing on its surface. The Butcher strode upon the blood waves, an overwhelming pressure causing the surrounding remnants of realms to disintegrate simultaneously. "You, the Red King," a mix of astonishment and fury, exclaimed, "Butcher, how could you possibly trace our whereabouts? In this boundless realm sea, even the mightiest of beings could succumb." And he had not anticipated that the Butcher would pursue them into the depths and directly locate their presence. Unfazed, the Butcher offered no explanation, raising his hand to deliver strike. The Red King's temporal laws shattered like fragile glass, his celestial form disintegrating in an instant. Had the Butcher not shown restraint, that blow would surely have claimed his life. Nonetheless, even so, the Red King was grievously wounded, his blood, imbued with the essence of time, spilling into the realm sea, plunging the surrounding ancient worlds into an eerie stasis. Kundi roared, summoning his refining pot, which unleashed an immense aura capable of refining celestial kings. Everyone strike together. The Blade King, the Red King, and several other foreign celestial monarchs swiftly distanced themselves, encircling the Butcher. The terrifying might of the foreign sovereigns interwove into a grand web of laws, seemingly intent on locking down the many ancient realms surrounding them, as if to freeze time itself. "You insignificant insects!" A blood-red halo suddenly erupted around the Butcher, each arc radiating the malevolent aura of slaughtering countless worlds. His knife morphed into a roaring blood edge, cleaving through the grand formation crafted by the foreign monarchs as if it were mere parchment. The Blade King's right arm was severed at the shoulder. As the severed limb fell into the realm sea, it stained the ancient waters crimson. Kundi's refining pot shattered as well. Impossible. Kundi coughed blood and staggered back. "You have yet to ascend to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor level. How can you be so formidable?" The Butcher crushed the ancient realm beneath his foot, his form flashing across an immeasurable distance, directly stepping upon Kundi's head. "While I may spare your life, you shall not depart so easily." As the Butcher spoke, a flash of blade light manifested, carving an irreparable fissure into Kundi's celestial essence. "Then let us ruin your foundation." Subsequently, the Butcher struck repeatedly, inflicting wounds upon the other foreign monarchs, each sustaining varying degrees of damage to their celestial essences. Chapter 236. Incompetent Wrath. The monarchs bleed in the realm sea. Butcher. Kundi, with his head beneath the Butcher's foot, contorted in agony. The excruciating pain from the severed essence drove him to the brink of madness. He howled, his voice filled with venom and resentment. As an unparalleled titan of the foreign realms, he had traversed eons, gazing down upon the rise and fall of eras. He had never endured such humiliation. Being trampled underfoot like an insect, celestial blood continuously spilled from his mouth, staining the Butcher's boots, which had been tainted by the blood of countless powerful beings. The once mighty refining pot above him lay in ruins, emitting mournful cries that resonated with his inner fury. "How dare you insult me so? As an immortal king of the foreign realms, I shall not rest until you are dead." Kundi's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on the Butcher's indifferent face, struggling futilely against the immense weight of the Butcher's foot, which felt like the very heavens pressing down upon him. Nearby, the Red King fared no better. The Eye of Time had dimmed, his temporal laws in disarray. Although his celestial form had barely reassembled after being shattered, it was riddled with cracks, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Essence and blood from his temporal origin seeped from the fissures, cascading into the realm sea, causing the waves to swirl chaotically, sometimes accelerating and other times flowing backward, ensnared in a vortex of distorted time. He heard Kundi's furious roar and lifted his head, flames of madness igniting in his eyes. Butcher, you sever my foundation and obstructed my path. This enmity shall never fade. I, the Red King, swear by time itself that you shall forever plunge into the chaotic currents of time, enduring the torment of endless reincarnation. His voice trembled with unrestrained rage. The eye of time fixated on the butcher, filled with a desire to devour him whole. The Blade King, clutching his severed arm, was ensnared in the terrifying laws of slaughter, which hindered his regeneration. His complexion was as pale as parchment, yet his gaze remained sharp and filled with hatred. He, known as the Blade King, had devoted his life to the path of the blade, believing he had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Yet today, beneath the butcher's blade, he felt like a mere child with a wooden sword, utterly defenseless. Even his own weapon was suppressed by the butcher's overwhelming malice, emitting mournful cries. It was a denial and trampling of his lifelong pursuit. My blade, my path. The Blade King's voice was hoarse, saturated with despair and resentment. Butcher, you have destroyed my foundation. Is it not akin to killing me? The foreign realms shall never let you go. Another foreign, celestial monarch, a towering figure, now curled up amidst the debris of the shattered ancient realm, his chest pierced by blade energy, his royal bones shattered, and his essence severely damaged. He growled, his voice akin to a wounded beast. Butcher, the humiliation you have inflicted upon us today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Our realm is filled with powerful beings. One day, we shall traverse the 9 heavens and slay you all. His eyes burned with malice, etching the butcher's towering form into the depths of his soul, determined to forever imprint this humiliation. Another female, celestial monarch, beautiful yet now pale as a ghost. Her hair disheveled and blood trickling from her lips, had her unparalleled techniques shattered by the butcher's blade, the backlash shaking her very soul. She gazed at the butcher, her lovely eyes filled with terror and rage. You, executioner, slaughtering the monarchs shall bring down divine retribution. The day our realm's mightiest arrive shall be your hour of demise. The monarchs roared in unison, their fury intertwining, threatening to upheave the realm sea, causing the countless shattered ancient worlds around them to tremble, resonating with an unbearable hum. They were all titans in their own right, having never before suffered such grievous wounds and humiliation. Their foundations severed, their paths nearly obliterated. This was more painful than death itself. The butcher coldly absorbed their curses and invectives, his foot firmly planted upon Kundi's head, unmoving in the slightest. The blood-red halo surrounding him spun slowly, absorbing the terrifying malice and resentment emanating from the monarchs, causing the bone knife in his hand to emit a more jubilant hum. Once the uproar of the monarchs began to subside, he finally spoke, his tone flat yet imbued with an indifferent disdain, as if gazing down upon mere ants. Simply impotent rage. Those 5 succinct words fell like a bucket of icy water upon the blazing fury of the monarchs, instilling within them a chilling sense of humiliation and despair. The butcher's gaze swept over Kundi's contorted visage, the Red King's vengeful glare, the Blade King's despondent expression, and each foreign celestial monarch in turn. Were it not for my mission requiring your lives to be spared, he paused, the bone knife that had been stained with the blood of countless celestial kings vibrating gently in his grasp, a wave of murderous intent washing over them, causing their very souls to tremble. At this moment, you are but the desiccated bones adrift in the realm sea, lacking even the right to howl and protest. His words carried no ripples, as if he were merely stating an unassailable truth. To be alive is a blessing, not a cause for incessant noise. Upon hearing these words, the Crimson King was driven to madness. He struggled to rise, but the shards of time swirled around him, unable to shake off the intangible pressure exerted by the butcher. He roared in a voice that tore through the void of the realm. Butcher, do not revel in your triumph. You are but a dog under another's command. Do you truly believe you can frolic in freedom for long? The strength of our realm has long surpassed your imagination. When reinforcements arrive, you, along with the 9 heavens and 10 earths behind you, shall be reduced to mere dust. His eyes glinted with a frenzied and vengeful light, fixated on the butcher. At that time, even death will be a luxury. Your spirit will be eternally suppressed, enduring the tortures of soul refinement. Your true essence will be cast into the abyss of endless calamities, never to be reborn. You shall follow in our footsteps, nay, you shall suffer 1,000 times worse. At that moment, Kundi let out a low growl. Though his head was crushed, his resentment crystallized into substance. The Crimson King speaks truth. Butcher, you do not comprehend what you face. Before such beings, you are but a slightly larger insect. What you have done today will surely bring about your doom. The Blade King gripped his broken sword tightly with his remaining hand, the blade humming with a sorrowful tone. The foundation of our realm far exceeds your comprehension. Butcher, sparing us today will be your gravest mistake. The female Immortal King shrieked. You will regret this. You will surely rue your mercy today. In the face of the increasingly intense curses and threats from the kings, the Butcher's expression remained unchanged. He even lowered his gaze to regard Kundi, who still struggled beneath his foot. Are you finished? He asked casually. Then, he lifted his foot from Kundi's head. Just as Kundi thought he might be released, a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. The Butcher, with a swift motion, struck down with the back of his blade, crashing it heavily onto Kundi's spine. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, and Kundi emitted a muffled groan as his entire body was sent flying. Akin to a kite severed from its string, he shattered. Dozens of waves formed from the remnants of the ancient realm before barely stabilizing himself. But his spine was already broken, and his breath grew faint. Spare your lives is already a grace, the Butcher declared. Standing tall with his blood-red figure amidst the surging sea of realms, surrounded by the shattered dust of ancient worlds and the spilled blood of the immortal kings, making him appear as though he had returned from the depths of hell. Speak further, and I shall strike you down again, to see how much more your fractured foundation can endure. His icy words bore no hint of bloodlust, yet they silenced the Crimson King, the Blade King, and all the other foreign immortal kings who had been hurling curses and threats. A chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. They had no doubt that this Butcher was fully capable of carrying out his threat. With their foundations compromised, should they be struck by that terrifying blade again, they would indeed face the dissolution of their very essence and perish utterly. All their anger, all their malice, and all their curses were forcibly quelled by the fear of death in that moment. They stared at the Butcher, their eyes still filled with hatred. Yet they dared not utter a single sound. The waves of the realm continued to surge, the foamy tides concealing countless shattered ancient worlds and universes adrift. From the depths of the distant darkness, that chilling whisper returned, as if the remnants of immortal kings long eroded by darkness bore witness to yet another bloodbath in the realm's sea, lamenting the fall and humiliation of the sovereigns. The Butcher no longer regarded these defeated foes. He turned away, his gaze seemingly piercing through the boundless realm sea, directed towards the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The task is complete. It is time to return. The realm of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor awaits him. With a single step, he transformed into a stream of blood-red light, parting the multitude of waves within the realm's sea, vanishing into the endless darkness and chaos. All that remained were the foreign kings, licking their wounds amidst the shattered reefs of the realm's sea, enduring injuries far more grievous than mere physical scars, those to their foundational essence and the endless humiliation. Their gazes, after the Butcher's departure, grew even more sinister and frenzied. The disgrace of today shall be repaid in blood on another day. 9 heavens and 10 earths, Butcher await. Chapter 237. The Butcher seeks to become emperor. The end of the law approaches. The tumultuous waves of the realm sea receded behind him. The suffocating silence and chaos completely severed from the portal. The Butcher stepped forth from the chaotic portal opened by the Willow deity. The lingering aura of the realm sees murderous intent and blood still clinging to him as he returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Outside the primordial path, the clouds billowed and the sky was clear. Although the 9 heavens and 10 earths had borne the ravages of war, their mountains and rivers remained battered. Yet, compared to the realm's sea's turmoil, where countless worlds sank and the rules were shattered, this land could indeed be deemed a rare sanctuary. The figure of the Willow deity stood still in the void, surrounded by a mist of light rain, each droplet seemingly embodying the rise and fall of a great world. His aura was deeper and more unfathomable than before, truly standing within the realm of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor, transcending above. He gazed at the Butcher returning from the realm sea, his eyes calm as he nodded slightly. Is it resolved? The Butcher, having sheathed the bone knife that had drunk deeply of immortal king's blood and whose humming had begun to fade, simply nodded in response, his expression remaining as cold and indifferent as ever. A mere jester, with your foundation in ruins, you shall not stir up a tempest in short term. His gaze fell upon the Willow deity, and within those eternally frozen eyes, which only stirred during slaughter, there flickered a minuscule ripple. In the realm sea, where waves shifted and time and space distorted, even the mightiest immortal kings would struggle to transmit messages in time. Yet the Willow deity could clearly convey his voice from the 9 heavens and 10 earths across the boundless realm sea into the butcher's mind, guiding him with precision. Such power was terrifying in its own right. Moreover, having personally crushed Kundi, the Crimson King, and other supreme beings from the foreign lands with such ease was a stark reminder of the vast chasm that lay between the Quasi-Immortal Emperor and the Immortal Kings. A chasm that appeared but a step away, yet was truly insurmountable. The realm of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Only by ascending to this realm could one truly transcend the cycles of epochs, master their own fate, and possess sufficient strength to confront the potential catastrophic trials and challenges of the future. For this, I am grateful. The butcher's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an urgency that was barely perceptible. The Willow deity replied with a calm, authoritative tone, "There is no need for such formality, my friend. The foreign lands have suffered heavy losses, their leaders' foundations compromised. In the short term, they shall lack the strength to concern themselves with us, let alone dare to encroach upon our borders again. You may seize this opportunity to enter seclusion, refine your Tao fruit, and strive for the unparalleled realm of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Indeed, it is necessary." The butcher's words rang out with a resolute authority, imbued with an unwavering will, causing the blood-red, murderous aura around him to pulse slightly in response to this steadfast intent. "Unless I achieve the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm, I shall not emerge from seclusion." He spoke no further, offering the Willow deity a simple yet solemn bow before his form erupted into a dazzling stream of blood-red light, tearing through layers of void, eliciting the resonance of great paths, and plunging directly into the depths of the primordial Tao. There, he had prepared a place for his seclusion, alongside the time tower left by the primordial Tao master Lin Shu, where the flow of time differed greatly from the outside, an unparalleled sanctuary for seclusion and advancement. He needed to swiftly adjust his state, pushing his essence, chi, and spirit to their most perfect pinnacle, aiming to break through the Quasi-Immortal Emperor bottleneck that had plagued him for countless ages. However, shortly after the butcher entered seclusion, in the desolate star domain at the boundary between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the foreign lands, before the previously silent Imperial Pass, the void slightly distorted. Several figures, clearly weakened yet still bearing an immortal aura and overwhelming resentment, slowly emerged. They were none other than Kundi, the Crimson King, the Blade King, and other immortal kings from the foreign lands who had been grievously wounded by the butcher and whose foundations had suffered damage in the realm sea. Their countenances were so grim that one could almost wring water from them, their eyes interwoven with an ocean of resentment and an indelible sense of humiliation. Particularly Kundi, whose head had been reforged, yet the fracture in his spine still throbbed with a dull ache. And the fissures in the essence of the Celestial King served as a constant reminder of that catastrophic defeat. With their foundational powers severely compromised and their future all but extinguished, this was more agonizing for the Titans who had traversed the ages than death itself. Now, they were compelled to drag their shattered bodies forth and personally deliver a compensation that could only be described as astronomical. A task that was akin to pouring salt into their already bloodied wounds, an unparalleled disgrace. A storage artifact, tightly enveloped in dazzling divine light, was reluctantly pushed forth by them, hovering in the frigid, silent void, emanating a disquieting energy fluctuation. Within it lay a vast trove of resources, enough to make any celestial king green with envy and quicken their heartbeat. Mountains of rare divine materials, gleaming celestial gold imbued with diverse attributes of the Tao, and well-preserved elixirs of immortality exuding a radiant mist, alongside several complete fragments of the Taoist laws, undamaged and roaring like true dragons. This was nearly the quintessence accumulated over epochs from foreign realms, now to be willingly surrendered to their foes. Kundi fixed his gaze on the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his eyes seemingly piercing through the infinite cosmos to behold the land where they had suffered such a profound humiliation. A low, guttural roar, reminiscent of a wounded beast, escaped his throat, but he ultimately suppressed the impulse for immediate vengeance, refraining from any further movements. Accompanied by the equally waning Red King, Blade King, and other remnants of their forces, they tore through the void in a state of utter disarray, vanishing into the darkness. On the side of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, powerful beings had long been on high alert, cautiously receiving this astonishing bounty. Once these resources were successfully transported back, verified by Lin Shu and others, and began to be distributed according to the established plan to various crucial strongholds and places of inheritance, the upper echelons of the 9 heavens and 10 earths collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, simultaneously experiencing a wave of indescribable exhilaration. The blood-soaked deterrent of the Sea of Realms, the grievous silence of several supreme titans from foreign lands, combined with this immense influx of resources, enough to replenish years of war losses and provide substantial surplus, culminated in a period of unprecedented, immensely valuable peace and recuperation for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Time began to flow quietly within this relatively tranquil atmosphere. Years turned into decades, centuries into millennia. The silent river of time gradually soothed the scars and sorrows wrought by years of ceaseless warfare, while also quietly nurturing new vitality and hope. During this rare period of peace, various regions within the 9 heavens and 10 earths seized the opportunity to recuperate. Many venerable figures, long stalled at the bottleneck of their cultivation, attempted to break through to higher realms with the precious resources sent from foreign lands. Although most failed, a few succeeded, bringing joy to many. The new generation of prodigies began to emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain, thriving in a relatively stable environment, and the number of those achieving supreme status visibly increased. The entire realm seemed to be gradually emerging from the decay and gloom brought about by years of warfare, presenting a scene of rejuvenation and flourishing Taoist progress. However, beneath this hard-won harmony and tranquility, an irresistible and disquieting aura of decay, emerging from the depths of the universe's origins, had silently taken root, slowly approaching like an unseen current. Chapter 238. The Arrival of the End of the Dharma. A lament for heaven and earth. The hard-fought stability of the 9 heavens and 10 earths lasted a mere few hundred years. A profound stillness and decay, rooted in the essence of the laws, emanating from the universe's very instincts, spread rapidly and without warning, permeating every inch of land and corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths like an invisible plague. Initially, only those cultivators with extraordinarily keen senses felt the weight of the heavens and earth grow unbearably heavy during their meditative practices, sensing an ineffable sluggishness in the circulation of the cosmos, as if they were encased within solidifying amber. However, this ominous portent soon ceased to be the privilege of a select few. The situation deteriorated with an unstoppable momentum, escalating to a point where every being on the path of cultivation could clearly and despairingly perceive the changes. The once vibrant and abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to thin and stagnate at an unprecedented rate, no longer responding to the calls of cultivators. Akin to a candle flame that was about to extinguish, its brilliance dimming rapidly until only cold ash remained. Across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, whether manifested in majestic mountains and rivers or hidden deep within the earth's veins, the spiritual veins, be they powerful dragon veins that once nourished a region or small minds serving a sect, lost their former luster and vitality at a visible pace. As if their souls had been extracted, spiritual energies rapidly receded, ultimately falling silent, transforming into cold, hard, lifeless stone and soil, unable to yield even a modicum of essence. The essence contained within rivers, lakes, and seas also dissipated at an alarming speed. Ordinary rivers and streams began to run dry, exposing their beds. Meanwhile, those once revered as sacred springs and holy lakes, suffused with spiritual energy, dried up astonishingly fast, leaving behind vast expanses of cracked and desolate lakebeds that bore witness to past glory and present desolation. The land lay barren, stripped of all vitality. Ordinary flowers and grasses withered to dust in an instant, scattering in the wind. Those sacred trees that had thrived for millennia now stood with yellowing leaves that fluttered down, their once robust branches now riddled with cracks, as if an invisible hand had forcibly siphoned all life from them, leaving only desiccated shells. Countless ancient traditions, within the gardens of their sacred lands, were met with even more tragic scenes. Those precious herbs and elixirs, nurtured for millennia, some even for 100 millennia, by generations of sages, as well as the few surviving branches or offshoots of elixirs of immortality, were not spared. Their spiritual essences dissipated, their invaluable powers evaporating in an instant, leaving behind nothing but worthless remnants. Yet the most heart-wrenching and despair-inducing sight was the retreat of the great Tao laws that sustain the heavens and earth and underpin the foundation of cultivation. The once clear and accessible rules of the universe, which could be comprehended and invoked, had become incomprehensibly obscure and vague, as if shrouded in the dust of eons, severing all paths of inquiry and understanding. It became increasingly difficult to sense, let alone invoke or resonate with the Tao. An invisible rule, cold and absolute, enveloped the entire realm, mercilessly suppressing all cultivators, while in a tyrannical manner, siphoning the life force from all things, attempting to replenish the nearly desiccated essence of the heavens and earth. Thus, the end of the Dharma era descended abruptly, shrouded in suffocating despair. This was the relentless cycle of the universe itself, a fundamental adjustment of the heavens and earth. After experiencing an era of glorious prosperity, the essence of the universe was excessively consumed, the laws frequently invoked and even damaged, leading the entire cosmos into an inevitable period of silence and decay, akin to beings entering an irreversible twilight, needing to undergo a long slumber to accumulate faint hopes while awaiting the distant return of the next epoch. Yet for the billions of beings forced to endure this era, this was no natural cycle, but rather an inescapable judgment day. The Tao is fading away. Why can I sense not a trace of its existence? An ancient supreme being, who had been on the verge of a breakthrough and had secluded themselves for countless years, suddenly opened their eyes, filled with bloodshot terror. They realized that they could no longer draw even a sliver of essence from the heavens and earth. The fruit of their arduous cultivation began to destabilize, cracks startlingly appearing on its surface. The spiritual energy is vanishing. This realm is on the brink of complete silence. We shall all be buried. For eternity, some cultivators gazed at their waning powers, their realms even beginning to regress due to the depletion of spiritual energy, and let out heart-wrenching cries of despair, their resolve nearly shattered. The legacy of their ancestors, the 10,000 years of tradition, obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothing. In the present day, the contemporary leader of an ancient sect trembles as he stands upon the once sacred mountain of his ancestors, now reduced to mere earth, devoid of any spiritual essence. Gazing at the withered divine herbs in the medicinal garden, tears stream down his face, his heart aching with grief. The severance of his lineage torments him more than death itself. The world has undergone catastrophic changes. The mountains and rivers have lost their vibrancy. Once, even amidst the ravages of war, the realms, though battered, still exuded tenacity and hope, but in a fleeting moment, they have irrevocably darkened, succumbing to silence. As far as the eye can see, a chilling desolation pervades, the atmosphere thick with the pall of doom. The lifespan of the supreme beings has been subjected to the most terrifying suppression. What was once a form of existence, capable of enduring for millions of years, now dwindles like a river bursting its banks, barely able to sustain even a millennium, as fragile as a flickering candle in a tempest, on the verge of extinguishment. The true immortals have become distant legends, as the cold and absolute rules of the end times have severed all possibilities and paths to ascension. This is an age of utter despair, where the path of cultivation seems to have been severed by an invisible hand, completely blocked. All living beings, whether the naive commoners or the once mighty cultivators, can only wait in numbing despair and dread for the inevitable day when their lifespans will be exhausted, ultimately turning to dust in this age of decline, serving as a burial offering to the decay of existence. The remaining celestial kings of the realms, ancient entities such as the Second of the World and the Taoist of Celestial Gold, were expressions of solemnity and concern. They have endeavored to use their celestial might to slow down the decay in localized areas, striving to create a haven. Yet, in the face of this universal decline, originating from the very essence of the Tao, even the mighty celestial kings feel their insignificance and powerlessness, unable to defy the heavens. Must the realms, which have just glimpsed a sliver of revival, which have finally obtained a moment of respite, succumb entirely to this sudden age of decline, witnessing the extinction of all spirits, passively awaiting the arrival of an uncertain future, which may never come? A suffocating heaviness of despair shrouds the heavens and the earth, encompassing the hearts of every living being. Chapter 239. The Celestial Law Descends. The Ascension of True Immortals and Celestial Kings. Just as the darkness of the end times enveloped the world, causing all things to crumble and the faith of all beings to wane, a thunderous boom erupted. At the zenith of the 9 heavens and 10 realms, the fortified barrier, rendered immensely heavy by the rules of the end times, suddenly quaked violently. A chasm, beyond description, was forcibly torn apart by an unparalleled power transcending this realm's dimensions. What lay beyond the fissure was not the cold, dark void, but a hazy, vast world emanating an aura of supreme majesty. This was a realm unknown to the 9 heavens and 10 realms, known only to Lin Shu, the realm above the celestial. A resplendent torrent of boundless light, infused with the most profound innate essence, the pristine great Tao, and an aura from a higher world, surged forth from the rift. This was no ordinary light. It was the nurturing of the laws, a retribution of the laws from above. With a luminous torrent flowed. The suffocating decay of the end times was forcibly dispersed and neutralized. The parched riverbeds began to exude fresh springs, though not as abundant as in prosperous times, yet containing a glimmer of immortal vitality. From the desolate earth, resilient new shoots emerged, bearing a resonance unlike that of this realm. The once obscure laws of the great Tao, under the illumination and replenishment of this celestial radiance, regained clarity, even becoming more accessible than before the onset of the end times. For the laws were of a higher order. This was not a reversal of the end times, but rather the establishment of a cultivation oasis within this decaying world, enforced by a higher celestial law. Light. It is light. Has the world come alive again? Can I cultivate once more? The great Tao is clear again. Countless despairing cultivators lifted their heads, bathing in that warm, life-affirming glow, feeling their internal energies awaken and the rules of the Tao sharpen, their eyes brimming with tears, akin to discovering the life-giving spring in an endless desert. Is the primordial Tao. It is Lord Lin Shu. Ancient beings trembled with excitement, recognizing the source of this miracle. They had not anticipated that the primordial Tao Lord possessed such formidable power. This nurturing of the laws must indeed be a contingency set by the Tao Lord. The primordial Tao Lord, whose accomplishments span eons, has saved us from the brink of despair in the age of decline. Countless powerful beings, including some supreme ones, cast grateful and reverent gazes toward the direction of the primordial Tao. At that moment, they truly comprehended the celestial reach of the primordial Tao Lord Lin Shu, who had remained behind the scenes for centuries, seemingly inconspicuous, yet whose methods were nothing short of earth-shattering, and whose foresight was profoundly far-reaching. Simultaneously, the immense resources acquired from the foreign realms several centuries ago came into play at this crucial moment. The nurturing of the celestial laws provided an environment and means for cultivation, breaking the absolute suppression of the end times. Meanwhile, the resources from foreign lands supplied the energy and materials necessary for breakthroughs, compensating for the inherent barrenness of the 9 heavens and 10 realms. The combination of both created a miraculous reversal in an age where ascension seemed impossible, and the lifespan of the supreme beings barely exceeded a mere 10,000 years. The first breakthrough occurred at the level of true immortality, not among those already renowned throughout the world, but rather among seasoned individuals with profound accumulations or ordinary prodigies who had emerged during periods of peace. Atop an ancient mountain basking in the celestial light, an elderly supreme being, known as Xiangui, whose lifespan was nearing its end, utilized a vine imbued with immense vitality sent from the foreign realm, coupled with the nurturing essence from above, to shatter his shackles, shedding his former self, crystallizing the laws of immortality, and achieving the status of a true immortal. He howled to the heavens, tears streaming down his face, as the deadlock of his fate was unexpectedly renewed with the path to immortality. In another vast desert, a resolute female supreme, titled Lioli, who had achieved her status in recent centuries, now drew upon a pure and flawless purifying law from the celestial laws, using a piece of 7-colored glaze sent from the foreign realm as the core, to reconstruct her foundation. Enduring the trials of 9 layers of celestial fire, she ultimately completed her transformation into the Lioli immortal body, breaking into the realm of true immortals, shining brilliantly in all directions. Another young prodigy, hailing from humble beginnings yet demonstrating great perseverance in cultivating during the early stages of the end times, unexpectedly obtained a fragment of the war immortal law sent from the foreign realm. In the height of the celestial radiance, he fought fiercely, utilizing battle to cultivate, and ultimately stepped into the realm of true immortality, his momentum unmatched. One after another, true immortals defied the heavens and emerged from the ruins of the end times. Yet even more astonishing was the breakthrough at the level of celestial kings. Shi, whose dual pupils had already comprehended the essence of all things now, under the nurturing of the celestial laws, perceived deeper layers of the great Tao's intricacies, standing apart from the 9 heavens, with his eyes opening and closing, chaos gave birth and death anew. Refining a piece of chaotic primal stone sent from the foreign realm, drawing upon the celestial Tao's resonance. The kingly aura he had long amassed erupted with tremendous force. Under the gaze of his dual pupils, all laws appeared as mere illusions. With a mighty declaration, the light of his dual pupils pierced through the universe, dispelling ancient mists as a brand new kingly law, transcending all paths, was fully condensed. The pressure of the celestial king swept across the four corners of the universe, and he successfully broke through, becoming the first newly ascended celestial king of this era. Titled the Dual Pupil Celestial King, the Son of Heaven, endowed with mysterious fortunes, traverses through numerous ancient ruins revealed by the nurturing of the celestial laws. At a point most closely connected to the celestial realm, he receives the greatest fortune, attracting the vast celestial luck. While utilizing a strand of innate primordial purple energy sent from the foreign realm as his supreme foundation, refining all paths within himself, his breakthrough appeared tranquil. It was imbued with the vastness of the cosmos, surrounded by the auspicious golden dragon of fate, with myriad paths rejoicing in his ascension. Ultimately, he naturally stepped into the realm of the Immortal King, Meng Tianzheng, the Grand Elder. His journey was the most arduous yet resolute. He embodied the seed, relying not on external pursuits, transforming himself into the singular true realm. The oppression of the end of law, the celestial nourishment, the resources from foreign domains, and his own accumulated indomitable battle intent and protective conviction were all fused into one, crafting a battlefield within himself for an ultimate leap. He revived amidst annihilation, was reborn from destruction, and transcended to the utmost, planting his path with his very being, forging an unprecedented path of kingship. His tribulation as an immortal king was the most terrifying, encompassing the entirety of his life, Tao, and methods. It was ultimately shattered by his iron-willed resolve and indelible faith. When he successfully stood at the Immortal King realm, his aura was ancient and vast, radiating an innovative and indestructible power that inspired boundless respect, earning him the title of Battle Immortal King. In this age of dwindling laws, the connection between Lin Shu and the celestial realm brought forth rules that nurtured and compensated with resources from foreign lands, not only preventing the 9 heavens and 10 earths from sinking into despair, but also birthing a cadre of true immortals amidst adversity, including the ascendant immortal kings like Shi Hao, the Emperor, and Meng Tianzheng. Chapter 240. Yunshi breaks through to the semi-immortal Emperor. In the oasis of cultivation, forcibly opened by the celestial laws during the end of law era, miracles continued to unfold. True immortals emerged one after another, and the new immortal kings exerted their might across the cosmos. Yet this was far from the conclusion. With sufficient power and insights amassed, some who had already reached the pinnacle of immortal kings began to challenge the higher domain of the semi-immortal emperor realm. The first to invoke the semi-immortal emperor tribulation was Yunshi. She stood motionless in the depths of the primordial Tao, in a secluded, chaotic void. In her palm lay a stone, no larger than a fist, yet seemingly containing the essence of all vitality and evolution since the dawn of creation. This stone was a gift from Lin Shu in her early years, embodying the highest laws of creation, becoming her most treasured possession throughout her journey. Yunshi's expression was serene, her gaze resolute. At this moment, she gently connected with the stone of creation in her hand, guided by her unparalleled immortal king laws. In an instant, the stone appeared to awaken, streams of radiant light flowing from its surface, each ray seemingly housing a miniature world in the throes of life and death. An evolution of beings, the cycles of decay and flourishing, the rotation of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, all manifested in fleeting glimpses. A light emanated from her brow, her Tao fruit resonating with the essence of the stone of creation. She began to forge the stone, using her very being as the crucible and the essence of creation as the flame, melding this extraordinary stone imbued with supreme laws. This process was excruciatingly slow and perilous. Creation signifies both life and destruction, accompanied by the reformation of existence. A moment of carelessness could result in a violent backlash of the primordial essence of creation, leading to the assimilation of her Tao fruit, thus losing her identity. With solemn grace, Yunshi immersed herself in the understanding of the primordial essence of creation. She beheld the origins of life, the nascent forms of the world, and the intricate mysteries of the construction of laws, unfolding like a painting within her heart. Her aura began to transform, no longer merely the majesty of an immortal king, but infused with an ancient grandeur akin to that of a primordial deity. As time passed, the stone of creation in her palm gradually melted away, transforming into a resplendent river of light composed solely of the laws of creation, slowly merging into her body, completely intertwining with her immortal king essence and the great Tao she governed. At the very moment the river of creation fully integrated, boom! Endless thunderclouds materialized, not in the common hues of black or purple, but manifesting a chaotic color, wherein the rolling thunder was woven from the opposing forces of destruction and rebirth. The divine thunder of creation, the semi-immortal Emperor Tribulation, had descended. Yunshi opened her eyes, devoid of sorrow or joy, only embodying the profound understanding of the truth of creation. She stepped forward, willingly confronting the cataclysmic sea of thunder. Lightning cascaded down, each bolt potent enough to easily obliterate the loftiest immortal kings, embodying the ultimate truths of conclusion and inception. Yunshi's aura surged with the essence of creation. She did not resist, but rather invoked the supreme secret arts of creation, drawing the divine thunder into her body, refining herself with the destructive force of the thunder, and nurturing her Tao fruit with the power of rebirth. Her form shattered repeatedly in the lightning's embrace, yet was instantaneously reconstituted by the flow of the essence of creation, each reconstruction rendering her more crystalline and closer to the primal source of creation. This was an excruciating process, yet Yunshi's demeanor remained tranquil. Her heart of Tao grew ever more radiant under the baptism of the thunder tribulation, and her comprehension of the laws of creation ascended rapidly. Time became irrelevant. When the last bolt of divine thunder was gently crushed by her hand of creation, transforming into the purest essence that integrated into her being, the thunderclouds above gradually dissipated. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing the level of an immortal king, emanated from Yunshi, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She successfully transcended the semi-immortal Emperor Tribulation, officially stepping into the realm of the semi-immortal Emperor. Yunshi stood in the void, sensing the unceasing surge of the semi-immortal Emperor-level creative power within her, capable of generating all things. After 200,000 years, she had finally attained the realm of the semi-immortal Emperor. Chapter 241. The Two Semi-Immortal Emperors. Lin Xingtian and Lin Xiantong. Shortly after Yunshi's successful ascension into the realm of the semi-immortal Emperor, a tremendous upheaval resonated from the depths of the primordial Tao once more. This time, Lin Xiantong and Lin Xingtian simultaneously invoked the semi-immortal Emperor Tribulation. In the secluded space where Lin Xiantong meditated, an eternal darkness enveloped the surroundings. He sat cross-legged in the void, his eyes tightly shut, emanating a chilling aura of darkness. Before him hovered 2 treasures radiating a ghostly light, the primordial ancestor eye of darkness and the inherent stone of the primordial devouring magic. Lin Xiantong slowly opened his eyes, which had transformed into 2 unfathomable whirlpools of darkness. Devour the heavens and earth, I alone reign supreme, he murmured, first invoking the primordial ancestor eye of darkness. Instantly, the essence transformed into a pillar of ink-black light, piercing directly into his brow. His eyes erupted with a consuming brilliance, warping the surrounding void, as if even light could not escape the grasp of his gaze. Simultaneously, the inherent stone of the primordial devouring magic morphed into countless ancient runes, merging into his sea of consciousness. This was a supreme technique designed specifically to devour demonic essence and refine the primordial source, complementing the primordial ancestor eye perfectly. Lin Xuantong's aura began to surge wildly, and a colossal shadow of a demon shrouded in boundless darkness manifested behind him, its gaping maw devouring all surrounding energy. However, merging the powers of these 2 treasures was no simple feat. The devouring force of the primordial ancestor eye was excessively domineering, while the primordial devouring magic required exquisite control. A moment's inattention could lead to backlash, plunging him into the demonic path, losing himself entirely. Fine beads of sweat trickled down Lin Xuantong's forehead, his body trembling slightly, clearly bearing immense pressure. Yet his resolve remained steadfast, maintaining a sliver of clarity in his mind as he cautiously guided the 2 forces to intertwine and transform within him. Just as he was on the brink of success, boom! The semi-immortal Emperor Tribulation descended. This time, the thunder was not ordinary, but comprised of pure darkness and the laws of annihilation, manifesting as the Desolation Demon Thunder. Each bolt of thunder contained the terrifying power to obliterate all vitality, turning the very void into nothingness. Lin Shu rose to his feet, the primordial ancestor I fully unleashed, actively confronting the thunder tribulation, devouring the desolation demon thunder bolt by bolt. He utilized the tribulation as sustenance, refining himself with the demon thunder, pushing the powers of the primordial ancestor I and the primordial devouring magic to their utmost limits. Ultimately, when the last bolt of desolation demon thunder was consumed and refined, his aura underwent a complete metamorphosis, unleashing an overwhelming might surpassing all demons. The semi-immortal Emperor Lin Shu had emerged. Meanwhile, in another secluded sanctuary, Lin Shu's breakthrough reached a pivotal moment. His essence was the chaos blue lotus, which now manifested into a towering azure lotus, firmly rooted in the chaotic void. The lotus leaves swayed, each one embodying a complete principle of the great Tao, while within the lotus seed pod, chaotic energy surged, nurturing boundless possibilities. Lin Shu's method of breakthrough diverged from that of others. He required no external aids, for his very being was the greatest creation. His task was to elevate himself to the utmost, allowing the chaos blue lotus to undergo its ultimate metamorphosis and transform into the innate chaos Tao body. This process was fraught with peril. The essence of the chaos blue lotus was overwhelmingly vast. Should he fail to maintain control, he might explode, reverting into the primordial chaotic energy and dissolving back into the cosmos. Lin Shu remained steadfast, guiding the immense primal force within him in a cyclical motion, continuously refining every inch of the lotus body. His true form radiated light, transitioning from a lush emerald hue to a chaotic coloration, his aura growing increasingly ancient and grand. Finally, as the accumulation reached its zenith, he invoked the Quasi-Immortal Emperor Tribulation. This thunderstorm was none other than the legendary chaos creation thunder. Within this lightning, there resided not only destruction but also creation and rebirth, mirroring his own essence. Lin Shu stood resolute, allowing the chaos creation thunder to strike down upon his azure lotus form. As the lightning erupted, his lotus leaves shattered, and the lotus stem fractured. Yet, under the support of the chaotic essence, they swiftly reformed, becoming more resilient and harmonizing closer with the chaotic great Tao. This was a process of destruction followed by rebirth. Under the relentless baptism of the thunder tribulation, his azure lotus form ultimately completed its final transformation, becoming a flawless, innate chaos Tao body. When he resumed his human form, standing tall in the void, an overwhelming quasi-immortal emperor's aura naturally emanated from him. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Lin King accomplished. In a single day, the primordial Tao welcomed 2 new quasi-immortal emperors, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 242, Quasi-Immortal Emperor Huolinger. Quasi-Immortal Emperor King Yi. Following Lin Shu and Lin Shu, Huolinger, and Qing, he also successively invoked the Quasi-Immortal Emperor Tribulation. In Huolinger's seclusion, flame surged, transforming the entire void into a crimson sea of fire. She stood at the center of this inferno, clad in a red robe, cradling a crimson crystal known as the vermilion bird stone, which was entwined with the ethereal silhouette of the vermilion bird. This stone, gifted by Lin Shu, contained the supreme path of rebirth through nirvana, capable of incinerating all things. Vermilion bird nirvana, burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Huolinger's gaze was resolute as she unhesitatingly drew upon the primal force within the vermilion birdstone. With a piercing cry, a melodic phoenix song reverberated through the 9 heavens, shattering the vermilion birdstone and transforming it into a colossal phoenix made entirely of flame. Its wings unfurling to obscure the sky. The fiery phoenix released a triumphant cry and surged towards Huolinger, merging with her essence. In that instant, her aura exponentially intensified, engulfing her in an unprecedented blaze of fire. Her hair and eyes transformed into pure flames. However, the process of merging with the essence of the vermilion bird was excruciating. The formidable power from the ancient divine bird relentlessly battered and reformed her body and soul, as if attempting to completely assimilate her into a new vermilion bird. Huolinger maintained her composure, recalling the calm yet steadfast gaze Lin Shu had given her when he presented the stone, filling her with boundless courage. Using her own Tao fire as a guide, she continuously refined and tamed the vermilion bird's essence, merging its true meaning of rebirth with her own Tao fruit. Her body disintegrated in the flames, only to be reborn repeatedly under the influence of the nirvana power. With each rebirth, her aura became more formidable, and her control over the flames grew increasingly intricate. When the vermilion bird's essence was entirely refined, the quasi-immortal Emperor Tribulation arrived as foretold. Endless crimson thunder rained down like a torrential storm, igniting the very laws of nature in its wake. Hu Linge emitted a fierce cry, her body ablaze with the divine fire of the vermilion bird, transforming into an even larger, more majestic flaming phoenix as she charged into the storm of thunder. She countered the tribulation with the divine fire, using the power of the thunder to temper her being, pushing the true meaning of rebirth to its utmost limit. Ultimately, as the thunderstorm dissipated, a majestic and sacred flaming phoenix emerged from the flames, taking on human form. Successfully stepping into the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor was Huoling. Quasi-immortal Emperor Huoling accomplished. Almost simultaneously, in another secluded sanctuary, Qing Yi's breakthrough also reached a critical juncture. Unlike Huoling, who specialized in a singular path, Qing Yi treaded a far more arduous journey. Over the years, besides the already perfect fusion of the Azure Moon Flame and Purple Flame, she had also acquired 3 extraordinary heavenly fires gifted by Lin Shu: the heavenly burning golden flame, the 9 underworld cold flame, and the void star fire. At this moment, she sat cross-legged within a fiery realm conjured by the primordial burning technique, 5 flames of distinctly different essences hovering before her. The Azure Moon Flame was as cool as the moon, the Purple Flame fierce and blazing. The heavenly burning golden flame was the epitome of yang and strength. The 9 underworld cold flame was profoundly yin and frigid, and the void star fire was ethereal and transcendent. These 5 extraordinary flames, each with their own attributes, even clashed with one another. Achieving perfect fusion among them posed a challenge far exceeding any prior endeavor. Qing Yi's expression was serene, her eyes reflecting the quintessence of the 5 flames. She recalled Lin Shu's words when he entrusted her with these extraordinary flames. The path of fire lies in fusion. In mastery, this phrase illuminated her direction. All fires return to their source, incinerating the heavens. Xing Yi softly intoned, her hands gradually rising as she operated the primordial burning technique to its utmost. She aimed to serve as the crucible, using the primordial burning technique as a foundation to completely fuse these 5 flames representing different primal forces, forging a path of unprecedented return to the source of all fires. This process was 100-fold more perilous than her previous fusion of 2 flames. As the 5 extraordinary flames made contact, they unleashed cataclysmic waves of energy. The femininity of the Azure Moon Flame, the ferocity of the Purple Flame, the absolute yang of the heavenly burning golden flame, the extreme cold of the 9 underworld cold flame, and the ethereal nature of the void star fire clashed and collided, threatening to annihilate this fiery realm altogether. Blood continuously spilled from Qing Yi's lips as her body trembled violently under the onslaught of the 5 powers, cracks appearing on her skin as if she could shatter at any moment. Yet her gaze remained resolute. She exerted all her energy into operating the primordial burning technique, forcibly suppressing the tumult of the 5 flames, guiding them to gradually converge. This was an exceedingly slow and meticulous process, demanding immense mental fortitude. Beads of sweat adorned Qing Yi's forehead, her spirit enduring tremendous pressure, yet her comprehension of fire was rapidly advancing. She witnessed the destruction of flames and the creation they could bring. She saw the fury of flames and their gentleness. Fire was not limited to a single form or attribute. It could incinerate all, but also warm all beings. It could obliterate everything, yet bring forth new life. This was the path she sought, returning all fires to their source, mastering all forms and transformations of flame. As time progressed, under the harmonizing influence of the primordial burning technique, the repulsion of the 5 extraordinary flames gradually weakened, and signs of fusion began to appear. The 5 flames of azure, purple, gold, black, and silver slowly merged into a chaotic colored flame, embodying the power to annihilate worlds while containing the potential for creation and rebirth. When the final vestige of repulsion was utterly eradicated, the 5 extraordinary flames perfectly fused together, forming a flame of chaotic hue, seemingly containing the ultimate essence of all fire in the universe. At the moment this newborn flame emerged, the laws of fire across the 9 heavens and 10 earths resonated in unison. Just then, the quasi-immortal Emperor Tribulation thunderously descended. Within the thunderstorm, it was not ordinary lightning, but flames of thunder coalesced from countless extraordinary heavenly fires, simultaneously infused with the fire of demonic hearts, targeting those who sought enlightenment through fire. Qing Yi rose, commanding that chaotic flame as she bravely faced the tribulation. The nascent flames unveiled an unparalleled might, devouring and refining bolts of fiery thunder, transforming them into sustenance for its own growth. Meanwhile, the infernal fire of inner demons was extinguished by her supreme resolve. As the tempest of tribulation dissipated, Qing Yi stood triumphantly within the realm of quasi-mortal emperors, surrounded by flames of chaotic hues, her aura vast and boundless, as if she wielded the dominion over all flames in existence. The quasi-immortal emperor, Qing Yi, had emerged. In the illustrious chapter 243, we witness the celestial quasi-immortal emperor, Xia Youyu, and the earth-shattering Qin Zhuiwei. The fortunes of the primordial path seem to have reached their zenith at this moment, as Xia Youyu and Qin Zhuiwei followed in the footsteps of Huoling and Qing Yi, seizing their opportunity for breakthrough. Xia Youyu chose to enter seclusion beneath a vast expanse of starry sky. Before her floated a crystal-like stone, the celestial star stone, within which countless stars flickered and danced. A gift from Lin Shu, imbued with the profound secrets of the celestial body's movements. With the stars as her guide, illuminating the eons, Xia Youyu softly intoned, her hands gently pressing against the celestial starstone. In an instant, the stone radiated an overwhelming brilliance, unleashing myriad starlight that unfolded around her, conjuring an infinite cosmic vista. The sun, moon, and stars, alongside the Milky Way and nebulae, were vividly manifest, as if a tangible universe had been transported to her presence. Seated at the heart of this celestial expanse, Xia Yuyu's spirit transcended her corporeal form, merging with the starry heavens. She sought to draw upon the primordial essence of the star realm contained within the celestial star stone, refining it completely to master the power of the celestial stars, thus validating her path to quasi-immortal emperorhood. This seemingly tranquil process was fraught with peril. The primordial essence of the star realm was vast and formidable, harboring an ancient and potent will of the stars. Xia Yuyu's spirit, assailed by the overwhelming force of the star realm's essence, was akin to a fragile boat in a tempest, at any moment threatened by the massive will of the stars, risking assimilation and annihilation. Losing her very consciousness to become part of the cosmos. Her visage turned pale, her body swayed slightly, yet she steadfastly held onto her resolve. Recalling the profound gaze of Lin Shu when he bestowed the stone upon her, and an infinite strength surged within her. Using her understanding of the path of the stars as an anchor, she meticulously sorted through and refined the tumultuous primordial essence, extracting the laws of the stars and integrating them into her own path. As time passed, the cosmic scene surrounding her grew increasingly vivid and expansive, her essence resonating harmoniously with the starry void, as if she were the sovereign of this celestial realm. When the last vestige of the star realm's essence was completely refined, she abruptly opened her eyes, which sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars. Boom! The quasi-immortal tribulation descended. Within the boundless thunderclouds was not mere lightning, but rather, bolts of stellar thunder coalesced from countless celestial phantoms. Each bolt fell as if a true star had plummeted, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Striking towards Xia Youyu, rising to her full height, she emanated a dazzling starlight, transforming into the master of the cosmos, commanding the celestial forces to boldly confront the stellar thunder. The interplay of starlight and lightning produced a resplendent brilliance, illuminating the void as brightly as day. Ultimately, Xia Youyu triumphed over the tribulation, enveloped in an endless radiance of starlight, her aura vast as the cosmos, successfully stepping into the realm of quasi-immortal emperorhood. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Xia Youyu has ascended, simultaneously, in another secluded domain utterly isolated from the outside world. Qin Zhuiwei's path to breakthrough was uniquely extraordinary. She did not invoke any external celestial phenomena. All transformations occurred within her being. Before her lay an empty space, for her chosen path was one previously uncharted. As guided by Lin Shu in his early years, a method of cultivating within the inner universe. This approach sought not external assistance or materials, but rather, to carve out an independent and complete universe within her own body. With herself as the chaos, she would create the heavens and the earth, evolving all things. Forming her own path, her own realm, Qin Zhuiwei sat cross-legged, her eyes closed, wholly immersing her consciousness within. Deep within her dantian, a scene of unbroken chaos lay, with only her path fruit floating within. At this moment, wielding supreme will as her axe and her own path as the foundation, she struck forth against that chaos, delivering a blow to create heaven and earth. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. the chaos split apart, purity and filth separated. The duality of yin and yang established. A minuscule yet complete and independent embryonic universe began to take shape within her. However, the creation of an inner universe was a rebellion against the heavens, fraught with dangers far exceeding any breakthrough achieved through external means. The birth of the inner universe demanded an unimaginable consumption of primordial essence and soul power. A moment's carelessness could lead to depletion, resulting in death and the annihilation of her path. Moreover, the nascent inner universe was exceedingly unstable, at any moment on the brink of collapse. Should it collapse, the resulting destructive energy would obliterate the creator, leaving no trace of their true spirit. Qin Zhuyue's complexion turned ashen, her body visibly withering as the signs of rapid essence depletion became apparent. Yet the brilliance in her eyes grew ever more radiant. Her resolve was unbreakable, as she exerted all her might to maintain the stability of the inner universe, continually infusing her insights into the laws, perfecting this nascent cosmos. This was a race against death. At last, when the inner universe stabilized and began to self-operate, giving rise to its fundamental rules and energies, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through Qin Zhuyue's entire being. Her aura began to swell uncontrollably, instantly shattering the limits of the Immortal King. Simultaneously, her quasi-immortal tribulation descended in a unique fashion, not from the external world, but from the burgeoning inner universe within her. The laws of the inner universe clashed violently with those of the external grand universe, generating boundless tribulations within her being. Earth, water, fire, and wind raged. Temporal and spatial turbulence surged, and even intangible heart tribulations formed from the backlash of the laws emerged. Qin Zhuyue stifled a groan, blood trickling from her lips. Yet she remained steadfast as a mountain, suppressing the tumult of her internal universe with supreme will, harmonizing the conflict between the inner and outer laws. Time slipped by, and when the universe within her finally attained tranquility, reaching a profound balance with the external grand universe, Qin Zhuyue gradually opened her eyes. Within them, it seemed as though the sun, moon, and stars pulsed with life and death, and all beings and spirits evolved. Agran, encompassignora, seemingly self-contained and independent of external demands, radiated from her being. Quasi-Immortal Emperor, Qin Zhuyue, has ascended. In Chapter 244, we encounter the sorceress of the primordial demons, Feng Wu. Amidst the chaos, the fortunes of the primordial path surged like a rainbow as quasi-immortal emperors emerged in succession, shaking the eons. Following Xia Youyu and Qin Zhuyue, Feng Wu and the sorceress welcomed their moment of validation. In the sanctuary where Feng Wu meditated, chaos permeated the atmosphere, rendering everything hazy and primordial. Before her hovered an unassuming gray stone, the Chaos Stone, exuding the essence of the origins of all things. This stone, gifted by Lin Shu, contained a wisp of the most primal chaotic energy, a supreme treasure for comprehending the path of chaos. As chaos unfurled, giving rise to all things, Feng Wu's gaze burned with intensity, her hands gently cradling the Chaos Stone within her palms. She did not hasten to refine it, instead cautiously probing the stone's interior with her consciousness, striving to comprehend that most original and fundamental essence of chaos. In an instant, her awareness seemed to be pulled back to the time before the creation of heaven and earth, into the boundless, ruleless, and unordered absolute chaos. In this realm, there was no time, no space, no life. Only the most primordial chaotic energy flowed languidly. To comprehend chaos was exceedingly perilous. The essence of chaos possessed the property of assimilating all things. Any misstep could lead to one's consciousness being engulfed by chaos, resulting in soul damage or even total loss within its depths, becoming a part of chaos itself. Feng Wu vigilantly clung to the flicker of awareness deep within her mind, the essence of her true self, the boundary that distinguished her from chaos. She delved deeply into the vastness of chaos, embracing its boundless nature, its primal essence, and formidable power. In this moment, her Tao fruit resonated, as her understanding of flame, destruction, and creation began to intertwine under the influence of chaos, gradually transforming into a more primordial and potent force, the essence of chaos itself. Time became indistinct, and as her comprehension of chaos reached a critical threshold, she abruptly activated the strand of primordial chaotic energy within the Chaos Stone. With a low hum, the Chaos Stone trembled, and a wisp of grayish chaotic energy slowly emerged. resembling a slender stream that flowed into Feng Wu's body. Though scarce, this chaotic essence possessed an extraordinarily high quality and an overwhelming nature. Upon entry, it fervently assimilated and reformed Feng Wu's celestial king essence, aiming to return all her being to chaos. With a piercing cry, Feng Wu exerted her utmost effort to guide this chaotic energy, merging it with her Tao fruit, seizing this opportunity to transform her magical power, physical form, and soul into a higher chaotic entity. This was a process of profound metamorphosis, one that inflicted suffering far exceeding mere execution. Feng Wu's body disintegrated and reassembled under the relentless onslaught of chaotic energy, while her soul endured the baptism and tempering of chaotic intent. Yet her will remained as steadfast as iron, enduring this in human agony. As the last vestige of her celestial king essence transformed into chaotic power, her aura surged dramatically, successfully triggering the Quasi-Immortal Emperor tribulation. The thunder manifested in chaotic hues, harboring a terrifying force capable of returning all things to their primordial state. Feng Wu, embodying chaos, plunged into the sea of thunder, devouring and refining the bolts of chaotic return lightning with her own chaotic essence. As the tribulation subsided, a presence emanating an ancient, primal, and powerful aura stood resolutely in the void. A quasi-immortal emperor, Feng Wu, had emerged, simultaneously, in another realm suffused with pure demonic energy. The demoness was nearing the climax of her breakthrough. Before her floated a stone of inky blackness, adorned with natural demonic patterns, the Initiation Demon Stone. This stone, gifted by Lin Shu, was said to be formed from the very first wisp of demonic energy in existence, containing the essence of the demonic path. With a wicked smile gracing her lips, the demoness extended her delicate fingers and gently tapped the Initiation Demon Stone. With a crack, the stone shattered, transforming into the purest, most primordial essence of demonic energy, roaring like a black dragon as it surged into her brow. In an instant, the demonic energy around her swelled, her long hair moving without wind, turning a deep shade of black, while her pupils morphed into profound crimson voids, as if they could consume all. A terrifying aura of demonic might radiate from her. However, to attain the path through demonic means is to tread a perilous path. The essence of the Initiation demon energy was overwhelmingly domineering, relentlessly assaulting the demoness consciousness, spawning countless illusions in her mind, tempting her to abandon herself to chaos and desires. Yet the demoness remained steadfast in her Tao heart, for she sought not chaos and destruction, but mastery over herself and the pursuit of true freedom. With unparalleled will, she harnessed the Initiation demon energy, extracting the essence of the demonic path and merging it with her own Tao fruit, annihilating and refining all chaotic and brutal negative thoughts. This process was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, where a single thought could lead to either demonic descent or the attainment of the path. Beads of cold sweat trickled from her brow, her body trembling slightly, yet the clarity in her gaze never wavered. At last, when the Initiation demon energy was fully refined, she successfully coalesced her own supreme demonic path laws. Boom! The quasi-immortal Emperor tribulation descended. This time, the lightning tribulation was the heart-devouring thunder of 10,000 demons. Within the thunder, not only lay destructive power, but also a targeted assault on the Tao heart, specifically aimed at those who attain the path through demonic means. The demoness laughed heartily, her demonic might surging as she transformed into a supreme demonic lord, stepping upon a black lotus and wielding a demonic sword. Boldly charging into the sea of thunder, she countered the demonic tribulation with her own demonic path, shattering and devouring the heart-devouring thunder. Her demonic might becoming ever more refined and pure. When the last bolt of demonic thunder dissipated, the demoness stood triumphant in the quasi-immortal Emperor Domain, her demonic energy receding to its essence, returning to simplicity, save for the profound gaze that signified her identity as a supreme demonic lord. Quasi-immortal Emperor, the demoness, had succeeded. Chapter 245, The Candle Shadow Dragon Maiden. The True Dragon Gugu. The extraordinary emergence of quasi-immortal emperors from the primordial Tao had sent tremors throughout the myriad realms. Amidst this magnificent tide, the Dragon Maiden and Gugu, both intrinsically linked to the true dragon, finally approached their moment of enlightenment. The Dragon Maiden's retreat was not within an ordinary cave, but in a realm where time and space had been forcibly suspended. Before her floated a peculiar stone, the Candle Shadow Stone, displaying a mesmerizing duality of black and white while emanating waves of temporal and spatial fluctuation. This stone, gifted by Lin Shu, was said to be connected to the primordial deity of time and space, Candle Shadow, containing the highest mysteries of temporal and spatial essence. With her eyes wide open, the candle dragon invoked the ancient incantation, day and night alternate. Time and space are in my grasp, an eternal thought. As a member of the dragon clan, she possessed a subtle connection to the Candle Shadow bloodline. She formed intricate seals with her hands, invoking the power of the Candle Shadow stone. In an instant, the Candle Shadow stone radiated brilliance, its black and white luminescence swirling, manifesting the infinite transformations of time and space. Past, present, and future intertwined. The dimensions of space from ages past to the present converging in this very place. The Dragon Maiden stood at the chaotic center of time and space, aiming to utilize her dragon lineage as a guide, and the Candle Shadow Stone as a foundation, to comprehend and master the laws of time and space, thus attaining her path. Yet, the laws of time and space are among the most profound and perilous. To ponder time and space is to risk becoming lost in an endless river of time and a labyrinth of dimensions, unable to find a way back, ultimately exhausting one's soul and becoming a part of the continuum. The Dragon Maiden diligently safeguarded her true dragon spirit, transforming her soul into a petite silver dragon, cautiously navigating through the temporal labyrinth birthed from the power of the Candle Shadow Stone, seeking understanding. She witnessed fragments of the past, glimpsed shadows of the future, and experienced the marvels of different spatial dimensions. Her comprehension of the incredible abilities of time acceleration, stasis, reversal, and spatial folding, cutting, and creation deepened. However, the backlash of time and space began to manifest. Her lifespan became turbulent amidst the accelerated passage and reverse flow, her physical form cracking under the pressure of differing spatial dimensions. The Dragon Maiden gritted her teeth, persistently adjusting her resonance with time and space, striving to find that singular balance point. Finally, upon reaching a critical understanding of time and space, she forcefully absorbed the primordial power of the Candle Shadow Stone into her being. Boom! Her essence completely merged with the surrounding time and space, as if she had become the sovereign of time, capable of determining day and night with a glance, and severing the threads of ancient and modern with a thought. The Quasi-Immortal Emperor Tribulation arrived in response to her thoughts. The thunder, formless and intangible, acted directly upon the temporal existence of the Tribulation Bearer, intent on erasing them from the timeline and stripping them from the dimensions of space. The Dragon Maiden sang a long note, the laws of time and space swirling around her as she manipulated the flow of time to delay the arrival of the tribulation, distorting the dimensional space to divert its trajectory. She even invoked the reversal of time, attempting to crush the yet-to-erupt tribulation in its infancy. This was a clash of laws against laws, concepts against concepts, fraught with peril far beyond the ordinary. Ultimately, through her exquisite mastery of the laws of time and space, the Dragon Maiden successfully navigated this bizarre, lightning tribulation. When her form stabilized once more within the present temporal realm, an aura of dominion over time and space, transcending it, began to emanate from her. Quasi-Immortal Emperor, the Dragon Maiden, had emerged. Almost simultaneously with her success, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the universe, reverberating across the heavens and the earth. In the midst of a shattered ancient star sea, Gugu, the sole descendant of the 10 Fiends' true dragon, manifested his colossal and unparalleled true dragon form, dominating the starry realms. His ascension required no external aids, for his bloodline, his legacy, and his very essence as a true dragon served as the mightiest foundation for his path to enlightenment. All he needed to do was to achieve the utmost transcendence, awakening the ancestral dragon power buried deep within his veins, and shatter the constraints with the purest and most tyrannical true dragon way, thereby affirming his path to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor. I am a true dragon, destined to suppress all adversaries in this world. Gugu's roar resonated with supreme pride and martial fervor. He spiraled through the star sea, voraciously devouring the cosmic essence, refining his dragon body and condensing his dragon soul. Every scale upon his dragon form radiated brilliance, adorned with ancient and mysterious dragon patterns. His dragon horns grew ever more imposing, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. His 5 claws rent the void, embodying the power to obliterate all. The true dragon path lies in strength, in might, and in the absolute supremacy that traverses the heavens. Unmatched and invincible, as his momentum reached its zenith, he brazenly summoned the Quasi-Immortal Emperor Tribulation. This thunder tribulation was simple yet brutal. Within the boundless sea of thunder, it was not ordinary lightning, but a cataclysmic torrent composed of countless thunder dragons. Each thunder dragon emanated an aura as terrifying as that of an immortal king, roaring as they surged toward Gugu, intent on tearing him apart and refining him. Battle. The true dragon that Gugu transformed into let out a thunderous roar, fearlessly charging into the sea of thunder. He did not employ any ostentatious techniques. Instead, relying solely on his unmatched dragon physique and the combat techniques inherited from the Ten Fiends true dragon, he engaged in the most primal and sanguinary brawl with a myriad thunder dragons. Dragon claws tore, dragon tails swept, and dragon breath spewed forth. The stars sea shattered, and the great path lamented. Gugu's dragon body was rent with deep wounds, exposing bone beneath, as dragon blood rained down, transforming into a deluge of crimson. Yet, his fighting spirit soared ever higher, flames of unquenchable resolve igniting within his dragon eyes. Covered in dragon blood, he became emboldened in battle, exploding the thunder dragons one after another and devouring them. His flesh was continuously obliterated in the fray, only to be reconstituted and strengthened by the essence of the true dragon. This was an incredibly brutal process, yet it was the finest tempering method of the true dragon path. When the last thunder dragon was pierced and shattered by his dragon horn, the endless sea of thunder gradually dissipated. Gugu's immense dragon form coiled amidst the star sea, though marred by scars, radiated a dragon might that was not merely tenfold greater than before. It was a force that transcended all beings, a pure and ultimate pressure of power. He had successfully navigated the thunder tribulation and formally stepped into the Quasi-Immortal Emperor Domain. The true dragon Quasi-Immortal Emperor, Gugu, had become, henceforth, within a single day of the Taichu Dao, for distinct yet equally formidable Quasi-Immortal Emperors arose. Chapter 246, Pollen Path reaches its end. The exiled immortal embraces the path. The fortunes of the Taichu Dao surged like a rainbow, with Quasi-Immortal Emperors emerging in succession, and the great path roared incessantly. Amidst this resplendent tide, the exiled immortal finally approached the culmination of his transformation. In the depths of the Taichu Dao, the exiled immortal secluded himself within a realm shrouded in chaotic energies. Before him floated a crystalline seed of pollen, exuding an aura transcending the cycles of epochs. This supreme creation had been bestowed upon him by Lin Shu in his early years, containing a fragment of the profound Dao lineage of the fallen pollen empress from beyond the heavens. A speck of dust can fill the sea. A blade of grass can sever the stars. The exiled immortal sat cross-legged in the center of the secret realm, his demeanor tranquil. Having followed Lin Shu for many years, he had long perfected the pollen path and was now poised to seize this opportunity to challenge the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. As he drew upon the essence of the pollen seed, the entire secret realm was enveloped in an endless shower of pollen light. Though these beams appeared faint, each grain contained the supreme power to reshape the heavens and cycle the great realms. This was the essence of the pollen path, appearing gentle yet harboring the unparalleled might to alter the very fabric of existence. However, to fully refine the ritualistic Tao laws contained within the pollen seed was fraught with dangers far exceeding conventional paths to enlightenment. The moment the essence of the pollen path was invoked, a terrifying aura erupted, surpassing all heavens. The exiled immortal's body became ephemeral, his spirit seemingly drawn into a long river that traversed countless ancient histories. He beheld the magnificent pollen empress, facing the ominous source at the altar of sacrifice. The sorrow of witnessing the pollen path being eroded by strange substances and the decline of all beings weighed heavily upon him. This was both a legacy and a responsibility. To inherit your Tao, to carry forth your will. The exiled immortal's heart trembled, yet his resolve only grew firmer. Having followed Lin Shu for years, he had long understood his mission. The crystalline particles of light began to converge, and behind him, a vague yet resplendent female figure began to materialize. Though merely a phantom, it radiated an aura that could instill trepidation even in quasi-immortal emperors. With the emergence of this figure, the exiled immortal's essence began to undergo a fundamental transformation. His Tao fruit spread along the veins of the pollen path, reaching into the infinite realms of time and space, as if to resonate with the fallen empress and reconnect the severed path. Just as his essence was on the brink of breaking through a critical point, outside the secret realm, the heavens above darkened abruptly. A foreboding, bizarre, and decay-laden gray mist surged forth, enveloping the exiled immortal's seclusion. This was the strange substance that had sensed the essence of the pollen path. Oof. At this moment of imminent peril, a faint, cold snort echoed from the depths of the Taichu Dao. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the secret realm, isolating the eerie, gray mist beyond. No matter how it churned and eroded, it could not breach the threshold. Seizing this precious moment, the exiled immortal abruptly opened his eyes. In them, confusion was replaced by unwavering determination. The resplendent female figure behind him merged wholly with him. Boom! An aura surpassing that of an immortal king, imbued with aspects of the ritualistic Tao, erupted explosively from the exiled immortal. The quasi-immortal Emperor tribulation had descended. This time, the thunder tribulation manifested in a peculiar dark red hue, interspersed with nauseating gray currents. This was an ominous heavenly tribulation. The exiled immortal rose to face this foreboding calamity, his eyes devoid of fear. With a wave of his hand, an endless shower of pollen light fell, each particle brimming with the power of purification and rebirth. Clashing with the dark red thunder and gray currents, a sizzling sound resonated, akin to ice and snow melting. The calamity, steeped in decay, was gradually purified and disintegrated under the luminous brilliance of the pollen path. When the last vestige of the strange tribulation cloud was purified by the pollen light, the exiled immortal successfully stood firm in the realm of quasi-immortal emperors. Surrounding him was a radiant shower of pure and vibrant pollen light, his aura ancient and majestic. The pollen path quasi-immortal emperor, the exiled immortal, had become. Chapter 247. One Shi becomes three clears. Yuchan transcends. Shortly after the exiled immortal's successful enlightenment, in another secret realm suffused with the sacred brilliance of the moon and the cool resonance of the Tao, Yuchan's breakthrough also reached its pivotal moment. Her path was exceedingly unique, a transcendent route devised by Lin Shu in accordance with her physique and the characteristics of her cultivation. By severing the past, present, and future selves, ultimately merging them into one, she could achieve a harmonious unity, transforming one Shi into three clears, thus manifesting myriad manifestations, profound and incomprehensible. Yuchan sat cross-legged in the void, her form exhibiting a peculiar state, at times solid, at times ethereal, as if she existed simultaneously across different temporal nodes. Before her lay no material treasure, gifted by Lin Shu, for the method he imparted was to sever the past, future, and present, culminating in the unity of the three selves. The past unimpeded, the present unconfused, the future unwelcomed, each self severed, the true self remains singular. Yuchan's Tao voice resonated throughout the secret realm, imbued with a resolute sense of transcendence. She first invoked the secret technique to sever her past self. In an ephemeral moment, a hazy specter of the river of time emerged behind her. At the upstream of that ethereal stream, a figure, indistinguishable from her own visage, yet imbued with youthfulness and a hint of confusion, materialized. This was her past self, a vessel bearing all her memories, causations, and regrets. With unwavering resolve, Yuchan pointed her fingers like a sword towards the shadow of her past self and decisively severed it. Silently and without a trace, the specter of her past dissolved like a fragile bubble, transforming into scintillating particles of light that merged into her present form. A slight tremor coursed through Yuchan's body, her pallor deepening, yet a glimmer of enlightenment flickered in her eyes, as if she had cast off a burdensome shackle, gaining a clearer understanding of her true self. Immediately, she commenced the severance of her future self. Downstream in the river of time, a figure shrouded in an infinite mist of possibilities emerged, powerful yet elusive, embodying the myriad potential futures derived from her current path, symbolizing the uncertainties and latent entanglements of what was to come. With another strike, Yuchan wielded the sword of the Tao once more, cleaving towards that future self. The future figure quivered violently, ultimately dissolving into flowing light that merged into her being. Yuchan's aura began to solidify, free from the infinite variables of the future, her focus sharpening on the present. Finally, the most perilous step awaited, the severance of her present self. This step was fraught with danger. The present self was the foundation of existence, the anchor connecting past and future. To sever the present self, even a single miscalculation could lead to obliteration of both form and spirit, returning her entirely to the void. Drawing a deep breath, Yuchan's gaze hardened with unwavering determination. She concentrated all her insights, her strength, her will into this singular strike. 3 strikes reveal my essence. Immutable in truth, the sword of the Tao descended, aimed at her own being. In that instant, her corporeal form became insubstantial, as if on the verge of vanishing entirely into the cosmos. Yet, at this critical juncture between existence and oblivion, the lights of her past and future flared brilliantly, resonating in a profound harmony with her steadfast will of true self. At that moment, the 3 essences of her being were forcibly unified, converging into that indelible spark of her true self. A brand new, more perfect, and transcendent figure reconstituted from a void. She remained Yuchan, yet her essence had undeniably transformed, as if liberated from the shackles of time. The powers of the past, present, and future flowed harmoniously within her, merging into one. 3 bodies united, the deed accomplished. Almost instantaneously upon her success, the calamity of the quasi-immortal emperor struck. The formless thunder bore down directly upon the foundation of her existence, seeking to sever the nascent temporal connection she had just forged, obliterating her causative essence post-transcendence. Yuchan's eyes gleamed with icy clarity, and in the face of this peculiar tribulation, a thought stirred within her. One breath transforms into 3 clears. In an instant, 3 figures, akin to her essence, yet each unique in character, emerged from her being. One wielded the Tao sword, severing causations. Another embodied the moon, freezing time and space. The third transcended all, impervious to all laws. The 3 figures unleashed their powers in concert with her true self, collectively resisting this temporal and causal calamity. Ultimately, the tribulation was successfully navigated. The 4 figures were merged into one, and Yuchan stood triumphantly within the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor, surrounded by a shimmering brilliance. Her presence ethereal and transcendent, as if she could transform into myriad forms at any moment, yet simultaneously remain eternally singular. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Chan Akievid. Chapter 248, Celebration Across the 9 Heavens. A dirge from distant lands. With the arrival of both the exiled immortal and Yuchan into the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor, the Taichu Dao had birthed a remarkable 11 quasi-immortal emperors in a single day. Yongxi, Lin Xuantong, Lin King, Huo Lingye, King Yi, Xia Yuyu, Qin Zhuyu, Fengvu, the sorceress, the dragon maiden, Gugu, the exiled immortal, and Yuchan. 13 vast and boundless auras of quasi-immortal emperors soared from the Taichu Dao, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, illuminating all realms. The entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled, myriad pathways resonating, as if celebrating the unprecedented arrival of this era of prosperity. The shattered universe was illuminated by the endless radiance of the emperors, dispelling and suppressing the decaying aura of the end of the Dharma Age. Once despondent beings, crushed by the despair of the end of the Dharma Age, now looked skyward, feeling the warm and powerful auras of the emperors akin to the rising sun, their eyes brimming with tears of joy, prostrating in reverence. An emperor, the aura of an emperor, and not just one, Taichu Dao. This is the direction of the Taichu Dao, under the leadership of Dao Master Lin Shu. Such a multitude of emperors has emerged. What if the end of the Dharma Age is upon us? With so many emperors in place, our 9 heavens and 10 earths shall remain eternally immortal. Cheers, prayers, and expressions of all reverberated through every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The light of hope and faith shone brighter than ever before. Outside the Taichu Dao Masteress Palace, the divine Willow and the recently emerged, evermore inscrutable Butcher stood side by side, gazing at the soaring radiance of the emperors, their eyes reflecting both satisfaction and astonishment. Even they had not anticipated such grandeur in the Taichu Dao after 2 million years. 13 quasi-mortal emperors. What an incomprehensible force, enough to sweep across the heavens and obliterate all foes. Deep within the ocean of realms, some ancient and dark existences were stirred by this overwhelming imperial might, casting wary glances before swiftly retreating, filled with trepidation. In the direction of the distant lands, the realm of immortality fell into a deathly silence, as figures like Kundi and Shi Wang sensed familiar, yet unfamiliar terrifying auras, leaving only boundless coldness and fear in their hearts. How is this possible? How could there be so many emperors in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? They turned to the so-called visitors from beyond, questioning, when will your people arrive? With 2 million years approaching, the 9 heavens and 10 earths have inexplicably seen the emergence of so many emperors. If reinforcements have yet to arrive, our realm may face total annihilation. The enigmatic powerful ones, feeling the auras from the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, chuckled softly. Just mere quasi-immortal emperors. Such beings cannot stir any waves from my enigmatic kin. Fear not, when our true emperors descend, even if there are many quasi-immortal emperors, they will be but ants. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, 13 beams of imperial radiance interwove above the Taichu Dao, resonating and manifesting countless extraordinary phenomena. There were azure lotuses of creation splitting the heavens, dark demon lords reigning supreme, chaotic azure lotuses swaying gracefully, divine fires of the vermilion bird incinerating the 8 desolations. Fusion flames evolving myriad laws, surrounding stars in celestial harmony, the inner universe in a cycle of creation and destruction, chaotic energies permeating, the might of primordial demons resounding. The candle dragon controlling time and space, true dragons battling the starry sky, the pollen path opening the cycle of reincarnation, and the 3 bodies transcending time and space. Each manifestation represented the supreme path of a newly ascended quasi-immortal emperor, resonating deeply within the hearts of all. At last, all phenomena slowly converged, and 13 figures appeared in the plaza before the Taichu Dao Master's palace. They varied in gender and temperament, some exuding an aura of serenity, others of dominance, some transcendent, and others of majesty. Yet at this moment, they all faced the eternally tranquil main hall and bowed in unison. Though no words were spoken, the gratitude and reverence filled the heavens and earth. Within the main hall, Lin Shu stood with hands clasped behind his back, peering through the void at the 13 figures radiating the light of quasi-immortal emperors. A faint smile, one only he understood, graced his lips. Investment yields returns at last. 13 quasi-immortal emperors. This far surpasses the power depicted in the original narrative. It seems I too must take the final step, Lin Shu murmured, his figure vanishing into the time-space tower. Chapter 249, Dual Emperors Entering Seclusion. The Path of the Immortal Emperors. Within the Taichu Dao Master's palace, the void rippled slightly, and Lin Shu's figure had already vanished. The next moment, he found himself in the deepest part of the time-space tower, within an independent realm entirely constructed from chaotic laws. Here, the flow of time differed drastically from the outside world. This was the 9th level of the time-space tower, where time flowed at millions of times the speed of the outside world. A mere few days in this realm equated to millennia passing outside. Lin Shu sat cross-legged in the heart of chaos, devoid of any resplendent divine radiance emanating from his being. Instead, his aura grew increasingly reclusive, akin to an unrefined mortal, returning to simplicity. However, should a quasi-immortal emperor be present, they would perceive that beneath this tranquil facade, a tempest capable of overturning the myriad realms and reshaping the eternal cycle of reincarnation was brewing. The realm of the Immortal Emperor. It transcends all, wielding the power to dictate the rise and fall of worlds with a mere thought and to sever the supreme realm of the past and present with a glance. This is far beyond the capabilities of a quasi-immortal emperor. Long before Yunshi and others broke through to the quasi-immortal emperor stage, Lin Shu had already surpassed that threshold. Now, witnessing their breakthroughs, Lin Shu had reached the pinnacle of the quasi-immortal emperor realm, having grazed the barriers of the Immortal Emperor Domain multiple times. Yet, he refrained from hastily striving for a breakthrough amidst the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The tribulation of the Immortal Emperor was formidable, its might capable of affecting countless ancient realms and even stirring the turbulence of the realm sea. He did not wish to annihilate this homeland he cherished. Thus, he ventured deep into the realm sea on numerous occasions, attempting to break through in uncharted territories. Though not achieving complete success, he nonetheless amassed an immensely profound foundation. At this moment, in the absolute safety and tranquility of the depths of the time-space tower, all his accumulations, all his insights, had reached the moment of eruption. The time had come, and the moment was ripe. Lin Shu gradually closed his eyes, his spirit sinking entirely into the vast and boundless fruit of the Tao within him. His Tao fruit shimmered, not merely a singular glow of the great Tao, but a confluence of the essences of creation, darkness, chaos, flames, stars, the inner universe. Time and space, true dragons, demonic paths, pollen, and myriad other paths, all swirling together, ultimately merging into a singularity that was uniquely his. Lin Shu's primordial Tao. Primordial, the genesis of all things, the source of all paths. With this primordial Tao, he aimed to assault the Immortal Emperor realm, a pinnacle dreamt of by countless prodigies since the dawn of creation. as Lin Shu began his seclusion in another exceedingly secretive corner of the time-space tower. Shrouded by layers of temporal mist and deadly formations, an unfathomable, vast aura gradually awakened, akin to a primordial behemoth of ancient times opening its eyes. There lay the seclusion of Shi Hao, the wild emperor who was destined to be the protagonist of this realm. Since he had become a seed, he too had reached the apex of the Quasi-Immortal Emperor stage. His path was one of invincibility forged from the impossible. At this moment, an instinctual battle awareness and acute perception of crisis led him to sense the opportunity for breakthrough, initiating his final assault on the Immortal Emperor Domain. His aura, unlike Lin Shu's encompassing essence, was more domineering and fierce, imbued with a resolute will to cleave through all obstacles, asserting his unmatched supremacy. In the deepest recesses of the time-space tower, two forces of contrasting natures, yet equally capable of influencing the ancient order and determining the future of the heavens, quietly coalesced, transcending and colliding. The intangible rhythms of the Tao permeated the air, affecting the laws within the time-space tower, and even resonating faintly with the vast external cosmos. Chapter 250, An Ominous Arrival. 20 Quasi-Mortal Emperors. Just as Lin Shu and Shi Hao were in the depths of the time-space tower, striving for the Immortal Emperor realm, an unprecedented upheaval engulfed the vast world suffused with the aura of immortality in another realm. At the pinnacle of the heavens, the boundary long deemed a taboo, one that even the immortal kings found insurmountable, now lay shattered like fragile glass, torn apart by an indescribable force that carved a colossal fissure across the starry sea. The rumbling echoed. A torrent of terrifying energy cascaded forth from the rift, akin to a deluge from the heavens, instantly enveloping the entire foreign domain with a palpable pressure that made all beings tremble in fear, prostrating themselves before it, devoid of the courage to even gaze upwards. Only Quindi, the Scarlet King, and other immortal monarchs withstood the trembling of their souls, eagerly gazing towards the rift. Beyond the fissure, instead of a cold void, there unfolded a hazy and boundless world, exuding an aura of a higher dimension than that of the foreign realm, a passageway to the celestial realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures radiating powerful auras emerged from the rift in droves, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. At the forefront stood 20 figures enveloped in the radiance of quasi-immortal emperors, their features obscured, exuding an aura that could suppress the ages. Their gazes were cold and indifferent, sweeping over the foreign domain as if gods surveying an anthill. Devoid of any emotion, behind these 20 quasi-immortal emperors stood a throng of countless figures, thousands in number. Among them, there were hundreds of immortal kings, their auras interconnected, their laws intertwining, forming a despair-inducing realm of kings. Moreover, there were even more true immortal practitioners, although their individual pressures paled in comparison to the immortal kings. Their sheer numbers coalesced into a formidable force capable of sweeping away everything. This contingent from the celestial realm possessed an overall strength that far exceeded the peak of the foreign domain. Welcome, celestial envoys. Quindi, suppressing his excitement, was the first to bow deeply, his voice trembling with fervor. The Scarlet King, Blade King, and other remnants of the immortal kings followed suit, lowering their heads in profound deference. They could distinctly sense that the aura of each of the 20 descending quasi-immortal emperors surpassed that of the Butcher who had once trampled them in the realm sea. The Butcher had been but a step away from the quasi-immortal emperor stage, yet these three were truly at that zenith. Not to mention the vast army composed of hundreds of immortal kings and thousands of true immortals. Your end has come. Quindi's heart screamed in madness. The accumulated resentment and humiliation of 200 millennia finally finding an outlet. 200 millennia ago, the Butcher had humiliated him in the realm sea. And for 200 millennia, he had been consumed by thoughts of vengeance, yet he was powerless against the Butcher. Now reinforcements had finally arrived, and they were of such overwhelming strength. With them, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were doomed. The 3 quasi-immortal emperors from the celestial realm disregarded Quindi and the others' reverence. One of them, with a gaze piercing through endless void, looked towards the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and spoke coldly. A chaotic mix of energies, over a dozen quasi-immortal emperors. It is somewhat unexpected, but alas, they're mere chickens and dogs. Once the passage is stabilized, we shall flatten this place, extract the essence, and offer it to the celestial realm. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable resolve, as if the annihilation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was as simple as brushing off dust. The beings of the foreign domain erupted in thunderous cheers upon hearing this, as if the oppressive gloom of 200 millennia had been swept away. Revelry unfolded in every corner of the foreign domain. Chapter 251, The Primordial Gathering. The battle begins. The terrifying collective aura from the foreign domain erupted without reservation, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. The brilliance of the 13 newly ascended quasi-mortal emperors had yet to fully dissipate when a suffocating sense of oppression surged forth from the foreign domain. Countless cultivators, whose recently ignited joy and hope were instantly shattered by this sudden sense of crisis, were replaced by profound anxiety and tension. Outside the primordial Tao Master Hall, the figure of the Willow God appeared silently. He remained shrouded in a mist of ethereal light, his aura deep as an abyss. Before Lin Shu entered seclusion, he had appointed him as the deputy master of the primordial Tao, overseeing the grand scheme. His gaze was calm as he looked towards the foreign domain, as if piercing through endless space to behold the terrifying legion from the celestial realm. So it has finally arrived, he murmured softly, revealing no signs of surprise. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the Willow God, powerful auras soared from various corners of the primordial realm, swiftly converging towards the primordial Tao Master Hall. The recently ascended quasi-immortal emperors, Yunxi, Qingyi, Zhixian, and the others, arrived first, their expressions grave, clearly sensing the heart-pounding threat looming ahead. Immediately thereafter, the renowned celestial beings, including the venerable Xianjin Daoist and other formidable figures from the various factions of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, alongside newly ascended true immortals and sovereigns, converge at the gates of Taichu, Dao Mountain like rivers flowing into the sea. All eyes were fixated upon the figure of the Willow God, awaiting his command. Words were deemed unnecessary. The blatant hostility and terrifying pressure emanating from the foreign realm spoke volumes. Senior Willow God, Meng Tian from the alien territory spoke in a grave tone. Despite having attained the status of a quasi-mortal emperor, he felt an overwhelming weight upon him, confronted by the terrifying aura of 20 quasi-immortal emperors and hundreds of celestial kings. Willow God raised his hand slightly, silencing the restless assembly. His voice calm, yet resonant. Formidable foes have arrived. Beneath the heavens, there are 20 quasi-immortal emperors, over 300 celestial kings, and more than 10,000 true immortals. Such a simple declaration drew gasps of astonishment from all present, their expressions shifting dramatically. 20 quasi-mortal emperors, over 300 celestial kings, more than 10,000 true immortals. What a disheartening disparity in strength, even when accounting for all newly promoted quasi-immortal emperors and celestial kings. The 9 heavens and 10 earths found themselves at an absolute disadvantage in terms of high-end combat power, let alone the vast chasm in the true immortal echelon. A wave of pessimism and despair began to spread among the assembly. However, at that moment, the ancient passage connecting the 9 heavens and 10 earths with the immortal domain erupted in brilliant light. A dreadful, tyrannical aura, suffused with the scent of endless slaughter, surged forth like a crimson tempest. Following this, a towering figure wielding a bloodied bone blade emerged steadily from the passage. It was none other than the Butcher. Behind him, a cadre of powerful figures followed suit, including 3 quasi-immortal emperors whose presence, while limited in number, was formidable. Together with the Butcher, they stood as steadfast pillars. Moreover, there were dozens of celestial kings and numerous true immortals among them. Their arrival instantly revitalized the morale of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Tao Master is in seclusion, and I have fulfilled the tasks entrusted to me. This is the Grave Master. This is the purveyor of counterfeit elixirs. This is the poultry farmer. And among them are the awakened true immortals I rescued from the Sea of Realms using my quasi-immortal emperor powers. The Butcher's voice was hoarse and cold, laced with undeniable murderous intent as his gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon Willow God with a slight nod. The Butcher's arrival, akin to a timely reinforcement, invigorated the previously subdued spirits. In that moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal domain stood united. All gazes resolutely turned toward the foreign domain. The climactic battle was imminent. Chapter 252, Imperial Pass assembles. Battle. With the arrival of the formidable figures from the immortal domain. Led by the Butcher, a formidable force had gathered before the gates of Taichu Dao Mountain, comprising the 9 heavens, the immortal domain, and the subdued powers from the Sea of Realms. It could be said that nearly all the pinnacle forces of this realm were encompassed within. The atmosphere was charged. The great Tao resonated, and a palpable aura of impending slaughter surged skyward. Willow God and the Butcher, both of whom had achieved their status as quasi-immortal emperors centuries before the new ascendants, stood side by side at the forefront. Behind them stood Yun Shi, Qingyi, Lin Shu, the sorceress, Huoling, Lin Shu, and 13 other newly ascended quasi-immortal emperors. Though they were novices in this realm, their sheer numbers and the formidable foundation of their Tao cultivation created an awe-inspiring spectacle, invoking myriad manifestations throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Following them were the renowned Xianjin Taoist, the second to none, the masters of the Forbidden Zone, and numerous celestial kings from the Immortal Domain and the Sea of Realms. Though fewer in number, they were seasoned veterans with profound depths of strength. The combined forces of the 9 heavens, the Immortal Domain, and the Sea of Realms boasted nearly 100 celestial kings, with true immortals exceeding 3,000. This represented the full extent of what the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the Immortal Domain could muster. Yet, in stark contrast to the terrifying aura emanating from the foreign domain, they appeared woefully inadequate. The opposing side possessed 20 seasoned quasi-immortal emperors, their essences unfathomable and vastly superior to the ordinary. Over 300 celestial kings and more than 10,000 true immortals. This was a force capable of sweeping through any singular ancient realm, instilling despair in the hearts of many. Outnumbered and with a disparity in strength, Willow God calmly articulated the reality, his voice clear and resonant in the ears of every powerful being present. Yet, this battle concerned the survival of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the fate of the Immortal Domain, and the destiny of this realm. Retreat was not an option. The Butcher snorted coldly, the bone blade stained with the blood of countless celestial kings vibrating with a bloodthirsty hum. Only battle remains. Within the Sea of Realms, I have clashed with quasi-immortal emperors of formidable might. Though powerful, they are not invincible. The quasi-immortal emperors from above are not beyond slaying. His murderous intent, palpable as a tangible force, dissipated some of the gloom in the hearts of the assembly. Qingyi, Yun Shi, the sorceress, and other quasi-immortal emperors stepped forward, their battle spirits soaring. We, the newly ascended emperors, require bloodshed to hone our skills. Though the enemy may be numerous, what is there to fear? Fight! 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 Shi, the son of heaven, the descendants of the 10 fiends, and other powerful beings roared in unison, their indomitable will coalescing into a torrent of defiance, standing resolutely against the oppressive force emanating from the foreign realm. At that moment, the Imperial Pass, which stood as a bulwark between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the foreign domain, resonated with a profound, thunderous roar. It sensed the call of this ultimate battle. Upon the ancient walls, the long-dried blood of celestial kings and emperors seemed to awaken, emitting a faint glow, as if offering blessings and laments for the impending conflict. Fellow Taoists, Willow God's voice reverberated through the heavens, resolute and unwavering. Follow me into the Imperial Pass. As his words echoed, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing toward the ancient stronghold. The Butcher, Yun Shi, Qingyi, the Azure Emperor, and the assembled quasi-immortal emperors, celestial kings, and true immortals followed in a grand procession, akin to a mighty river of stars cascading toward the Imperial Pass. Above the Imperial Pass, banners fluttered and war drums resounded. The battered walls, infused with the might of countless powerful beings, began to radiate anew, activating ancient defensive formations, creating layers upon layers of dazzling barriers. All understood that this would be a battle far more brutal and savage than any the 9 heavens and 10 earths had encountered in the past. The outcome remained uncertain. Yet, none would retreat, for behind them lay their homeland, their sanctuary, and all that was worthy of life as sacrifice to protect. As storm clouds gathered, the air thick with the scent of impending conflict, the Imperial Pass stood shrouded in a foreboding atmosphere, the final confrontation poised to erupt at any moment.